Now they have Busio hovering quad so they can push out the wave on top side and still try and get that one pushing one. So then you get a little like 30 seconds movement timer here to look and sniff around, see if they could get anything with their possible pick combination. But good defensive warding from Cloud9, and Cloud9 not overextending. This Ash Arrows feels like a very, very long reach there. It's like
that's one way to put it.
That's a Hail Mary. That's a hope and a prayer.
It's a cleanse. Okay, I'm being nice, but that's a cleanse flash Zeri, who has her own movement too. Like,
yeah, and with the arrow flying over the creep waves, that has more chance of hitting flowers on the caster desk than it does in hitting Berserker on mid lane wave.
It's pretty hopeful, but they're not going to find anything from it. Meanwhile, bottom side, that tier 1 will finally be taken out. So FlyQuest, they do have an advantage in terms of turrets, right? 3-1 as for what's taken by Cloud9, but it's under 60 seconds now on this Drake.
Yeah.
C9.
This could be it. This could be the trap.
Yeah, they're going in after Bwipo. He's going to try to survive it as long as he can. He flashes away, surviving with 50 HP. Bwipo lives through it critically.
But FlyQuest don't actually get a good, counterplay off that. There's no trap or anything. The damage has been done. Bwipo's basically out of the fight, and Blabber was close enough to be able to follow. So Cloud9, their damage was quick enough and focused enough that even with the extra information from the ward, here we go though, Vulcan!
We're not done yet, because Vulcan's in a bad spot. He got caught, a little bit more damage to finish him off as Busio gets the kill credit, and now Blabber will be eliminated by Bwipo's All Out. C9 scrambling to try to bring the fight back as Masu puts a couple more arrows into Thanatos. Bwipo's gonna continue his retreat. He wants to keep running all the way back down into the bottom lane, but surely with no flash, this will be the end of the Cassante. One last wallop into a rocket from JoJo gets it done. Both junglers are dead. The Drake is alive.
Yeah, the Drake's not going to be alive for long, though, Flowers. That's Dragon's Soul at the fingertips of Cloud9. Should be effortless for them to grab this one, and that is going to cause some problems. The extra mobility here actually will be meaningful.
And you can actually see the desperation starting to come out from FlyQuest, because this is the perfect start to the fight. It's going to be a face check from the Braum, who is supposed to absorb all of the damage, and he goes down pretty much immediately. However, there is just so much X factor on this C9 comp. You can see that Blabber gets in, gets a 3-person sleep, Berserker untouched, JoJo untouched, just so much damage coming out of these carries.
Yeah, JoJo going in there, chunking out quads. So now the Lucian chunked out of the fight. They can't fight it, and Cloud9 make the call, just chase down Bwipo. This time they'll be able to get him. Then they get the rewards of the Cloud Soul. Now,
we ain't done yet. Busio leading the charge for FlyQuest as JoJo goes straight for the carries on the other side. C9 now retreating away from the culling as Quad provides an escape route for the FlyQuest players.
And that's pretty much another 4v5. Blabber's just in his jungle, like hitting his red buff the whole time that's happening. You can see that FlyQuest believe that if they don't win the game right now on these item spikes, that they are just going to get outscaled.
Yep, gets worse and worse. Cloud9, though, don't seem like they're giving anything up just yet. JoJo still has Flash. Berserker has Flash and Cleanse. Like, these carries for Cloud9 are so incredibly safe at the moment. One thing in particular I liked in JoJo's series that he played against you guys, Spawn, was he baited you a lot. When he was playing the Zeri and he had his flash up, he would play so aggressively, drawing your players in and then being able to flash away. But it was more of an offensive use of the flash in the way that he was able to bait people in, thinking that they would be able to kill him. Now I feel like Cloud9 are in that position again, where he and Berserker can just play so aggressively with the freedom of their extra escapes.
I couldn't agree more. I think that right now, with the fact that they've both got Flash and Cleanse up, and they are so strong that you have to hit them back, otherwise you automatically lose, they can very much suck you into a fight. And that's where Braum, that's where Lilia are going to start to shine. Also, the fact that now Thanatos is just going to run over the side lane. Like,
yeah,
good times of the lane swap are done right now for FlyQuest, although Bwipo goes all out.
Yeah, Bwipo's gonna try this fight. He's got Inspired coming in to help him. The arrow from Masu from all the way away does not hit its mark. And considering the resources invested, considering the jungler, and the ulti from the AD carry of FlyQuest were sent bottom lane, it's C9 onto the Baron. It's got 4,000 HP left. Busio, Quad, and Masu coming in trying to fight these guys away from it. Vulcan nearly dies, but he gets back to safety as Blabber secures the Baron, and Thanatos escapes with a blast cone. Busio's low, but the rest of FlyQuest might still be looking for something. They won't find a thing. C9 gets the Baron, and they get everybody out alive.
That's that desperation you see in action. They're like, oh man, we're not going to be able to face check. We're not going to be able to fight them straight up. Just send everything. Try and get a pick on the side lane. Throw the Ash Arrow. Throw the Talia ultimate. but they don't get the pick, and they also lose the Baron, the worst of both worlds. Honestly, FlyQuest probably already starting to think about the next game in this series.
Absolutely agree. And I think that this is such a crucial game for Cloud9 to win, because people have been saying they're just the early game team. They run over you with their gold lead, but the early game didn't go great for Cloud9 this time around. However, they've really battened down the hatches and scaled terrifically into this game, and they have absorbed every aggressive play that FlyQuest have thrown at them. They've just looked like the better team in this game one.
And I mean, we talk a lot about these Cloud9 early game leads and how up against you guys, it was the first time we didn't see them run away with a huge one early on. The gold this game has been so close for the entirety of these first 25 minutes. I do believe this is the first time we've even seen the difference break 2,000 one way or the other. But Cloud9 does feel so firmly in control right now. Jojo, again, nice sidestep, just getting out of the way of the arrows. Feels like Masu has not got a whole lot of payoff from these so far.
Yeah, you can see how quickly Berserker now races towards that bottom lane. They know that with the top lane pushing, someone has to answer it from FlyQuest. So right now, C9 can play bottom side of the map and really break open the game. A pick here could actually be GG.
C9 is not afraid to see if they can find it. They're placing down the vision. They're grouping up for this bottom lane push. Berserker's got all the firepower in the world, and the whole crew is ready to back him up. Tier 2 turret falls here in the bottom lane. That is the 4th turret taken this game for Cloud9. They are finally ahead of FlyQuest in that count.
And gentlemen, a massive amount of restraint shown from Cloud9, because I think they're stronger. It looked like FlyQuest were challenging them. It looked like Quad was on top side of the map. You would have had to have teleported in. However, Cloud9, they just know they're winning. They will just win it slowly this time around.
And it almost feels like Cloud9, you know, picking a kind of not Cloud9 composition, and the fact that they want to be the ones scaling harder. They want to hammer this lesson home to FlyQuest and just show them how methodical they can be and how much they can beat them without the winning lanes. So they're going to take their time. They are going to relax with it. They get their reset off. I think this is actually pretty big too. Berserker has the cleanse, and so now Jojo also has the QSS. So both of them have multiple escapes here for the Cloud9 carries. And they're really trying to hammer that home to FlyQuest, how little options they actually do have to them.
C9's grip on the game is tightening, and FlyQuest is struggling to hold on to anything on this rift. You can see the Dragon, the Elder, spawning in under 45 seconds now, and it's C9 that are slowly picking these objectives off the map, making it darker, making that fog of war all the scarier for FlyQuest to try to check into.
And just look how solid they are. This is why they didn't go for the aggressive fight. They want their summoners available for the Elder. Now they teleport onto the map. They're going to have that mid lane push. Now, FlyQuest, they have to choose. Can we go through bottom lane? Can Cloud9 race to end the game while we are setting up for the Elder? This puts you in a very tricky situation to be so far away from your base with an objective spawning, but so many Fed members on Cloud9 could just end it here.
All right, pressure under the tier 3 turret in mid. Arrow flies through. That one's finally going to connect, but what does it even mean? It doesn't give them anything.
They're rushing Elder. They're teleporting to Elder. They want to burn it.
For FlyQuest's side. Inspired starting it up, but it's not like the thing's taking any meaningful damage here just yet. FlyQuest are going to call it off and scatter a little bit as C9 approach as a 5-man unit. Blabber is now going to engage the Drake himself as FlyQuest are still looking for an angle. They know they can't allow the Elder to go over. Busio the target here for the engage. He's just going to get destroyed by Berserker. C9 with a 5v4 as Inspired is isolated from the rest of the team, and Bwipo's trying to make some space for him. The Elder's not even the focus anymore as Bwipo tries to escape. Inspired's wall won't do a whole lot as Quad goes for the calling, but it's mostly blocked by Vulcan. Blabber's found his way onto Masu as Quad drops, and Berserker is unstoppable. A double kill for the Zeri. It's about to be even more, making a triple. Dread it, run from it. Berserker Zeri arrives all the same, and he's bringing the whole Cloud9 party wagon with him.
That's going to be a C9 dub in game number 1 here. FlyQuest will have to reevaluate and bounce back in the next one, because Cloud9, this is now just a victory march down mid lane.
And the way that they did it, the way that they've been able to pick up this game 1 is so unlike Cloud9. Such an impressive showing to just control the game.
It was slow, it was patient, it was controlled, and it was exactly what they needed to go up 1-0 in this series. Cloud9 takes game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. Not just the LCS, but the last day of the regular split here in summer 2024. Spawn's coming back for another game. We decided he did such a damn good job in the first one. We just got to have a sequel to that. And we've got to have a sequel to this first game, which, gentlemen, was not very bloody for a very long time. But once C9 took over, FlyQuest never found their way back.
All right, let's take some bets here. Who's going to get winning lanes in this one? I think they're going to change their ways.
I don't think so. I think Cloud9 would be really happy with what they showed in that game, and they're thinking, if we can just play to outscale, we can actually teamfight better than this
No,
game.
I think FlyQuest are going to change their ways.
Oh, okay.
They're the ones who lost. I think they're the ones that need to change their ways. And there we go. They prioritize the Lilia instead. They yoink it away this time.
Yep, they'll drop the priority on the first pick, Ashe. They'll go for the Lilia. It is Nidalee, Renekton, and Yone banned out by Fly. C9 keeping Aurora off the Rift alongside the Ezreal and Kalista bans. Would not be surprised at all to see this locked in yet again. Hopefully for C9 fans, he doesn't have the same laning experience as the previous game. And okay, it's just going to be Corki, Zeri, both slam first rotation.
Spawn's eyes got really big, but if you know Reaper and you look over at Reaper, it's just like sometimes a player has a good game and they're like, yeah, I want to play Zeri again. Give me the Zeri. We'll insta blind pick this thing.
But that is double blind pick scaling. Like, that is crazy. They didn't even win the lane, so they just run it back straight away.
Well, they're not scared of the early FlyQuest, even with solo kill, Lucian versus Corki, quad, taking down JoJo. He's saying, I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, what I will say, though, is the Ashe pick is a little bit disincentivized here because you don't want to give abundance of cleanse value when you're playing something like the Lilia. You want to make sure that, you know, you have just more upfront damage to be able to win the skirmishes.
Also, the Ashe drops a little in priority if you don't hit any arrows.
Oh,
yeah.
Also true.
It's, as an archer, you got to be able to hit those, you know?
Oh, okay. Blabber matching the Lilia here with the brand. He has actually been, I would say, our best brand player in the LCS. And we have had some really good ones, though. Boogie was also quite good with the brand, but Blabber, I feel like, has just been a master.
Okay. Boogie's cameo in the LCS this split was really good. I will give him that.
He was a guest character?
Correct. Blabber has been here the whole time, and I feel like, again, just the team fighting prowess of these junglers is what's not spoken about enough. Sure, they farm a lot, they get their items, but they actually convert their items to a lot of damage in these team fights. And we've got the two best team fighting AP junglers going at it right now. Definitely
an exciting one. Let's get into the second round of bans here. Interesting. They're still targeting more dives, so they take out the Kai'Sa. I like that. Nautilus is already pairing with something that they know is going to want to dive.
Yeah.
So whittling down here on possible things that will threaten the Zeri.
Now, the big thing that I'm curious about is what are we going to see for Bwipo? I felt like we just didn't get a whole lot from him in game number one. I feel like he's kind of been having an underwhelming split in general, and I think a lot of people are going to be looking to him to step up for FlyQuest.
Well, since they're on blue side, unfortunately for him, I think he's going to have to be bind picking again. I'm assuming Cloud9 right now just going to pick up support.
But against Thanatos, you never really blind pick, because if you ban Renekton, he always picks Gnar. So you get to just pick a Gnar counter pick, and he's probably just going to pick Gnar anyway. So that's the key to the Thanatos. He really does just draft off a tier list here.
Let's see. I wonder if he'll... okay, we'll see what Bwipo does first. But if Thanatos wants to throw something down like his Camille or something, yet again in this one, for a little bit of spice, a little bit of surprise. Here we go, though. No K'Sante this time, Bwipo. What is your blind pick? He definitely is one that has some off-meta, even blind picks to go for. Rakan and Nautilus. So Nautilus is going somewhere else.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Nautilus could be a... Oh, wait. Rakan also technically... Do you know the AP mid
AP
Rakans?
mid Rakan, solo cute cheese, some classic mozzarella?
That was a thing. I don't think it's a particular... Okay, with the Neela. Wait, are we going to get some weird Neela cheese stuff?
Yeah, we're going to get Neela cheese. We're getting like a tri-lane or something.
Yeah, there's also even been something... So there is a Neela plus Lee Sin is the primary, partner for the super cheese.
Oh, I know that one, yeah.
Yeah, that came up where you jump into the base and then you go level 1 proxy. There's no Lee Sin here, so we're probably not getting that, but like maybe there's some tricky stuff with Rakan. They could also do some jumping around.
The 3-lane level 1 proxy. I remember seeing that in a Challenger solo queue game I spectated one time.
It's
I was
a boosting
so
strategy. I believe originated on the Chinese servers. But regardless, I'm excited. We got a Nila pick here.
Okay,
Let's
we've
go.
got Nila and top lane Nautilus for the side of FlyQuest. They're going to run back the mid lane Lucian. They got Rakan in support. Over on C9, the bottom 3 picks are going to be the exact same as game number 1. Brand instead of Lilia since it was picked away from him. And Thanatos, it's not Gnar. It's not Gnar.
It isn't. I'm surprised.
It's not particularly exciting. It's an orange.
Hey, man, it's
you're
not
right.
Gnar.
All right, so top lane Nautilus, and we get a Nila lane on bottom side as well. Now, Nila can definitely punish a Zeri Braum. I feel like these are double counter picks. Rakan has always been one of the really good picks into Braum with the extra mobility there. And with a Nila, you can go super aggressive. It can actually be a snowball lane. So FlyQuest have done early power again. FlyQuest are again going to be on a bit of a timer. Nila has an amazing collector plus infinity edge spike.
Yep.
Has some really, really powerful early spikes you can go for. So I am once again very invested in the early game of this FlyQuest composition. Plus, if we even overlook the Nila, then we've got a top Nautilus up there for Bwipo cooking hard.
Speaking of top Nautilus, I was just informed the last time the LCS had a top lane Nautilus was summer of 2017. 7 years ago, played by Lola. That was my first year as a professional caster. You were still a caster then.
Do you know how you know we're old, though? Because he says 2017, I'm like, that's not that long ago. What do you mean?
That's
Only 7 years?
That's an entirely different timeline, man.
Spawn had a few less tattoos then and a few less gray hairs as well, probably.
Just a little bit more hair in general, actually.
I wasn't going to go there, but...
Man, I still probably had mulch in my shoes from back in Ohio. That was so long ago.
We've got some good party pictures from then as well.
Those were good. There were good times back in 2017. Lots of top lane Nautiluses. Everybody just having fun.
But what I will say is I thought there was going to be shenanigans with the top lane Nautilus. However, they had picked the one answer into the top lane Nautilus where the top lane Nautilus can now probably just lane.
Yeah.
Why try hard draft in regular season? Oh, the band.
No response.
Okay, Nila's coming out to the top side, so it is like Nila is kind of playing with 2 supports right now.
Yeah.
That's what I will say. So I would expect this Nila to kind of ping-pong around the map and try and get as much experience as possible.
Okay, so just Nila, super carry, main character energy. They want to treat her the same way that C9 treats JoJo.
Yeah.
Okay.
So remember that if they want to abuse this Nila strategy, Nila has to actually get the last hits to give the bonus experience. I've seen people mess up the boosting strategy when like the Lee Sin takes some of the kills and stuff and then they don't get the extra experience, but she's got a very complicated passive. Sometimes people don't feel like reading the entire thing since it also has that increased effectiveness of healing and shielding on it, but just going to be the lane swap here with full 4 on the top side. So Thanatos does have to worry about the possible classic early push into dive, and Bwipo wants to make sure he's going to stick around for it.
See, Thanatos going to face check. He's in dive range right now, so even though Inspired only picked up 3 camps, this could just be a straight-up 4v1 dive.
Yeah, this is much more classic lane swap.
All right, Bowling Ball not going to find the initial target there. Thanatos does as much as he can to buffer through the CC with a Bellow's Breath, but it won't matter. FlyQuest gets their dive.
In Bwipo's interview earlier pre-match last week, he was specifically talking about Thanatos and some of the cracks that he saw in Cloud9 emerging from them coordinating with him. And if you do go for these lane swaps, once again, then it puts more pressure on that coordination. And this time around, FlyQuest is going to be able to get that first blood on the top side.
But you can see a couple of cancelled base on the top side as well, because if you just base straight up and the enemy top laner can count to 8, which isn't very high, then they can teleport back. So you've got to like, cancel a couple of times, give it the mind game, and they're going to try and retake their bottom side. However, this can be risky because Brand is still on the bottom side of the map. Thanatos has now made his way down here, so he's already died once. You know, potentially can look to turret dive here, die a second time for the quicker recall and get back up top as long as this dive is successful.
Yeah, let's see. His teleport is available. Here comes Nila Rakan, both level 3 afterwards.
He left.
A nice look at that ward again. And Thanatos does not want to die. He was just going to go straight for the teleport up to the top minions.
Okay, so you can see that Blabber didn't want to come. He was on his wolf camp. He's saying, I'm not going to give up my camps to come down and 4v2 dive this. I don't know whether it's a right call because now Thanatos is just going to have to teleport back up top without any items. So if there was ever a time for the top lane Nautilus to win the 1v1, could be right now.
The time is now with his big ruby crystals and boots.
Huge. He's also got a potion and a cookie.
I, for one, am going to be more excited about the Nila plus Rakan matchup on bottom side than I am about the Nautilus plus Ornn matchup on the other side of the map, because I really feel like Masu and Busio can be the stars of this game for FlyQuest. They've got a large pushing wave coming down, and since both junglers actually see each other on the top side, the bot lanes know that they've got the freedom.
And this is why Lucian plus Lilia is pretty oppressive, because Lucian was able to force out the Corki from lane. That guaranteed the push. That means it inspired very confident to walk into the jungle, take the second Raptor camp, now going to be able to go back to his own Raptor camp. He's going to be probably 3/4 of a level up just on the fact that he got 2 respawn camps this early into the jungle clear.
Yeah, and let's see too, because he's going to reset back out to his own Raptors. Bottom lane is actually just going to crash that giant wave. That's like 3 waves here built up, plus the cannon. See how much FlyQuest can actually harass them or make it difficult. Nila can't do too much of that. Pretty short range. So they're just going to let Berserker collect most of them.
So here we go, level 5 going to tick over for Inspired. See whether he does path back towards that top side and try and get him. Oh, he doesn't have level 5. This is the issue with jungle. Can I let you a little bit of a secret? You need to start yoinking a little bit of laner experience, guys.
Don't worry,
I'm well versed in that.
It's just a cheeky, I'm going to cross and help you push your lane.
Yeah.
Plus 6 experience, you know?
Just enough to hit those breakpoints.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
I turret dove for you. Now I'm going to help you push your wave again.
Yeah.
Don't worry. The cannon minion's tanky, but we're going to make sure this crashes.
Correct.
That's jungling 101, helping the team.
I would say, though, you should not steal it away from Quad. Quad is probably your best player for FlyQuest, I would say, or at least has been on this Lucian. So I want to see if FlyQuest can actually do something with early advantages. Quad's trying to chunk JoJo again.
Got a culling. No mana, though, I don't think.
It definitely has been better for JoJo this time around. Of course, you know, he did not give the first blood over with the flash exchange with Quad. And so has been significantly better this time. Meanwhile, it is going to be Avoid Grubs on spawn for Inspired. Easily pick up here with Lilia. Blabber's pretty far away, so I would imagine Blabber's going to just go cross map here instead.
But can he actually get the dragon this time around? Because bottom lane is shoving in so hard. JoJo's on
even Crab,
300 HP.
I would say even lower your expectations to Crab. He has Smite, so he should be able to smite Crab.
Blabber's Crabbers.
Yeah, immediately Busio forces Blabber to flash away there with a grand entrance. Vulcan and Berserker finally making their way up. The Crab is low, and it is secured by FlyQuest. Crab denied.
Masu and Busio. Masu has just been so impressive as a rookie. Even as an individual player, if you take off the qualifier of as a rookie, Masu extremely impressive this year. Good international performance, pulling out the Nila plus Rakan with Busio, and now that they're both level 6, you have huge playmaking potential. So actual meaningful steal of the Crab and burning Blabber's flash, big advantages from the bottom lane.
Jungle advantage, though. He's just taken the 3rd Raptors. He's about to take a red buff if he wants to. Whippo, stop fighting so I can get my jungle camps, please.
Nope, Whippo's not going to stop.
He's just running the jungle CS race.
Well,
Whippo, please, man.
Yeah, Whippo's running something else. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful than he's being right about now as the sleep stops him in his tracks. Thanatos needs a little bit more damage, but he doesn't find it just yet. Blabber makes his way to the top side here to cook him. Whippo's sins are punished. Thanatos does not die. FlyQuest now might lose their jungler as well. JoJo coming in to try to cut him off, but Quad can cover his escape.
Do you feel more sorry for Inspired because Whippo died there, or more sorry for the fans that had a full line in the back row with Whippo signs?
Probably the fans, because I always feel for the fans. But, man, I just don't know what was happening there. That looked like Inspired was about to go up 2 jungle camps in Blabber's jungle on a reset and then just be able to clear 6 camps in his own jungle.
Yeah.
However, now has to burn his flash, his ultimate, and they didn't even win the skirmish. This is just a disaster.
Yeah, Whippo was really trying to bait way too hard. And as you said, it pulls Inspired off of the red buff that was basically his, and then dies as Blabber had come over. So really, really rough stuff there for FlyQuest. The top Nautilus, top flop so far.
Yeah, not what Bwipo needed to do. I understand trying to bait a fight, but it was just way too far,
but
man.
The thing is that Thanatos had already shopped, and Bwipo's up 1,000 gold without that kill going down. He's already winning. Like, why do you want to win more, man? Just let me carry the game on Lilia.
This is good. We're getting the Spawn coach talk. If
Yeah, actually, I
Bwipo
need
was
to
on
calm down a little
Spawn's
bit.
team,
Not my team, not my team, not my problem. Not my team,
Your
not my
mid
problem.
laner tweeted earlier today he wanted to hear some spice out of you towards this game, the same way that you give him some spice in the scrims.
I've got an idea for content now. We're gonna have a Bwipo Spawn sit down.
Okay. Just a little bit of a polite diplomatic discussion about decisions made in the topside jungle, as Thanatos is just going to have to eat this whole wave up here, make sure that he can soak all that EXP in gold.
We'll say, though, that Nautilus is destroying the top tower.
Yeah.
That top tower is looking, well...
And this brand is going to destroy this Nautilus.
Oh no, he tries to dredge line away, but the Ornhorn combined with the brand damage is just cooking him, man. He smites him like a scuttle crab, and it's another kill going the way of Blabber.
Yeah, I would say that's a really nice kill to pick up for Blabber there, because he was very heavily down in experience in gold. However, now being able to pick up back-to-back kills means he's actually regained control of that matchup. And it looked like FlyQuest were just stronger in their lanes. It looked like, once again, this Lucian has got the push. Bottom lane is 2 levels up in experience as Master's about to tick over to level 9. But just nothing has been able to be generated offensively by FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for the bottom lane and for Quad. I feel like they definitely been putting out some good pressure. Meanwhile, Blabber here going to be a much more fed brand. That is now 2 kills that have been given over to Blabber by killing this Nautilus. So yeah, put a crab skin on that Nautilus. Crab skin coming soon.
Oh, very good.
Meanwhile, JoJo in some trouble in mid lane. Does get out of the CC fast enough to flash away from the rest of the culling to survive this one with barely any health and mana. But down in the bottom lane, gentlemen, I've seen this show before. I've seen this episode. At least Bwipo's going to get one back that time as Thanatos overstays underneath the tier 1 turret.
Okay, this was actually a great play from FlyQuest, so I have been quite critical on them, but Neela takes turret so quickly, very hard to dive the Nautilus. They get JoJo's flash, they get top tier 1, they're going to get top tier 2 most likely, 6 grubs, and they defend the bottom turret. And I've been hating on them a lot, but FlyQuest just broke the game open.
Yeah, and definitely Masu and Busio have been doing their part in this game, so we'll see how much they can build on it. Quad, though, now in a 2v1.
He's okay. He's going to run towards his Nautilus.
Flashing away, but yeah, the TP ready to intercept this. Bwipo and Quad are going to find JoJo, but JoJo's found them first. Easy pickup on the enemy mid laner, and now Bwipo has to use the dredge line again to try to get some distance. Brand passive's going to explode, but it won't take Bwipo down to an actual lethal range. So C9 get a pick on the enemy mid laner, but what else can they get after?
So yeah, I mean, FlyQuest, with all the towers that they've taken, they do have a gold lead, but it doesn't feel like it because Cloud9 keep chasing down the extra kills across the map here. And with the teleport coming in, JoJo securing another one. And this is worrisome because of the comps that have been picked, with Cloud9 again slamming the 1-2 double blind of the Corki plus Zeri here. They once again have some kills on Berserker, on JoJo, on Blabber, on the correct positions here for them to really scale into the late game once again.
But I'm a glutton for punishment, so I'm going to say it again. They did get Blabber's flash before the Herald, so it should be worth, you know, that death on Quad, it's not a big deal. They got a flash out, they got a teleport out, and I don't feel like that actually altered the game state for FlyQuest. They still are very far ahead.
Well, we'll see, because Masu, the Neela, definitely can be a big engage as well. He's got, as we've got
key, no
3
flash.
on bottom.
Oh, press power and flash. Oh.
Not quite. Not quite there. JoJo can just get away with the Valkyrie. The lack of summoner
Are they
spell,
trapped
not
again?
punished.
Thanatos is here. They're possibly trapped.
Bwipo should be able to get away, you would think. Ornhorn goes on through, still finds Bwipo after the flash, but that is top laner summoner spell down now for FlyQuest.
Little bit upsetting. Little bit upsetting. I feel like they were stronger there. If they fight quickly, fight confidently, I think they can get a kill and get out. However, as you mentioned, they overstay. They go for the deeper vision. They get trapped. And Cloud9 are just playing this small map into small map style of gameplay that allows them to scale so effectively against FlyQuest right now.
Yeah, definitely. As long as they watch out for the big snap engages that they know are going to come. I mean, if you look
at JoJo's bodyguards again, man.
How does he keep getting away with it, huh?
He's got that Secret Service detail, man. Everybody has to protect Air Force JoJo.
Team game. It is a team game, and you want that Corki fed. We'll see, though. FlyQuest, again, they do have such amazing engage if they can actually coordinate to pull it off. I want to see the dream of the Rakan into Lilia sleeps with Neela. Like, that's so much AoE there. But
and you
we'll
might
see if
wonder
they can get
why
the setup.
JoJo is swapping away from quad when he has the support on his side of the map. But sometimes it's just simple. Lots of red dots in top lane. I'm going top. No red dots in bottom lane. Tank, go into the lane with no red dots.
You go deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see now whether they actually set up to fight one of these dragons or whether the Rift Herald is going to draw teams towards them. It is 14 minutes. I feel like this objective being given over for free, not a big deal unless Inspired does pick up the eye this time.
That is a very important part of Herald. They say that you've always got to learn from your mistakes in the previous games in the series, and I think that's one that FlyQuest should be able to clean up here.
Flowers, I like that. Very coachable caster there.
All right. The observer is with us, all right? Zoom in. Okay.
All right.
Picked it up.
She's got the eyeball. Rift Herald confirmed. Will they just drop it here in mid, or do they have the firepower to just force this tier 1 down without it? Looks like they're going to just try to force it without. The grubs give them so much extra damage. Tier 1 turret down in the mid lane. FlyQuest going to build that gold lead up a little bit further.
Does cost them the remnants of the bottom tower. That bottom tower is going down anyway, but it does go into the hands of JoJo, and this is worrisome because the Corki, again, remember how well Corki and Zeri scale. That is a Trinity Force done off of that outer tower gold that JoJo got solo.
Yeah, and I don't think this is actually all that good for FlyQuest now, because I was saying they need to use their power to force fight. So what I'm expecting them to see is to actually match into that bottom turret, ignore the Herald for a little bit, force them out, because Brand has just been able to continue to farm without this flash being available. If you're not going to punish the summoner spell advantages you get, then you may as well not have had the advantage in the first place. So whilst they're trading even, I do feel like this favors Cloud9 again. I feel like FlyQuest, they really need to push the pace of the game.
We're going to fight this for sure. FlyQuest are teleporting in.
Have to.
They are definitely going to force.
But what happens if C9 just don't come to the party? What happens if JoJo just teleports top right now? Just give it.
Oh, they are staying. Yeah. I like the spiciness here. Wards in the river, control ward. They're sitting on it here. Vulcan hoping they would get a little opening with a little bit of a face check, but nobody from FlyQuest actually gives them that. Now it becomes a little bit more dicey for Cloud9.
Yeah, I just don't fight this if I'm C9. You have a teleport, go to the top lane. Like, who cares? Just keep scaling.
Well, we'll see here in a moment. That moment of truth is closing in pretty quickly. Ornhorn is summoned. Thanatos knocks a couple of them up into the air. Busio barely getting away back over the wall as Malsu also has to scatter. C9 might go to sleep, but it's just gonna be a cat nap. They're feeling fine. They wake right back up and head back over to the Drake. Nobody from FlyQuest is willing to fight anymore after that one. They're just lucky to get out alive.
I want to examine the call from Cloud9 because there was a double stacked wave that Quad was crashing on bottom turret. So they know we have a couple of seconds here where Quad is at the turret with the big wave. If we just force it now, then we've got the numbers advantage on FlyQuest, and they've got the engaged, massive engage with the Ornn coming through. So nicely done. The little timing window called by Cloud9 here.
And I love the positivity, because you're saying, I want to hear how Cloud9 is decisive. I want to know what the heck FlyQuest is doing retaking Banana Brush when your bottom lane is pushing for free. They have to use every single summoner spell. They lose the fight again that I think they should win because his brand is still flashless. I think that FlyQuest just do not look like they're on the same page.
Look at that focus onto Masu, resulting in him having to use everything to leave. They wanted to be able to use this Neela on the offensive when he had barrier, when he had flash to go with a huge combo engage. But because they were split, as you're saying, not on the same page, Cloud9 take advantage. They get Dragon number 2. They keep their stacking going.
Speaking of number 2, the second item fully completed now for Masu. Only champion in the game to have that done here with the Bloodthirster plus Navori. The Neela is very strong if they can ever have a fight the way they want it, but they're just not making it happen.
And I will say, I really like the Flicker Blade rework. On a completely random note.
It's very fun to use.
It's so fun.
It's very fun to use, reducing your cooldown so effectively there. It does make you very squishy, so it's kind of hard on on a lot of the frontline champions, even though the volley bear is quite hilarious to watch, but very good on a lot of these DPS champs.
I just feel like the old Navori was like OP on the champions that could use it and completely useless on everyone else, and now Flicker Blades can just be fun on everything, like infinite hawk shots on Ash. Like, it's a cool item.
It is a very cool item. Shout out to Freak, I guess, because we
Good job, Freak.
We attribute everything about the design of League of Legends or balance to Freak.
Well, if that's the case, he's got a lot of elves in his column at the moment with the rest of the item. But the Flicker Blade one, quite all right.
We like Navori. It is a good item. All right, C9, they're still down about 2,000 gold. They are up the 2 Drakes. 3 minutes still until that next Drake spawns. Baron's only a minute away, but I don't think either team is really going to put themselves in a spot where the other could easily rush it at this point. Things are going still pretty slow overall. Only 6 kills on the board.
Well, honestly, I think Cloud9 are kind of happy with this pace and the way that the early game went. And it's weird saying that, even though you're looking at the scoreboard and you're thinking 2,000 gold for FlyQuest, nice advantage for them, but wait a second. He's just waiting around watching here as Thanatos will be able to finish up his push. It's kind of sentry ward there. Weird to see the Zeri spending time doing it, but honestly, Berserker should be able to get back mid and pick up all those minions before it gets to the tower. Still gets to eat up.
Yep. Easy peasy. Zeri is so safe around terrain. The ability to just skate back over the wall, not have to worry about any sort of punish. As the Rift Herald is finally summoned up here in the top side. This is not the ideal summoning for the Herald. Highly unlikely to get any value out of that. You just had to use it. So, I mean, they picked up the eyeball. That's progress from game number 1. The Herald not going to see
sometimes
a whole
Shelly
lot.
just pops out too, you know, when the timer's up.
She just shows up. All right, well, she showed up.
Goodbye.
She had her 15 minutes of not fame, and she died in top lane. An unremarkable game from Shelly.
Okay,
Never
here we
mind.
go, fight.
All right, Quad immediately opening up with the calling as Thanatos makes his way into the fight, but now he's eating a lot of bullets from Quad. Thanatos wants to get the Ornhorn here for the part 2. Quad's trying to stand and fight him, but he's not going to drop just yet. Quad is reinforced by the rest of the team, and Masu's grabbing the kill.
I've seen enough. Hit Baron. This game is going very downhill quickly. That was nearly a 2v4 that C9 nearly traded 1-for-1. I feel like FlyQuest need to get a motor on in this game because they are getting rapidly outscaled.
All right, I guess they're looking towards 50 seconds at the Dragon, and so they are resetting now after that kill. That was a flash blown from Thanatos for a flash from Quad. So although the assassin tank Ornn did not actually assassinate the Lucian there, getting that flash off of Quad might be very beneficial for this Dragon fight that's about to come up.
Yeah, I definitely think it will be. And just juxtapose game 1 to game 2. This time, FlyQuest is first to rotate, so I'm expecting them to get at least 2 kills here and be able to have pressure on the map. However, C9 just bail out of it. They give up 1 kill, get the flash off the mid laner, and now because they're so healthy in the other roles, they secure the fact that FlyQuest can't push for more. It's just about cutting your losses, making sure that you're not overextending to save already dead members.
5 seconds till that Drake spawns. If C9 gets it, it will be soul point for them. Worth noting as well, Bwipo is about to hit a pretty big power spike. As soon as he evolves the Winter's Approach into the Fimble Winter, he needs to get 6 more procs on the item in order to secure the evolution. But FlyQuest is going for the sneak play instead. They want to start up the Baron and see if C9 detects it. Yes, they will. Ward over the wall, and FlyQuest has to back up.
It's pretty hard to do that play like just straight up because you have a lot of good checking tools.
All right, Dredge line doesn't hit. Vulcan's still here on the front line, throws up the Unbreakable. If FlyQuest would have connected there on the Q from Bwipo, I think we would have had a pretty explosive engage, but since nothing lands, nothing happens, C9 back to their defensive positioning as Inspired will look to solo the Drake for FlyQuest, while the other 4 players just keep their eyes on Cloud9, keep them locked here in the mid lane.
Just watch how they try and contest this wave, though, because Brand in creep waves is very scary because of the bounce that can happen. See, FlyQuest just have to give up the wave completely. They are going to get themselves the Dragon. I don't think Cloud9 care at all, by the way. They're just so content scaling in this game.
And they move over. They will at least clear out this vision on Baron. FlyQuest, though, all right, they put a stop to the Dragon stacking here from Cloud9 at the very least. Some more time for this Zeri, for this Corki, though, to continue scaling on up. Muramana has already transformed, so the poke from Corki, very real.
But what I will say is that the damage of Neela doesn't actually get outscaled. She does so much damage in the later stage of the game. However, you are playing a melee carry, right? And against two highly mobile threats that have cleanse and potentially a QSS coming across, I do feel like that the fight doesn't get easier for FlyQuest to execute.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the key is the range there is that Masu does have to follow up on the flash engages from the rest of the members. That's why I like this Zhonya's from Inspired. You know, he's going to have to be flashing in there as well to follow up with these sleeps on the Rakan and on the Nautilus. And then another difficult thing for Neela is that when you are going in short range versus a brand, you also expose yourself to a lot of this splash magic damage, which you don't actually get to avoid with your big dodging shield, which poses a lot of problems for most other carries trying to kill you. So we'll see how well FlyQuest can actually navigate their big team fight, because I don't think they're going to get a lot of chances at their big team fight. It puts a lot of pressure on the first big mid-game one that you go for.
Yeah, and I'd also say Neela's passive advantage is that she goes up in experience. However, when AD carries start catching mid lanes by themselves, that goes away as well. Potentially going to look for a fight here on this line brush. Jojo.
Yeah, Jojo steps up, but immediately backs right away. Bwipo now enduring the firepower of the entirety of C9. He barely gets out. Horn used, knocks him up into the air, and Blabber's got the kill. 1-0 C9 so far as FlyQuest heads back to the safety of their turrets, and C9 are about to wipe those turrets off the map.
Those plays from Jojo are why I love him.
Yep.
He is so confident to bait you. He baited the whole rest of the team of FlyQuest. That's why Bwipo went in from the other side.
Blabber flashed in.
They're trying to go for it. Lucio wanted the engage. Beautiful shutdown coming out from Masu as Cloud9's War Machine has to slam the brakes. FlyQuest will at least get one back. They'll hold on to their tier 2 turret.
Okay, so this is what I expected to see out of C9. They are the explosives team, but you can see that FlyQuest actually catch it well. Maybe this is why they were more reserved in game number 1 in their closeout. In saying that, Blabber does trade his flash for 2 flashes on the side of FlyQuest, so it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but big shutdown going over to Masu. Now he picks up his Infinity Edge. Can do a lot of damage if he can get into these fights.
Yeah. Here's another look at it. So Jojo baited the whole rest of the team, and Braum Ultimate made sure... Wow, look at that delay. The Braum Ultimate made sure that everyone who got baited over to the other side could not go to Bwipo.
Oh, Jojo's in trouble.
Jojo might have got caught a little bit here. Inspired at about half HP. Vulcan going to jump back over the wall to keep Jojo protected. FlyQuest taking the opportunity, recognizing the damage on Jojo. They're going to start up the Baron, but they have to back away because now Quad is under pressure. Jojo's going to recall, but then he can rejoin the fight with the Unleashed Teleport, and that's exactly what he'll do. Berserker continuing to posture aggressively as C9 wants to get the wave shoved out. Now they're recognizing, hey, enemy mid laner is hurt, but Quad doesn't have a TP to go back and heal and immediately rejoin.
Yeah, I would love to see why there wasn't a flash expended to try and follow up on Jojo. Maybe Inspired just didn't think he had the damage, but that looked like it was an outright pick. And now we're in, again, a situation where C9 are just choking out the vision, making sure that FlyQuest have to walk into the brand damage.
Yep, one of the blue orbs used there. Cloud9 actually just waited out. They have another blue orb.
Okay,
Quad has
trouble.
Yeah, Jojo flies in for a little bit of damage onto Inspired, but now it's Bwipo, who's again got to try to get away. He's too tanky for Cloud9 to overcommit to. Inspired is going to continue hopping back out of the jungle, but C9 with control over the top side river. Now they have to retreat and regroup.
Yeah, Quad went for red buff. Cloud9 tried to jump on them when Quad actually went down to the other side of the map to go grab red buff for the team, but FlyQuest escaped there. They get the red buff. They return to the Baron. Now it's their turn.
So what I will say about the new global red buffs is sometimes it can really bait your team, because in the past you could just go sneak it as an AD carry. Now it shows everywhere. You can see the mid lane contest happening again. Bwipo caught.
Bwipo's thrown up into the air, but immediately the counter engage comes out from FlyQuest. Cloud9's going to get caught in a wombo, but nobody's killed off just yet. Blabber with Thanatos getting themselves away. The firepower from C9 brings FlyQuest health bars low, but nobody on either side has died just yet. Keep your eyes on Berserker. A full HP Zeri could look for a pop-off angle here. That zap will not connect through the wall on anybody. And for how explosive it was, gentlemen, everybody walks away.
And as you can see, walking into the Braum brand is quite dangerous, but no one dies. That means they're going to reset. Another dragon coming up. You can see, again, FlyQuest, they don't want the dragon. They know they have to force around the Baron.
Another key, too, now no barrier on Masu, so the Nila has no summoners, while Berserker Zeri has everything and has the 3-item power spike as well with the Lord Doms. The Zeri will start shredding here. Thanatos has teleport, and they've got Thanatos just pushing topside instead.
This is cheeky.
They want to pick him in.
Kicking the full tank on. Quite a feat, but unsuspecting, I would say.
Yeah, that's not really the one that I would go for, but, you know, there's a reason I'm a yapper, not a player. Scuttle Crab secured by the side of C9 as they once again exit as a unit.
Now, Bwipo also has this teleport, and he just did Krugs and went down to the bottom lane. So he delayed showing until now. He'll get up and push this wave. Now Bwipo's bottom wave is going to put pressure on Cloud9 to answer.
Yeah, and what FlyQuest was looking for there, they had a flank on Busio, they have teleport, but the new Crab just foils all their plans, because when C9 picks that up, it has the explosion of new vision.
Yep.
They see Busio, they get to see every single ward that's on the flank, so then they can just scout out the rest of the play. Prioritizing that new Crab can sometimes be crucial when you know that the enemy needs an explosive teamfight.
New Crab OP. We were talking about some of the weaknesses of the new red buff. New Crab has no such weaknesses.
I would agree.
He's just very, very powerful. FlyQuest still up 1,500 gold. C9 up a single Drake. The game could go either way, but as that clock marches forward, we're still getting closer and closer to 6-item Corki, 6-item Zeri.
So I will say that, however, League of Legends has kind of changed. In the past, when there were these super tanks, scaling mattered a lot. However, now there's so much damage in the game that if you get any character to level to 6 items, everyone kind of just dies instantly. So like at 2 or 3 items, scaling real, 4 to 5, kind of fake.
That's why I would say range is so critical, because there's not a lot of ways for you to get more range. And Cloud9 inherently do have a very big advantage there, with Ornn Engage being incredibly long. And then, of course, the Corki Rockets as well, looking for pokes. So we'll see if FlyQuest's flashes and snap engages will be enough to close that. And
very critically, too, look at the armband for Masu. This is a big purchase, not something you would normally expect on Nila. Looking it up, I don't even know if she has a single AP ratio in the kit. She does not, based on what I'm reading, but it doesn't matter. You're not buying it for the AP. It's about being able to engage and then immediately aggro drop so you don't die. This could be a big clutch purchase for him. Cloud9's going to need to be aware of that one as Blabber wants to step up, try to see if he can maybe go for a steal, but it ain't going to work. Engage from Bwipo, and Blabber has to zone. He's just trying to stay alive. Immediately the rest of Cloud9 trying to back up their jungler. He gets off his spells before he dies, and Bwipo's going to try to get back away. Now FlyQuest going back in as Jojo gets ulted by the Lilia. He's going to try to escape now as he's thrown up into the air by the grand entrance from Busio. Jojo about to die to the Eve, and there he goes. Quad takes the kill. Falcons on the run, but the blooming blows beat him down. Berserker's trying to fire back at these guys, but he's only a single man. He takes out 2, but it's a 2 for ace for FlyQuest.
huge pick onto Blabber. The punish from FlyQuest is going to result in their Baron.
And finally, we see some of the tendencies of C9 coming out. A cheeky peek at a blue buff. Maybe I can pick this up for myself. Collapse came through from FlyQuest. Very good punishment. And you can see that Masu's whole job in these team fights is just to keep one of the AD carries away, playing the anti-carry role very well.
Yeah.
Going away Berserker for the majority of the fight. Jojo goes down. Berserker tries his best, but FlyQuest get the Baron buff.
A big, big mistake from Blabber. Gets punished by Bwipo. Connects the dredge line. They're waiting on this Baron a little bit, I think, to try to see if they could get their other guys back alive. It ain't quite going to happen yet.
I actually think they're just really slow. I don't think they're waiting for anything.
Fair enough.
Bwipo gets payback. That's what this replay is. He gave over 2 kills early in the game to Blabber, but this hook finding him as Blabber was trying to get a little bit too far forward, sneaking around that blue buff. It's hugely punished. And then look at the follow-up. Inspired Sleep into the Rakan follow-up as well. And Berserker gets kind of chased out on the bottom side from Masu. As you were pointing out, Spawn, Masu just chasing the other big carry away from the fight, allowing Inspired Sleep and Busio's Rakan follow-up to do their work on JoJo. So just nicely done once they got the pick as well. I would compliment FlyQuest there.
Yeah, and I think this is something that Masu plays greater than his age in his experience, right? Because he actually sees the team fight quite slowly and quite wide, knows when it's his job to output the maximum DPS, but also in this case, knows when it's his job to just break up the team fight, make sure that they can't retreat as a unit. So credit to Masu, actually played that fight quite well.
He's got that the time slowdown. He sees bullet time in the team fights.
A little bit of Neo from the Matrix, maybe.
Some Max Payne going on. Let's see what FlyQuest can do with this Baron buff, though, because remember, if they win this, we get another game. We get another one of these bangers.
They've got control over the Rift right now. They want to try to get as much value out of this Baron as they can. You can see the total they've made, only plus 1,000 gold. The buff itself is worth 1,500, so not a whole lot gained from this major objective just yet, as Cloud9 are in full defense mode.
And let's see how aggressive they play, because we've been talking about the summoner spells all game long, but now this time around, JoJo and Berserker both don't have summoner spells available. So if there was ever an easier time to start the fight, just off a hook, just off a Rakan engage, it might be now. You can see that Inspired going for a little bit of a wrap here. No, he's pushing bottom lane. How dare I?
Quad also, they've got him pushing the other lane, so nice little 1-3-1 from FlyQuest. They get both side lanes.
Any other jungler in the world is looking for a wrap over the two pink ones. Inspired's just looking for CS.
Sir, there are red dots on the map.
I will compliment that they made a change that now later into the game you do get full experience off of minions. You know, there's no penalty for junglers being the split pushers nowadays. It is fully efficient here
no
for
Baron
Inspired to
top
pick
wave.
those.
I feel like Flippo should just show himself actually Baron buff after this wave, because it's just cleared so easily without doing that.
Yeah.
FlyQuest a little bit slow on this rotation.
There's only 20 seconds left in the Baron. Honestly, FlyQuest not going to get a ton with it. Cloud9's defense largely successful. FlyQuest, they don't even have the wave ready to go. Finally, that's going to be arriving here in the mid lane, but they don't have the power to really try to force down the tier 2 with it. Quad is going to try to steal away the enemy red buff here, as, it is ultimately secured by JoJo. Nice snipe back.
Okay, JoJo past level 16 now. He's level 17. So these rockets are actually closer to old Corki rockets. When in the past, Corki was just a rocket machine.
Yeah.
Now at level 16, it really does ramp up the damage. You can see also picked up his QSS again. This is a part of the game that you get a little bit worried for FlyQuest, because they didn't punish the lack of flashes. Now Cleanse and QSS both purchased. If this becomes a one-team fight game, C9 have a lot of tools to be able to mitigate the CC that's going to come out and actually turn the fight in their favor.
Yeah, they certainly do. Look at all these tools available. The QSS that you mentioned. On the other side, you actually have the Rakan Mikhails in addition to the multiple arm guard stasis. So FlyQuest, they don't have a lot of time to like pull off their engage, but they do have some useful inventory items here to be able to just flash in, make sure you get the stasis, make sure no one drops down in that split second.
And I think that's the difference between playing against Brand and Lilia, right? Against Brand, he's just going to get his damage off, so you have to be a way to get untargetable, get away from that damage. Lilia, it's all about the sleep into everyone else piling on over the top. So I do like the fact that teams are itemizing specifically for the comp, not for necessarily just what they would normally purchase from the shop, you know. This isn't your weekly grocery list. This is a highly specialized, tailored menu for your opponent.
Exactly. We're leaving the cookie cutters at home. That's for baking desserts with grandma. These guys are dialed into this head-to-head. This is for the buy, remember. This is to be the other team that gets to join your Team Liquid squad spawn and only needing to win a single best of 5 to make it to Worlds. It's a huge advantage.
What are we doing in the buy, by the way? I got a week off for the first time.
I think we're going out, buddy. For old time's sake.
Party like it's 2017?
That's what you're actually playing for, Reapit and Nuke.
Yeah,
what you don't understand, it's the privilege of joining Kobe and Sport on a night out.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. One of them old school good times. Winner of this series locks a first round bye. Loser locked into third place definitively. So it's not like you're going to fall super far, but man, the difference between second and third is just massive considering you get to skip that first round.
Also, like, I don't care what anyone says. I will say this is just a regular season game. It didn't mean anything. We knew we were going to play each other. But getting a win in the last regular season against an opponent you're going to play in 2 weeks, most likely, heavily plays on your mind. You know?
Oh, yeah.
At least as a coach. I hate to lose these games.
I feel like it's huge for morale, one way or the other,
Yeah.
right? C9, again, just trying to have control over the mid lane here. Baron is going to spawn in 30 seconds. Drake going to spawn just 5 seconds earlier. Control over the Herald pit, the Baron pit, whatever you want to call it, the pit. currently owned by FlyQuest, but C9
This is the
quick to
airport
change
pit.
that.
Yeah. This one's got the runway.
Oh, no, I hate the airport. This is the LAX Bear, and it's super clogged up, and everybody's always getting in each other's way.
Here we go. Full flank.
Okay.
Four-way flank.
Whippo and Busio coming around. Cloud9 might have got caught. Immediate engage coming through from FlyQuest as the culling forces Berserker out of the fight. Whippo still taking up in the middle of everybody, but the resurrection has to come through as Masu's going to bring it back. Berserker outfights it. Quad going back in, but he won't be able to find Amir just yet. Busio's about to drop. Masu's going to be cold next as Quad is the only one left standing. Cloud9 is not trapped in here with them. They're trapped in here with Cloud9. A Quadra for JoJo. An ace for 2 for C9.
And that's going to be Cloud9, your second best team in the LCS, acquiring number 2 right here. They will 2-0 FlyQuest. Thanatos teleporting immediately to end it.
FlyQuest thought they had their fight. They thought they had the flank. They thought they had the angle. They thought wrong. Cloud9 will 2-0 this series. They will claim the second spot, and they will earn themselves a bye in the summer playoffs.
Wow, what an impressive fight from C9. Berserker and JoJo going crazy in that one. FlyQuest, they're going to rewatch that 10x times. This is what I'm saying. I don't care what anyone says. That's going to be in the back of their minds.
It was a chaotic ending. Let's join Jat on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. Blabber, I got to ask you about that last fight. What was going through your head?
I thought it was going to be a good fight because I was able to get all my spells off, and they used all their ults on me. So I thought it was going to be a good fight, but, you know, I don't really know. I was kind of inting.
Well, what happened in this series even? Because this is not a typical way that Cloud9 has won this year. You were down in gold in both of these games, but you still came out with 2-0.
I think Game 3 was just pretty hard to play because they swapped on us with Neela. So they were just really far ahead in like XP in gold from just how Neela works in the early game. So it was pretty hard for me to contest like any objective early. But I'm glad we played well, I think, until I flashed in. But I think we played well from behind, and I'm glad we won.
Yeah, what does it mean now to get the second seed for you guys? What kind of importance were you putting on this?
I mean, I think it was more important for us to win, like, for confidence, because last split, we lost to both Fly and TL. And at least being able to beat one of them this split definitely feels really good. I think the seeding-wise, like, we didn't really care too much, because we were going to be third no matter what, right? And I'm assuming TL's not going to choose FlyQuest. So, yeah, we'll probably end up playing them again anyways.
Yeah, it could be a rematch in the playoffs. Going back just a little bit, I know last week after falling to TL, you did say you were proud of the way you guys played, especially responding to the lane swapping. Is that something you feel like you were able to build off of in this week and also in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think that we're that bad at lane swapping. I think Fly is also not that bad. I think TL is just on another level with lane swapping. I think I said that last week as well, but yeah, I think we've definitely improved. This week we practiced a lot of lane swaps and scrims, just forcing it, even in bad situations, to try to improve on it, because we know that's going to be like a big thing going into this playoffs.
And I just got to say, especially in this series, it felt to me as a viewer that Spring Split C9 would not have been able to win both of these games. So with the improvement you guys have shown in Summer Split, how confident are you moving into the playoffs to fight for the championship?
I'm pretty confident. I think that we can definitely be the best team in this playoffs. I think that it's really close. Honestly, between us, TL, and Fly, I think any of us can take it. So I'm just looking forward to having good games.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it. Congratulations, Blabber, on the win.
I'm on Livia. No flash.
Livia flashed in already.
No flash, no Zanya. No flash, no Zanya.
Oh, I'm low.
I can go Zeri, maybe?
We are low.
Q2.
Can we not fight? Okay,
I
then
can't fight.
Nar jumped and flashed.
I think I'm dead.
Sorry.
I'm going.
Okay.
No flash.
Yeah. Look at Berserker. Look at me.
We can win.
Okay, with grabs, sure.
Corki just flashed, but I used ult.
I think I can TP bot now. Can I TP bot?
Yeah. Yeah, go. Follow up.
Corki sleeping there.
I'm on Corki.
We're going on Zeri.
Corki no flash.
Care for yourself, okay? Yeah. I want to go Zeri, guys. Zeri. We end mid.
End mid.
Look Neela after, guys. Look Neela. He's important.
Look
Neela. I'm chilling 2 seconds.
Look Neela.
No flash.
Neela 1 HP.
I'm here with shield.
Hey,
We can maybe get
We can end.
We come to this place for magic, to the Riot Games arena, to laugh, to cry, to care. Because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the lights begin to dim and we go somewhere we've never been before, not just entertained, but somehow reborn, together. Dazzling images on a huge LED screen, sound that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our players feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful. Because here, they are. The LCS. We make playoffs better.
Smoker still stayed.
Good up 30. So Makai has a deep pink
By the
card
bot.
here. I'm basing.
Flash.
He's
Yeah.
deep pink.
Nice.
Keep going, keep going.
This guy's flash card.
Keep going, keep going. Guys, nice.
I can kill. Give me.
Yeah, you get it.
Good job.
Guys, nice.
Double
Plus
kill.
Nice.
Makai
Okay,
forward.
okay, okay. Yeah. They
W4.
cannot dive top.
Did he
us three.
cancel it?
I'm coming.
They're diving top.
Wait,
Look,
wait, wait,
look,
wait.
look, look.
I'm coming.
I don't have anything.
Okay.
They use both sums. They use both sums.
They top.
Gabi.
TNT.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Let's go.
Oh, let him flash. Guys,
Slowly,
Makai no flash,
slowly.
okay?
Q1 seconds.
Coming this way.
They
Yeah.
overpush.
Makai no flash.
Back kind of flash, guys.
Yeah.
We got it.
We got one.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I'm coming,
Heavy
I'm
low.
coming.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Jan, I'm coming to you.
Go flash. Go
Pass the
flash.
flash, guys.
Varus is dead.
Don't
They're
go.
well played.
Yeah, I can go over.
Fresh?
Yeah.
Just kill him.
I press everything.
We use every routine.
I'm coming.
I'm
Two
still,
better.
I'm still down to fight, okay?
Yeah. I used every routine.
Mid turret. They're gonna hit the mid turret.
Okay,
Yeah,
if they hit the
watching,
mid turret,
watching.
I can
I'm
do
gonna
it.
fight.
Not a fight.
Yeah.
I'll TP this.
Yeah. TP it. I'm trying to suck in.
Careful getting sucked in. Play slowly. Fake engage.
Yeah, it's my
We're fine,
flash.
fine, fine,
fine.
Back kind of flash.
형, 나 이쪽 갈게.
I mean, here, go.
Okay. Varus is dead.
Watching
Back
round.
kind of flash. Back
Eat this
kind of
on
flash.
flash.
I'm going
Flash.
small
Let's go back, guys.
Be
Back
careful
kind of
on
flash,
point.
Young.
Can we end?
Team Liquid take game number 1.
Just is hiding here.
Oh, I'm coming.
Just is hiding there. Are you fine?
No cleanse. I'm looking loadless.
I'm coming from behind. I'm coming from behind.
Go to the
I'm
flash.
coming from behind.
Okay.
Evan, China the flash too.
Yeah. Kill them all.
Nice job.
Let's go.
Good job.
Bro, 1
I have
HP.
2 seconds. I have 2 seconds.
He's not flash.
Please
I
blow.
got him. I got
It's not
Talia.
easy. It's not
W.
easy. It's not easy. It's not easy.
I did in 1 second.
I'm gonna die.
I got it. We cannot.
I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead.
Look Jax.
Kind of.
It's fine.
Okay, play out.
What did I use?
Down.
Kind of. It's kind of variable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
That's not that good, guys. That's not that good.
Correct me.
Jan comes in for the easy double. It's match point 2-0 for Team Liquid.
I'm coming mid. My ult 4. I'm gonna kill this mid, okay?
We can just get 3
I'm gonna show soon.
Let's just get 3 and leave.
There's 1 HP.
We got it. No
Good shit.
redemption.
I'm gonna get 3 and leave, okay?
Yeah.
I'm basing now. We can start 1-3-1 after.
Hey.
In comes the Alties from downtown. TL raining hell down on him. Quid, though, trying to get something done. Can't quite do it. Gets burst out by Core and APA. The double TP to mid. It's just Homo alive. He's got no health and no prayer of making this happen.
Wow. Worlds. Umpty, you made worlds.
Wait, really?
Wait, are we on ult?
Yeah, Umpty, you made worlds.
Welcome to the LCS waiting room. We've got a special guest, Worlds qualifier,
So the answer is yes.
Core JJ.
Yeah.
That was funny hearing the end of that. Did you not even realize that that was a Worlds qualification match?
I mean, I realized it, and then I was happy because we made the words. But apparently, Umpty didn't Umpty knew, and then Umpty forgot. Umpty knew, and then Umpty forgot. Something like that.
That's awesome. How did you feel about the series yesterday, though, overall?
During the game, it was not. We didn't play how we wanted to play, so we didn't play the best.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a little bit unsatisfied, but absolutely watching it, still fine. Still we did better than them.
Mm-hmm.
And
A lot better.
That's
a lot better than them,
understatement.
so I'm okay with that.
we had this weird feeling watching the games, and I'm curious how it felt in game. Is even though things would go wrong for you guys, you would almost always have a positive play like 30 seconds or a minute later, which made it feel very hopeless for 100 Thieves. Like Sniper never had a way to play from a positive state. Is that, I don't know, from you, did it feel inevitable that you were going to win, or was it you were so in the moment just making the next play?
Like, for example, even though we made any bad play during the series, like, I never felt like we were gonna lose.
Yeah.
I could definitely feel like we know how to win this game anyway, and then we know they will not gonna win the game because they will not know how to win the game.
Yeah.
So we were very confident, like, playing the game, so that sometimes you can make a mistake.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
So, like, this might be a tough question because with this iteration of the team, you guys had the perfect split, 7-0, a 3-0 going up against 100 Thieves. You guys are now bound for Worlds, but like, with the career that you've had in the LCS, what is different about this team compared to all the like prior iterations of Team Liquid that you've been on that you appreciate, that you like the most?
What I like this team most, like, we play like a team.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing I like it. So, like, you know, when you play like a team, like when individual doesn't play the best, it doesn't matter too much because we're playing a team game.
Yeah.
So I like us playing the team game.
That's good. The biggest example of that for me was actually like game 1 in the series when you were in the lane swap bottom lane solo as support, which like ideally isn't the best because their top laners had an experience. Sure, you have a support experience advantage, but like every time someone goes back to base, it almost feels like the best thing for the team overall is where they go.
Yeah.
Not like the best thing for the top laner to get experience or the best thing for APA to get gold. It's always the best thing for the team, which is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was accident, but we adapted well. I mean, accident, but my level is very high.
Yeah.
So we can actually, I mean, Notrust level 6 is very strong anyway. If we can use it, game is going forward.
Yeah, we're going to have Core JJ here all day with us. Let's check out the updated bracket for the LCS Summer Playoffs. We do have a very important match today with C9 versus FlyQuest. Winner will not only qualify for Worlds, they will be the team that faces Team Liquid in the next round, and that'll also mean they're guaranteed to be in our finals championship weekend. So a lot building up to this series. You got the lower bracket as well, 100 Thieves and Dig, never completely out of it. And these are some highlights from the last time these two teams played, which really wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, it feels like a finals weekend preview versus these two teams. And even hearing from Inspired after the series where FlyQuest ended up losing, said, of course, prior to the series, like, I wouldn't say scared, but they were like intimidated going up against Cloud9, haven't faced them at all in a single round robin. But then when they did, it's like, now you're excited to face them again. Because, like, you know, for how well Cloud9 were playing throughout the entirety of the split, they still hadn't played Team Liquid and FlyQuest up until like the last few weeks. And so, and Cloud9 proved a lot of people wrong with how good they were, especially when they were behind. And that was the most important thing about this series, was that Cloud9 found themselves behind in fights, or at least in the early game, and were able to claw themselves back. So the idea of them needing an early game lead to win wasn't exactly true.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we've seen C9 adapt a lot from when TL faced them and you guys beat them, Core. And I think you saw that in this series. This in particular was their second game, and I actually really appreciated this comp from FlyQuest. I talked about how they actually had some really, really good setup on this comp. Hearing later on that they hadn't necessarily prepped this specific Neela comp and Nautilus top for this game was pretty interesting to hear them go through it. But the most frustrating thing watching this was that they would have really, really good ideas of how to execute it, and then someone would make a mistake, and C9 would immediately punish it. And I think that is another thing that makes C9 so dangerous. As you saw, they won that game with a gold deficit.
Yeah, I mean, how I felt watching the series was like, FlyQuest was like literal double-edged sword. They're gonna make a play for themselves. They're gonna make a play for enemy team.
Yeah.
So like, it depends on how sharp the FlyQuest is sword towards the C9 and then how well C9 can defend.
I love that you said that because this was actually a really close series, and there was one sequence that stood out for me. So this was during that game 2. I'm curious if you have a similar saying to this. You know this area of the map right here, Core? We call this like the Bwipo trapezoid because it feels like he always manages to die here. But I want to point this out. FlyQuest sees Blabber. He's a level 5 Brand. Inspired is a level 5 Lilia already taking Raptors. And we're going to play it out from this point because this was where I think FlyQuest could have had a massive advantage. But because they overplay their hand, it ends up being a disadvantage. So Inspired decides to reinvade to either Red or Krugs while Bwipo tries to take this wave. And I think even though C9 does realize that it's happening and bring people up, he could either take the Red or the Krugs and then get out of there if Bwipo doesn't decide to actually fight Thanatos here. But Bwipo kind of starts the fight on Thanatos. It pulls Inspired off the Red buff while the rest of C9 is coming here. They basically burn everything. Flash ult on Nautilus, he dies. Inspired has to flash ult and then actually make some type of miracle escape. But essentially, if you take the game state that was here to what ends up happening 30 seconds later, this like overreach by Bwipo ends up taking the advantage away from Inspired and Bwipo and really keeping the game stable. So that's just like a small example of FlyQuest being in a good position, but kind of throwing it away over and over again that series.
I mean, the thing is like they always wanted to go forward. They always want to move the game forward. I mean, sometimes there is an obstacle. You just fed off.
Yeah. It happens a lot. And that was an interesting play because for a team like FlyQuest, you even hear from the players how much they want to fight, they want to scrap as much as they can. That's their ideal play style. They don't want to be playing a slow-paced game. You hear from Busio quite a few times, and so that's an issue where that's a bad time to do it. That's a great example for it. That's when you say, actually, guys, let's not do that. And something I wanted to bring up was actually just like an identifier of like FlyQuest's playstyle, because I remember in Spring Split what we talk about a lot of the times is their side lane traps. Like a lot of the times they'll identify that they're trying to make a trap on someone specifically. They did it with Jensen and Inspired. This game, it was Busio sitting in a bush for a solid minute.
How long is too long?
A solid minute plus. Because they were behind at this stage of the game, so he wanted to find an opening, and so he found it off of Palafox, and so it starts the fight. The fact that he was willing to wait as long as he did for this play was, to me, something that was drawing my interest. And in fact, it reminded me a little bit of you, JJ. I don't think you waited in a bush as long as you did, but in terms of like trying to find an angle for your team as an Alistar, now that didn't net him a positive, but it was more the intent that I was looking for and trying to be able to find a play on sides. Is there anything that you see from FlyQuest that is an example of that, or is there something that you see in your plays that ended up doing that? Because that's something that I would say is straight out of Core JJ playbook.
Oh, well, I think he's doing a little bit extreme way, but I think what they're doing is actually making a game forward. They're not just sitting back and waiting for enemy team to make a play so that they gonna lose like automatically. So I think it's annoying to play versus FlyQuest. Like, for example, he was waiting for 1 minute, over 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
If enemy team is not doing anything for 1 minute, this 1 minute is not a waste time.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think it's important against FlyQuest. Enemy team is also fighting, moving forward, moving the game forward, and then fight back.
Yeah, we're going to continue this conversation. Before we do that, we do have a piece of content about Best Junglers NA. I know Umpty was a part of this, Core JJ. We showed part 1 yesterday, and we're going to be able to check out part 2 right now.
Okay.
What is the range of Smite?
600. 600?
650?
600?
600.
No.
Might?
The range.
Holy. 800? 900? 500?
Yeah.
500.
Yeah. What are the names of those empowered smites? They're called something smite.
I don't know. I have no idea, and I have no idea. That's my 2 guesses.
You want to guess? Okay. No one is
I don't know. No.
Is it Primal?
That's one of them.
Primal? I don't know the other one, honestly. I'm not gonna guess.
Power Smite?
If I'm being honest, I don't know what's the second one.
I went Korean, man. I don't know in English.
Primordial Smite?
I'll give you half point for that.
Half point? Oh, okay. Hall.
When do the smites evolve?
When he stacks in 0.
20? 40, yeah.
20 and 0. 20 stacks and a 0 stacks.
20, then you evolve to 900. After you finish the at least of the 20, then the like 40, then you get the 1200 smite.
Start 40 and then 20.
The first smite evolves at 20 stacks on your jungle pet. The second evolves when you are out of stacks.
Did any jungle shoot that wrong?
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, we gotta be ready.
So there are 3 distinct respawn times for these camps. I want you to tell me what the respawn timers are. Starting with Krugs, Raptors, Wolves, and Gromp.
2 minutes 15.
Yes. What about Blue Sentinel and Red Brambleback?
5 minutes.
And what about the Scuttle Crab?
2 minutes 30.
2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Correct.
5 minutes.
And what about the Crab?
2 minutes. Not right.
Incorrect.
2:15.
Yep.
5.
And this Crab?
Crab is 2 minutes?
I actually have no clue. This is where all the junglers get outed. This is where I get outed.
Crab?
Oh, they keep changing this.
What?
Yeah, the Crab is tripping people up.
1:30.
I want to say 2:30.
It is 2:30.
Okay, yeah.
2:15.
Yep.
5 minutes.
Yep. And what about the Rift Scuttle, the old Crabby?
2.5 minutes, 2:30.
It is 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
If you full cleared these 7 camps, so including the Crab, how many total units would you kill?
This is including all the baby Krugs and everything?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Individual units,
Yeah.
like all 7 camps. 24.
19 with 1 crab.
Final answer?
19, yeah.
It's 21.
21?
Oh, 23.
6, 8, 15, 18, 19, 20. I'll say 20, and if it's 19, that sucks.
32. Is it many because of the Krugs?
22? Oh, I was 1 off.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22?
Oh no, the crab! I forgot about the crab! No, give me that, please. I forgot about the crab.
21?
You're the first player to get that right. I'm going to tell you an ability name, and I want you to tell me which champion the ability belongs to.
Okay.
The Iron Mantle.
Guess I'll just go with Sejuani, but I don't think it is.
Iron Mantle. What the hell? I have no idea.
Amumu?
Sinzao?
Skarner.
Airpite?
Wukong? What is it?
Udi is the
Udia? Udia or W?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, hallucinate.
Oh, that's Shaco.
This name is Shaco.
Shaco or Niku?
Oh, Shaco.
What? Something else. I'm just gonna say Evelyn.
It's an ulti.
Shaco.
Hui?
Nocta.
Shaco's ulti.
Ugh, I don't play this champ.
Threaded Volley.
I don't know what that is. I don't even know the meaning.
Kha'Zix?
Oh, Talia. Zyra?
Maybe Rex IQ?
No, I'm not sure about that one.
That's Talia Q.
Yeah. Watch out, Eve.
Watch out. If. It's Lilia spell.
Well, Lilia?
Yeah.
Lilia. Yumi. Lilia.
Really a W?
Poppy?
Lilia?
Yeah, Lilia.
Oh, Lilia. Oh, that was easy.
Endless Banquet is the last one. This is someone's ulti.
Here's that one, the Zyra.
Endless Banquet. That's Bel'Veth.
Yep.
Warwick?
Okay, Velvet. Thank you.
Bel'Veth?
It's Belvedere.
Oh, okay.
Bel'Veth ulti.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This is Bel'Veth's ult.
It is Belvedere.
I actually play Bel'Veth, so.
Nice.
I wanna cheat.
Good stuff from the LCS Junglers. Here's the arrivals for today, though. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest as we get into the nitty-gritty of this series. You can't really discuss C9 and FlyQuest without talking about the full clear guys.
That's true.
Blabber and Inspired.
Blabber is doing quite well.
Yeah, you know what's really funny though is I remember interviewing him after one of his Karthus games, and he was just like, "Yeah, I'd actually rather be on Sejuani." Like unironically,
No,
I was
he's
like,
lying.
"Yeah." I don't know. Are you calling Blabber a liar, Rez?
Yes. Yeah, yes, I am. But no, like, yes, you're right. Both of these junglers are definitely ones that their team will play around them in either the elite pick. I remember in beginning of the split, we were seeing a lot more Kindred coming out of Inspired, a lot more options with carry options specifically. But Inspired by the end of the split was moving towards like Ivern picks and such like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was cool to see that development from Inspired in terms of how he plays with his lanes. With C9 and Blabber, I think the platonic ideal of this team is like C9 has pushing standard lanes, and Blabber is so efficient around playing with the pressure that his laners can get.
Absolutely. These teams also in general did have some pretty solid award season votes. We got Blabber as the first team, all LCS jungler, Inspired second team. Then all their teammates are just one team behind them.
True.
So you have the rest of them on second team All-Pro and all third team All-Pro. But in terms of general votes, every player on both of these rosters did end up getting recognized for being in the top 15 players in the league. And there's another point about C9 here with how poor their spring was into how successful they've been in summer with the addition of Reaper.
Yeah, with Reaper, it was interesting. At the very beginning of the split, just trying to ask him questions based off his coaching philosophy. He talked about 5 great individuals sticking together. That makes a great team. That's what he believes in, like developing the individual players and then putting in some team things. Like that's always interesting to me because a lot of the times a coach will come in with the perspective of like, team play, team play, team play. Try and hammer that in. Whereas he's talking about like trying to make the individual players greater and making that the pillar.
Yeah, because I've been experienced like a lot of times, like some teams are doing a team play so that they are not sacrificing, they're killing themselves. So that team play doesn't even work. Like individual players are the one playing the game, making a game forward, but they're not making a game forward, like they're just like giving their burden to the other, like to the team. So that they're not carrying the game. But I think these two teams are willing to carry the game. Their individual are like to play the game, like they want to carry the game, they want to be the superstar. So I like to watch.
What do you like about Cloud9 the most? Because they were the team that made the biggest jump from spring to summer. Spring, really poor play, I think, across from just individual play and team play, but it feels like they really have been a strong team. What have you liked about Cloud9?
So I think in the spring split, I think their laner was like kind of similar anyway. But I think if you go to the like middle late game, I don't feel like we can lose. And I think they don't have a like. When you are playing the game, I don't know what they are thinking. But like now, I can tell what they are thinking.
Thanatos also in his first split in the LCS has put up some pretty nice statistics, even if his complete synchrony with the team isn't 100% there. He has definitely been an absolute behemoth in lane, Emily.
Yeah, I think the ability of him to create pressure, again, a lot of the time in standard lanes, has been absolutely massive. It's been a huge difference maker for C9. The things that he has slightly improved on, and I'd like to see him improve on more. I know Bwipo was calling out apparently Thanatos. He lanes really well, but then it's bringing him into team fights that I think the team has increasingly been getting good at, but is also, I think, just something that happens when you have a rookie coming in, right? Like you need to get him involved with the team, and I think he has looked better in recent series, to your point, Core, where you're talking about how you can see a lot more with what they're doing in terms of the team play.
I also want to call attention to some stats. I brought this up on broadcast last week with the live by Bwipo or die by Bwipo, and I want to explain what's happening on the screen here. So, and Corey, you can see this as well. Essentially, this is when a player is ahead in gold at 14 minutes compared to their opponent, and behind in gold at 15 minutes in terms in comparison to their opponent. So you can see in most games, Bwipo would actually be ahead at 14 minutes, and they're 11-2 when he does that. However, in the 9 games he's been behind at 14 minutes, they've only won 33% of their games. So you can see when he's behind, that's worse than any other player on their team being behind. But when he's ahead, that's better than any other player on their team being ahead. And I feel like this is kind of because he is so good at pushing his advantages, and we have some teamfight clips, or we had some teamfight clips as well from last week when he just literally took over a teamfight as Renekton. When he was ahead in the game, he can create so much space in these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, he himself has said, like, it's also part of his own philosophy, right? Where he feels like when he has a lead, he is the one that should carry, and when his teammates have a lead, he feels like they should be the ones that can carry, and then he's the one that takes a step back. I know that's something he said a few times now about their overall team play.
And now this is from a Volibear game where he was definitely not ahead. He comes flying in from the top of the screen. And you can see why when he's behind in the game, he almost seems to be playing exactly the same way, but just doesn't have the power.
That's kind of the problem that I've seen from him, especially in the Volibear game where they were playing towards a bot side play, and you're now pulling in Quad and other members to when you're, when you're already behind. So moments like that where I'm like, okay, that's a little iffy. And especially, I think the philosophy that he's espoused is true, where it's like, if I'm ahead, I should be the one communicating the most.
Yep.
And it's up to my teammates to be able to pick up the ball when they have a lead and I'm the one behind. A lot of the times, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. It just doesn't appear to be happening that way.
And Raz, this is also just some additional context. These are the same stats for Cloud9, less dependent on one player, right? Like when they're ahead, things are going extremely well, and there's not a massive difference between who's ahead. Blabber just happens to be ahead slightly more. And then one thing that they've really improved on is I'd say these are very high win rates for when they are behind at 14, especially compared to last split. But it is definitely more of a win together, lose together with Cloud9, whereas I feel like FlyQuest is a lot more kind of about just Whippo.
Yeah, also one thing I found interesting was that Quad, when he was ahead, was like 13-5, which means like he won.
He's ahead a lot.
He was ahead like 18 games. He was like most player like. And I think mid lane is very important when especially like teams like FlyQuest, everyone wanna play like their game. They wanna play really aggressive. When everyone wanna play their game, mid lane is very important.
Very insightful stuff. And also, in case you missed it last week, you can now subscribe to the Twitch channel, the LCS Twitch channel. Paid and gifted subs will unlock an in-game emote, and all subs unlock the typical Twitch features like badges and emotes. Also, linked Discord accounts get access to sub-only chat and content. And also, Court, this is exciting for you, potentially. Riot will match all proceeds from the subscriptions to the LCS Championship prize pool.
That's a big winner right there.
Make Court some money.
Gotta win 2 more series. I caught up with JoJo and Inspired as well ahead of today's series. Let's take a look at that. Thank you. I'm here with Inspired and JoJo. And for me, it feels like we've been waiting for the best of 5 between FlyQuest and C9 almost the whole split. How important does it feel now to know that the winner of this series goes to Worlds, but more importantly, like you would be able to beat JoJo? How does it feel?
Yeah, I think that the ego battle is a bit more important than the Worlds.
I mean, to be honest, the loser has to verse 100 Thieves later on anyways to go to Worlds, so I think the series is more about ego, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what's your confidence level going into the series, JoJo, against FlyQuest? And what do you think your biggest advantage is, either individually or as a team?
I mean, I think last time when we 2-0'd them, I don't even think we played well. So like that kind of gives us confidence because I don't think that was even our 100% form. I think it was like maybe 60, 70, and then like I don't think FlyQuest played their best either, but I'm pretty sure if we play our best, they play their best, I don't think it'll be close.
And Inspired, what do you think the biggest advantage for FlyQuest would be going up against C9?
I don't know, I feel like we might be better when the game is even, like at making correct decisions in order to get a lead. So I think if we will make the game stable, we'll probably be in a better spot than them.
I disagree. I think when the game is like really hectic and a lot of fighting, that's when FlyQuest is better. I think when it's really even, they struggle, so we'll just see.
We'll see.
Final question. Do you have any thoughts or things you'd want to say to maybe get into each other's heads before the series?
I mean, not really. I'm just going to play League. Hopefully I play some good League, and then that's good enough.
Yeah, I guess the same, yeah. We'll see.
All right. Good luck to you guys. We're done from here. They channeled their coaches on the last question, unfortunately. Good match between the two of them. I tried to get it. I tried to get it.
You made the attempt.
Let's look at the predictions. FlyQuest versus C9. Are there any FlyQuest enjoyers?
Any believers?
No. Wow, we're boring across the board.
That's kind of crazy.
Huh.
If I knew you guys would choose this one, I would flip it.
Yeah. How does FlyQuest win then, Core? If we're doing the fake flip?
FlyQuest 3-0.
How's it gonna happen?
I don't know, they just randomly win the first game and then C9 get mental boom. And then I think when FlyQuest get their momentum, I think they have a really clear idea how they win the game.
Yeah.
So I think if FlyQuest start winning one game, maybe they get a huge momentum.
I could see it. So are you going to officially flip-flop?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
FlyQuest 3-0.
You've convinced them.
Yeah.
Of course, flip-flopped. Emily, how do you feel like C9 take this?
I think C9 showed that they're better, and there we go, Core. They're better in responding to lane swap situations, which I think should be what FlyQuest game plan is going in. I also think we've talked a lot about how the mid lane meta has opened up. We didn't even talk about JoJo.
True.
Azir is one of his best champions. I love how he plays that champion, what he brings to team fights, as well as the way he can control the map. So I think that could also be really crucial to C9. Another benefit to a team that was already doing super well.
You know what's a recent pick versus Azir?
There's a lot.
There's a
You
lot,
know what
Raz.
Quad has been playing in solo queue.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Bring out the Nasus, Quad. Change the dynamic
We
of
wanna
this
see it.
series.
If Nasus beat the Azir, it's gonna be 3-0.
There we go.
There you have it. Winner of this series qualifies for the World Championship and the winner bracket final to face Team Liquid next week. We're done here from the lounge. Let us start the games.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
What season is it right now? Big season.
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
He kind of like stole my whole flow.
Welcome back to the Summer 2024 LCS Playoffs. There is a battle brewing today, my friends. Number 2 ranked Cloud9 took down number 3 FlyQuest just a couple weeks ago. And today, they're rematching right here, right now, for that shot at Worlds and a chance to play at the YouTube Theater on Finals weekend. Kobe, Azael, let's do it, boys. I'm looking forward to this one.
It's going to be a good one. I feel like a lot of people have been looking forward to this match for a long time. Number 2 versus number 3, playing for a chance to fight TL, playing for a chance at Worlds. It's going to be exciting.
Little refresher on the last time we had the 2-0 FlyQuest versus Cloud9.
Refresh me.
It was actually Quad with back-to-back Lucian games, and he solo killed JoJo in the mid lane. And FlyQuest actually had good early games in both those matches, but then ended up losing, of course, as you know, ended up throwing a couple of those. And Captain Flowers, what you scratching at?
Well, if we're talking about mid lane, if we're talking about having some respect for Quad, we are respecting the dog here in the bans. The Nasus ban alongside the Ezreal at Senna for C9 to kick things off. FlyQuest targeting JoJo as well with the Azir and Yone bans alongside the Rumble.
We have a lot of Showmaker fans here, okay? Yeah. So they know, and they've been scouting your solo queue, Mr. Quad, so they banned the Nasus away, and they just pick up the Tier 1 Turbo Farm jungler everybody loves, Lilia.
It is really interesting to see how many teams have either been ignoring Senna or banning it on blue side, though, because this champion I feel like is so strong right now, but not everyone is willing to play it.
It doesn't feel that much like a Berserker Vulcan champion to me, I guess, is my big problem with it for C9. Like, you know, if you leave it up on blue side, I just don't see that being the duo that really wants to take this. I mean, hey, you've described the new Senna as Soraka with a gun?
Yeah.
So maybe
that sounds so cool to me, though.
Soraka with a gun, baby.
That sounds so cool to me. Bang, bang, you're healed now.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang, you're alive.
Not dead.
Now, FlyQuest, though, they lock in some very strong lane picks here. Okay. You can already tell what they're going for. And this is kind of something that we saw last time they played Cloud9, where people are used to FlyQuest, much more scaling, much more team fight later, but they actually invested a lot of draft resources in strong lanes. Ashe, incredibly strong early lane for bottom lane, no matter what support you put it with, and Renekton, very similar there.
And it's going to be really interesting because there has been a lot of talk about how FlyQuest is live by the Bwipo, die by the Bwipo. You know, he is going to be this guy who's playing hyper aggressive, who's kind of making the game about him for better or for worse. When he's ahead, he can often really take over, but when he's behind, he can sometimes solo lose a game.
Speaking of living and dying by things, we had a nice Crabber sign there that they just showed full screen. Blabbers, Crabbers as well. Definitely going to be easy for Lilia to always at least pick up one of those, but we have the Ivern lock in for the other side here for Inspired. These are our 2 best junglers in the league, at least as voted on for the All Pros. You know,
Team Liquid has some things to say about that.
I voted for Umpty yesterday, but as a player of the series. But these two junglers are absolute stars in the league, and it's very interesting to see Inspired going for the Ivern here, since he is known as the CEO of Full Clear, and Blabber is like the other CEO, I guess.
The CFO.
The CFO. They're the CFO there under him. But Ivern has an insanely fast first clear, but after that will drop a lot of camps compared to other junglers. Ivern doesn't necessarily need as much gold because you're building support items, but it's definitely not one of those CEO repeat full clear type of champs.
Also, just fun little throwaway stat. This is the first NASA ban in the LCS since summer 2013.
What? I guarantee that was against Zion Spartan. That was a Darshan ban. I almost guarantee
Even his
that.
teacher calls him Zion Spartan. Dude, I was still in college the last time Nasus got banned.
It was against Curse. Wow, against Curse.
I wonder if
Curse
was around the last time
Nasus got banned? Boy was definitely cooking. So
was he top lane at that point? Because he was top and then he went mid.
I mean, he cooked so hard, like they would play that mid probably. I don't know. That is a long time ago.
Yeah.
That is back in the days where we had GG playing Ash mid and stuff too.
Yeah.
So anyways,
back when his name was GG. Oh, we'd alt mid and then you TP and try to kill the person.
Back to reality though, boys.
All right. Time machine done. Time capsule reburied. It's Braum and Orianna banned out by C9, with Ziggs and Jhin being banned out by FlyQuest. They will now lock in the Smolder for themselves. Whenever I see a team pick Ivern, I like to see them have two marksmen with it because he synergizes so well with them. Yeah. And Smolder has become an absolute menace in the mid lane. It also does feel like FlyQuest is a little bit light on hard engage. Yes, you have the Ash Arrow, but you are looking for some sort of hard engage support to actually pair alongside this, very likely. Braum obviously is really good. That's been banned out with the double marksman, but I do think FlyQuest needs some sort of engage. Otherwise, you get like one Mikhail's, one type of thing like that, and you can kind of totally answer their only real way into the fight.
Well, we've got Busio, thankfully, for that here for FlyQuest.
Vein support, just what you need.
Yeah, perfect. That's what you're thinking, right? You're a flash condemn.
A flash condemn, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
That is the best engage you can think of. Well, they're going to go with the second best option. Sorry, Azael. It is the Alistar instead into the Leona MF combo. I love this combo. Ivern, definitely one of the susceptibilities is that you get bursted in these AoE combos, you can't get your shields out, and you are in fact squishy if they can land like a Leona ult, if Casante's getting in there. It also sets up pretty nicely with Lilia. There's a cool interaction with Sleeps and Misfortune Ultimate. If Lilia is going to be able to put him to sleep, then you just blast him over the top with the Misfortune Ultimate. So there's a lot of wombo combos here for Cloud9.
That's one of those combos that always gets talked about every time it gets drafted and never gets seen. I feel like it never, ever
happens. But then the one time it happens, it's going to be really good payoff. It's going to be good payoff, okay?
I will also say there's not that many easy ways to stop the MF ult. Like, yes, there is Alistar combo, but if Alistar starts out a fight, Ash can only stop it with the ulti. Ivern can't stop it at all unless it's a Daisy windup on 3 hits. Smolder can't stop it at all. So there's not that many different targets that have to be stopped and marked for this MF to get a really, really good ult. Sometimes we're seeing it, and there's like 3 or 4 things you constantly have to watch out for. We saw, in this series yesterday, it was Dokla and his Poppy even, stopping MF ults and things like that that were really, really difficult to deal with. But MF could be really effective, I feel like, in this game. It's another reason why she loves working with Leona. It means you don't have to work against Leona, who is normally one of those really good answers into it. So much pressure, I think, on both the supports here in this opening game, being the primary engage tools for their teams. The rest of the options, there's some chances for pick here and there, like you gentlemen have already alluded to. But I'm looking at Vulcan, and I'm looking at Busio. They've both been big generators for action on their squads. And both squads are subscribed to that same philosophy here in game number 1. Speaking of philosophies, I ran into Busio and Bwipo backstage just before the series today. I asked them if they were ready for this, if this was going to be the revenge tour for the last time these teams met. Busio said absolutely. Bwipo said, well, we've done a lot of prep. If our prep is good, we will win. If it's not, we suck. That was direct quote.
All right. If prep good, win. Got it. All right. Well, we did have their duo lane go up topside. As you can see, they are up topside and looking for the lane swap here. Blabbers, Crabbers are ready to take to action in chat. I love lane
lane swaps.
This is interesting. I mean, FlyQuest obviously trying to hide the fact that it is a lane swap. We did see some evolutions to lane swap over the last couple of weeks. We had Core even, farming a wave as a Nautilus support yesterday.
Yeah.
We had, the day before, some situations where the support was actually just full leashing and taking the traditional role of the top laner, and the top laner was laning 2v2 with the AD top to get more XP. So we are seeing some different iterations of it. And for now, Thanatos doesn't know that it is a lane swap. He's probably going to get the news now, but Renekton is still up there. And yeah, Thanatos obviously suspicious. The bot lane hasn't shown down bot. So now the question is, can Bwipo get anything done here, or is he going to leech a little XP? Looks like he realizes, okay, the jig is up. So he's likely to go harass enemy jungler, look for a gank mid, or something like that.
And actually, he's going to go over a ward as he goes mid. So if JoJo loses anything here, then it will be hilarious. But Bwipo did pass over that ward in the river.
Not if you're his team.
Also, it's pretty much impossible to lose anything to level 1 Renekton.
He can slice on you in auto attack.
He also emoted right there.
What does he do?
Give it a little bit away.
There it was, yeah. Slice.
I mean, it's basically -1 potion. It looks really funny, but it's basically -1 potion, right? He did about 150 damage to him. He had a slice dice, and I think 1 auto. So it's not a terrible amount of damage. In a close lane, it sometimes can make a difference, but it's also like, what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
You don't have any other job, so he just doesn't get down here for the crashing wave. He's down there, and now Quad's going aggressive.
Yeah, Quad immediately just trying to push JoJo further and further back, taking advantage of that incredible Renekton pressure. As bottom side, Bwipo's turret is going to start losing a lot of plates. They'll want to hit level 2 here, as Vulcan takes a single turret shot and then gets back away.
So it's interesting. Look at what FlyQuest are doing. Because they have no vision on the Lilia, they have kept Ivern here. Inspired did not go to collect his channeled camps on the other side. So Red Quadrant is still fully channeled, not picked up, and he's waiting for his Gromp, waiting on this blue side because they did not have any vision on Lilia and were unsure if Blabber was going to skip camps to go for the actual dive on the Renekton or if he was full clearing. Benefits for Cloud9, he was full clearing, was not stopping on camps to come over, and so they actually get a little bit of time advantage there. Now Inspired can go back to his red side and pick up the channeled camps, as well as the top side scuttle, since he still has his smite.
So these lane assignments have been pretty interesting from FlyQuest. Obviously, Busio early base came back down bot to cover Bwipo as well, alongside Inspired. Masu pushed out top, and then Bwipo base and TP's back top, so they're just making the swap down towards bottom. We can see Vulcan is basing now, so I'm going to be interested to see where he goes out on the map, because Busio sitting here holding this wave. Are they going to return back down to bot? And it looks like no. Vulcan's actually heading up towards top right now, alongside Blabber, so both teams being pretty active on the map. And I'll be interested to see when Berserker bases, if he's going to go top and they're going to TP Thanatos bot to catch that wave.
And so there's two things that FlyQuest kind of lost out on in this lane swap. It was a tiny bit of top lane experience advantage, but mainly it is actually jungle camp timers being way later now for Inspired on his red quadrant, since he was much more delayed on actually going to collect those and get them to respawning. So the respawn timers are going to be a little bit desynced there, as well as the extra money on bottom side with 2 turret plates were the price on the bottom side tower that they actually had to pay.
Flash for flash here in mid lane as Vulcans roam up towards that JoJo versus Quad matchup, forces the Smolder flash. Yeah, they're not going to get any damage out of it, but they'll be happy to make that enemy mid laner more vulnerable, see if they can make a return trip sometime soon. Busio versus Vulcan is exactly what you would expect from support versus support. Not really a whole lot there, no matter how many abilities get landed. Inspired's going to take the chance to move into the enemy jungle here for a little bit. He's standing right on top of a ward. But let's see if they can find a nice collapse here. JoJo rotating down to him. Blabber's made his way in. Quad's also still looking to follow JoJo, turn this into a 2v2 if that's what Cloud9 wants. But Busio's ready to rotate up now as well, and they'll see the Alistar making his entry. So, again, it's just about the chicken camp, and that is secured for Blabber.
And this has just been so good for Cloud9. They keep on winning out here, and a lot of it is jungle efficiency. As long as JoJo doesn't give up anything meaningful here, a little bit of chunk damage, that's about it. I mean, they had full vision of the Alistar. Blabber, again, was on the speed clear with Lilia. You are going to just rocket ahead of an Ivern in clear speed here. Ivern is not able to go up and contest camps when people are nearby to touch him. If you touch him, he's not going to be able to get his channels off, not going to be able to steal away anything. And Blabber's pace here is very nice on the Lilia. Faded Ashes already. And so now Ivern is actually going to collect the delayed respawn on his red quadrant. We will see about the Void Grubs as well, since I believe Whippo on the top side should have the lane pushing for himself. And with Cloud9 taking Dragon, you really want to be able to take those Void Grubs, even though Ivern is very, very slow at them. Definitely not a great Void Grub taker.
Yeah, and he actually hasn't taken any just yet. He just took the Scuttle, and it was going to be pretty hard for C9 to contest that because Quad had the earlier base, so he was back to lane. Whippo had pushed tops. They had double pushed in solo lanes. But because they've actually delayed it this much, Blabber now going to potentially invade, try to take away some camps, or maybe even look for some sort of a dive angle. Looking like he is going to meet Inspired at the Wolves.
This is a Wolf camp that is channeled too, so as long as Inspired's able to get in range, chases him off. Blabber knows there's no way he's going to be able to finish those. All you have to do then is touch them as Ivern, and we'll go to the other side. Meanwhile, Whippo actually went to go proxy in top lane, since they did not opt to use his top lane pressure for Void Grubs. So he gets a wave there, proxying, and we'll get an earlier recall.
Look at Blabber, though, right back in onto the blue. He's going to re-invade as Inspired went to go pick up his Krugs on top side that he'd already channeled on, and now they're going to catch Masu on the way back.
Oh, Cloud9 has made the move. Masu has to flash away, but the flash follow coming in from Blabber here with the blooming blows. There's the interaction, the bullet time, and the sleep. It's first blood with a side of support for C9, 2-0.
I got it. We got the sleep time right there. The sleepy time. Finally. That's why we always set it up so you can get the payoff. The bullet time is coded like as damage over time. It's very contrary to what you would think, since it's waves of bullets. But the waves of bullets are not hitting you. It's damage over time.
Well, Blabber now has to be careful, trying to get away from this one. Mom roars in, and Blabber dies before he can hit him with the Eep. Quad survives with 100 health, and Inspired is still chasing after JoJo. FlyQuest doing a good job here, getting something back. The punish on Blabber after he had used the flash back in the bottom lane. JoJo at 200 HP. Daisy still being annoying, but not annoying enough to really put a threat on his life. So 1 kill back for FlyQuest, but it's still a 1,000 gold lead here for C9.
It is nice to grab that kill, though, slow down the tempo of Blabber a little bit, because he was getting a bit out of control here, and you didn't want him to be able to run over to Grubs and get that. Also, here it is one more time. They force the cleanse, immediate ignite, the flash forward, double Q, there's the sleep, and then the ulti, Berserker positions, sets it over the top. The ulti tried to come out there from Masu to find some sort of an interrupt on that follow-up, but it wasn't really able to do anything.
Nice, good shit. Ash both sounds better.
Ivern top side.
Good calls, okay. It's fucking insane.
Ivern top. Here.
Vulcan timing sums as well here. But yeah, I mean, Blabber actually was pulled off the blue buff to go for that play too, so didn't get the blue buff before going for it, and now Inspired goes in and yoinks his red.
This is a tale of jungle thievery, Kobe. Everybody's just trying to get away with getting more buffs than they are normally allocated, as Inspired will take that one and head back into the safety of the river. Blabber is now going to enter into his bottom side jungle. Yes, he will find his chickens and Krugs ready to go, but that red stolen away is the big prize.
It's so interesting to see how delayed Grubs have been, just because there's been so much action on the bottom side, and because of all of these invades. It's so atypical in a pro game to not have Grubs taken on spawn, especially with a champion like Lilia in the game, who really excels at taking them.
I kind of like Cloud9's bot side focus though, and the Blabber pathing of full clears down towards the bottom side repeatedly here. Let's see what he can do, because now he's got his other component for his Leandries, and as soon as you're able to combine that, then Cloud9 really get to push things forward. Looks like Vulcan gonna take his opportunity right now to push things forward, and they go for another repeat invade, but they actually don't go all the way up to Wolves here. So Blabber does not go to the fully channeled Wolves, just resets instead.
And since we've just now crossed the 10-minute point, this is really important, even on what you were talking about with the Grubs, Isaac. The Grubs respawn 4 minutes after you kill the first pot. That can't happen if the clock is past 14. It has to be the Herald. So we cannot hit enough Grubs to spawn Grub babies this time, one way or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that we're going to see Blabber go up towards them now, because he did finish the Leandries, so he has that big one-item power spike. Even if you can't get the spawns, it's still good experience. You know, it's still nice to have that little bit of extra damage onto those turrets. So it's going to take the opportunity to get 3, but I can't remember a single LCS game this split where we didn't actually get both sets of Grubs taken.
Yeah, we definitely have. I definitely, there were a couple, but like you're saying, Flowers, right now, he has no camps up, and this is basically just a supercharged camp.
Big camp.
Yeah, the golden experience in those things is definitely worthwhile. Even if you don't get the little void might spawns later on, still get some nice little bit of true damage.
Yeah, okay.
And some nice little bonuses since they are desynced with the dragon very nicely here. And so now Blabber can either look for Renekton or go for another full clear as his full camps are respawning now.
Well, we do have a 1,500 gold lead, plus both of the early neutral objectives here for C9. So they're off to a very nice early game thus far. 10 seconds until our next dragon spawns. And JoJo's putting the pressure on Quad back here in the mid lane. Checking in on Smolder stacks, it's 92 for Quad at 11.5 minutes. So doing all right, but not crazy pacing.
And if we look at the possibility of another dragon fight, as you see Vulcan kind of waiting in the brush here around JoJo, so JoJo goes for an aggressive trade. The key things you're looking at are first item completions and teleports for top laner. So Cloud9 are kind of primed here with Misfortune having a full Bloodthirster, whereas Masu on Ashe, not only is he behind, didn't get the early turret plate money, but also went for the upgraded Berserker Greaves, so he's not going to be anywhere close to a first item Ashe, even though you think of Ashe with the arrow being really good for actually starting out one of those fights. Cloud9 just have really nice single item power spikes here, so they started out and they're burning it down currently, but Busio may be looking for something here. Inspired does have his redemption.
Okay, C9's got this down to 2,000 HP. Bowling Ball misses. Lucio's still staying as far forward in this tri-brush as he can, but there's just no luck there. That's just going to be another dragon claim by C9.
Yeah, I think that's just correct. It's like you're kind of outmatched right now. You're facing the fully Leandries and the full Bloodthirster here, so definitely back off as they also had vision control.
And Quad wasn't even there, so it would have been 3v4 if they tried to go in. I think it would have been Death Sentence. But that is two very fast dragons for Cloud9. You know, only 12 minutes in. They've already got two, so do have to worry about a potential soul. It is unlucky for Cloud9, a Chemtech soul that is going to be spawning up. So not one of the ideal ones, but still can be pretty worthwhile.
I mean, you've got Cassante, who kind of puts himself at half health by ulting anyway.
That's fair.
So you're always going to find like some value out of that, I feel like. Whippo versus Thanatos, though, has been pretty much what you would expect out of Renekton versus Cassante. It equalizes pretty well, unless the Renekton gives Cassante an angle for one of those big, like, multiple knockbacks underneath the turrets. So.
And it's going to be really interesting because we actually saw the quote, you know, from Whippo talking about Thanatos versus, yeah, he has a really good laning phase, but he doesn't really know what to do out of lane, basically. You know, that's where he struggles. He struggles in the macro and the team fighting. And so this lane has gone very even. So if Whippo's right in that regard, you know, he should be the one that has the advantage from this situation. We also heard, you know, from both JoJo and Inspired, their interview, and it was kind of interesting hearing their opinions on it, right? On like where the teams would be successful. JoJo saying that he thought if it was a slow game, that it really favors Cloud9, and he felt that Inspired, you know, and FlyQuest really succeed more in these chaotic situations, which we definitely do not have in game number one.
Yeah, Cloud9's team fighting is one thing that has been consistent in, I feel like, the majority of their games. They have been really, really good at dissecting a lot of these team fights, and since they are now heading into a very stable mid game to be able to do that from, it just seems like game number one has really gone the way that Cloud9 envisioned straight from Champ Select all the way till now. You know, you've got your Lilia really controlling a lot of the jungle and neutral objectives here. He's gotten every single neutral objective that anyone has gotten in this game so far, and that's generally what you want as Lilia versus Ivern. Plus they have quite good scaling options for themselves later on too, so we'll see. Even though you are going into an Ivern later, and sometimes those team fights do get annoying with the healing and shielding and double AD carries, I guess mainly the thing Cloud9 will now keep in mind is we got to pay attention to Quid and Quid stacks on the Smolder. If the Smolder got out of control, excuse me, Quad. That's the first time. That's the first time it happened to me. But Quad, Quid was also a good Smolder, so.
True.
They're not allowed to play the same
like
champ.
that. They'll get you.
But he's at he passed the 125 points, so we'll see.
Not too bad. And when you are in mid lane, sometimes you can pick up those side lane jungle camps and stuff. But last time these two teams did meet, it was actually early games that went the way of FlyQuest, and it was still Cloud9 that came out on top through that team fighting that you're talking about, Kobe. You know, some really big performances in particular from JoJo and Berserker in that one, really showing up in those 5v5s. So now Cloud9 in a more comfortable position, especially now nearly 3,000 gold in the advantage. They still have Herald in pocket. They can use that to set up for this next dragon, which would put them at Soul Point. I do think that at some time soon, FlyQuest kind of have to disrupt the status quo. They can't just allow this game to keep going the way it's going. Sure, you can say, we have Smolder, we're scaling, but Smolder is not like early Smolder. You know, yes, the true damage execute is good, but the execute itself doesn't scale up. It's just the burn damage scales up, so it always stays at that really low percentage. So I do think they have to disrupt this third dragon, or I'm going to be pretty concerned for their chances in this game.
And guess who the counterpart to the Smolder is who's scaling? Is the Corki. And
yeah, I think Corki scales better.
Corki is insane. So yeah, FlyQuest, I think you really need to make use of your Ash Arrow if you're going to make use of anything at the moment. To get one of those picks on somebody who is rotating through, you know, got to set up some vision here. Bucio is on the Alistar that can have some flank angles. So FlyQuest, I definitely agree. They're probably going to have to set up some sort of Ash Arrow play fairly shortly before Cloud9 just become too powerful as a group, because they're already really taking away these outer towers. Bottom outer tower is already dead, and they've rotated Berserker up to topside to finish up this topside one too.
Whippo eating a lot of damage here as the bullet time heads towards him, but a redemption from Inspired's going to guarantee Whippo can walk away. The turret, though, does not stay standing. C9
mid lane
gold
next.
Grows to over 3,000. The Herald will charge into the mid lane tier 1. The charge is enough to kill it all alone. 3,500 gold lead for Cloud9. 17 minutes into the game. FlyQuest is starting to bleed.
And if you remember back to the beginning of the season, and even some of the mid-season games for Cloud9, people would criticize them for not being stable enough once they got leads. They were like, oh yeah, you're first in the league for early game, of course, but you just smash lanes and then you kind of throw later, right? They are so step-by-step objective focused in the last few series that we've seen from them. They have really fallen into line, it feels like. Maybe Reaper got a little strict with the objective focus, but they have really gone by the book and have focused every single one down in order. You know, stack your dragons, get your outer turrets down, move into the jungle now, take over jungle vision, and it just feels so much more methodical here for C9. And after hearing the interview at the beginning of this game, when you were talking about JoJo and Inspired there, I agree with the JoJo side, where he was like, yeah, we'll just keep it stable, and I think we have a huge advantage, certainly in this game, with this setup they do.
Well, and I think it's exemplified by the full season records for these teams. You know, you can talk about consistency. Well, Cloud9 only lost 3 games, you know, this whole split long. They have been very consistent. No, excuse me, Cloud9 has only lost to 3. FlyQuest has lost to 7, obviously have dropped a lot more. And I do think C9, despite some of those kind of talks about, oh, maybe they're throwing some of these games or being a little bit silly in some situations, you know, Thanatos had made a mistake here or there, they've been good.
Okay, Whippo threatening the potential posture from a dive here, but it ain't gonna work out. Thanatos shows up to protect JoJo. Daisy left behind here, just going to eat a couple of more bullets. 50 gold over to JoJo on that one. FlyQuest tried to overload, go for a push, try to snag this tier 1 when Cloud9 wasn't looking, but Cloud9 responds in time to still keep it standing. FlyQuest have not claimed a single objective this game. C9 has 3 turrets, 3 grubs, Rift Herald, 3 dragons.
Yeah.
Where's the... Nothing but donuts over here for
FlyQuest. Whole map flowers.
Yeah, FlyQuest has just struggled to have any sort of an impact on the Rift. And Azale, you already mentioned it. You know, Cloud9 has been stacking these early Drakes. They're on Soul Point now. We are running out of time for FlyQuest to continue conceding things. They must step up and fight.
And that's what really makes you nervous in a game like this, is when you wait to Soul Point, you don't get a gimme, you don't get a mistake anymore. One pick, one miss smite, you know, one mistake in a team fight means they get soul and they can take a stranglehold on this game. It's already a 4,000 gold lead. You add in a good 4,000 gold in stats generally is what people say for a soul. You know, that puts it pretty far out of reach. So we'll see if FlyQuest are going to find that proper setup, if they're going to be first to the dragon and be able to set something up.
Well, they do have their 2-item core here for Quad. He does have his Muramana transformed, and you're going to have to pray to the Ivern gods that you can actually keep a team fight up, but more and more objectives the way of C9.
Quad's not going to get to 225, though, so it's not really even that threatening. Great, he has 2 items, but he still has quite a few stacks to go. I mean, maybe if they give him the jungle camps and they let him bounce between waves and give him all the stacks, he could get it. I really think they should be donating everything into this dragon.
Absolutely. I think as long as you, because it's 192, so you need another 33 stacks in order to hit the threshold. You've got slightly under 3 minutes to do it. I think it's doable, but everybody needs to get on the quad train.
I mean, he is your only hope. That should literally be the only train in the station.
Okay. All the other trains are gone.
Yeah, everybody else is like trying to create space and create room for quad to carry. Even Ash, who is the other carry on the team, is a lot about setting it up and creating space for him. So, yeah.
Which is why it was interesting, because he went mid and they took the wave before he actually got there. He goes top, he gets a couple more stacks. He got, I think, 7 or so from that top lane, the waves that were stacked up there. But definitely could use some jungle camp, something, just make sure he's able to get it. Does still have 2 minutes, so if they really wanted him to get it, he probably will. But it is a concern because 225 is no guarantee. I think it just gives them a bit of a chance.
I can already see the comments of do nothing and lose if the game continues to go this way, because we are only 2 minutes away from Dragon Soul, fellas.
5,000 gold lead for C9 plus the extra stats in those 3 normal dragons they've already claimed. This is going to be a serious challenge for FlyQuest. You can see that bottom side of the map right now. Like, there is not a single bit of vision down there for either side around this Drake pit just yet. Usually we see teams start to prep for it between 1 and 2 minutes out, so I expect the next big rotation we're going to see is down towards that area.
Big objective bounty, woo!
Okay, FlyQuest claimed their first objective of the game, with the tier 1 turret getting knocked down there in the bot side by Bwipo. That'll at least remove another nearby point of safety if a dragon fight does happen, if it does go crazy. That dragon fight is now just 75 seconds away. C9 gold lead still at about 4,000. Talking about item completions, 2 full items done for everybody on C9, including the Leona having the Warmogs completed alongside the support item. Over on the other side, though, it's a very similar story in almost all roles, thanks to Ivern buying thrift store support stuff.
and this is the critical item evaluation of the entire game, right? This is the one right before the dragon fight.
Yeah.
We are only 50 seconds away, and Dragon Soul will arrive on the map, and so this is FlyQuest time. They have been building for 23 minutes here for this moment.
Oh, they're looking maybe for a pick towards JoJo. 3 members are going top towards JoJo. He gets the information, is going to back off. Quad now will take over to 225 on this wave. So is going to have it just in time. He has the TP, so he can get down there, no problem. So they have that true damage burn active. They gave him the Krugs to make sure he could get there, and they're able to do it.
Very, very important that he crosses that threshold. Honestly, it's a really good situation for FlyQuest with the 80 carry itemization, considering the Ashe is down almost 2K, but now Thanatos might find an angle here on the flank. Solar Flare doesn't hit Masu. FlyQuest disengaging. The bowling ball tag's inspired, but not a whole lot more. Whippo's looking for maybe a pincer here, but thinks better of it. C9 walking as a very tight unit back towards that bottom side river, back towards that Drake pit. Daisy's going to lead the charge here for FlyQuest. She's soaking a lot of bullets, though. JoJo continuing to try to poke from the backside of the enemy jungle. Quad going to trade some shots back and forth with him. Daisy down to 700. Blabber ain't going to find a whole lot yet here with the blooming blows. There's a lot of damage under Thanatos. Mom roars in. The bullet time is huge, and Quad is nearly dead. JoJo grabbing the first kill of the fight as he and Vulcan have to exit stage left. Whipple's trying to tear him apart, and a shot down back over to the Croc as now Vulcan re-engages. They want Inspired. They find him. Busio's going to be killed. JoJo and Vulcan the only 2 dead on C9 as Whipple's trying to go raid boss mode, but he can't find the angle here just yet. Proper grabbing another one here on Busio. It's a 5 for 2, and C9 cut him down.
Cloud9 put FlyQuest to sleep. The multi-man ulti from Blabber comes through. They finished off the fight. Berserker was the key in this one. He is untouched the whole time. JoJo was able to give his life to kill off Quad. They couldn't get to Berserker ever through this one, and they bought that space. They bought that time. You see the combo use from Busio. You see that Whip was at a range. It's bullet time, baby. No one can get back to him.
And I really love what Vulcan did. He flashed to ensure he could stun. Just on the edge of that bullet time, ensure Quad is in it. That dragon was so close to getting out, but Vulcan committed to it. And then he goes back in to do the same thing on Inspired. He knows, that's my job as support. I'm the setup. He got both of them down and allowed Cloud9 to finish out this fight and claim their Dragon Soul. Everything this whole game was building towards that fight. I think we just saw the results of game number 1.
Oh, we might see another fight here.
Vulcan's taking a lot of damage here as Cloud9 went too far into enemy territory. The immediate punish on the support. Mom finds a little bit here on the continued fight as Berserker has to try to flash away, and Whipple's ready to lock him down. A little bit more damage is all they need to do, and the shutdown goes back over to Whippo. He dies in trade as JoJo gets the kill credit, and now Blabber's stuck in the middle of everybody. It's deer season! There's no way out of that one! 2 alive left on C9, and FlyQuest just found their entry back into game 1.
Why is it always right out of a replay? I'm like, oh, okay, so they got the soul, right? That's going to wrap up the rest of this one. No way! FlyQuest are back! They are still fighting. They get objective bounty shutdown on Baron, and they will turn that into another objective bounty shutdown. You have to think on the top tower. So this is going to be a huge slingshot for FlyQuest.
All right, let's see the setup on this. Vulcan's trying to play for some vision. He just goes way aggressive.
Yeah.
Looking for a pick onto Busio is way overextended. The rest of the Cloud9 team comes in to try to bail him out, but Vulcan is basically dead for free, and the fight starts in a 5v4 essentially with them fully on the run. And the slows are just too much. Busio is able to flash in, get a combo, and Cloud9 just kind of get ran over trying to bail Vulcan out from a really overzealous attempt on a pick that was on the enemy Alistar.
That's the part that perplexed me the most. I mean, it's Alistar. At most, you're going to, trade ulti for ulti? That was not ideal from Vulcan, and for Cloud9, all that building, all of that work, all of that momentum that you had prepared for the previous 25 minutes is now undone with FlyQuest having a Baron and 2.5 minutes still to use it.
I feel so bad because Vulcan just had such a good dragon fight and then goes right into that play, maybe too hyped up after getting the Dragon Soul. And now FlyQuest, really good situation for them to be able to bounce back in this one. Objective bounties are even still up, so they can try and push for another.
And the thing about taking that super early Dragon Soul, it's Elder Dragons from here on out, boys. We are 27 minutes into the game. And for FlyQuest, I feel like you're not really too sad about that, because now you always have the opportunity to play for that big objective, and it will spawn roughly 90 seconds after this Baron is done. FlyQuest should own the Rift for the next minute and a half.
Now it gets really hard, too, because the Ivern built the Mikhails. You know, Inspired got enough money off of that.
Oh, Busio immediately trying to go in there after Blabber, but now he's got to be careful. Unbreakable Will required to stay alive and exit from that situation. Our supports are getting hyphy, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of these situations where, especially as Cloud9, you now need to kind of calm down, reset. That was a big throw, but you're still in the lead, right? The Baron buff's going to expire. You still have Soul. You still have more gold. You are in control of this game. So you need to collect yourselves. You say, all right, we messed that up. It's okay, and go back to the game plan here where FlyQuest, I think, want to thrive a little bit in that chaos, keep Cloud9 feeling nervous and feeling uncomfortable.
Ivern team fights, baby. Put up those brushes, constantly spamming out these shields. The heals, they come through.
Oh, but Mom's roaring into the fight, and a bullet time forces FlyQuest back. Redemption from the Ivern to keep the health bars high enough to continue the fight. Quad flaps his wings going forward. Thanatos once again taken low but not taken down. FlyQuest removing the tier 1 turret from the Rift brings that gold lead back down to the 1,500 that it was stuck at for the first 15 minutes of the game.
It is insane that objective bounties are still active when they're only down the 1K, plus they still have the Baron right now. So much value is put on the Dragons by the system, and I mean, there's still objective bounties. They're going to get another objective bounty here if they take this tower.
We'll see if they can secure it. They did have to use quite a few tools, surviving the pushback from C9 there in the T1. So, all right, FlyQuest does not have what they need to continue pushing any further. 90 seconds until the Elder spawns.
And honestly, I actually favor FlyQuest now because they have the Mikhails to deny the Leona ult, and then you have such an advantage in sustained team fighting with the Ivern on your side, and Quad now finally has his rapid fire cannon. So I actually think the pendulum fully swung there on that invade towards the red buff that led into the Baron for FlyQuest. Now their team fighting is so good. Level 16 Smolder here rocking up with an elixir in inventory as well to an Elder Dragon. This setup is going to be very, very critical here, because if you get an early surprise start to the fight, you can just run over it in these late stages.
Absolutely, but at the same time, you know, Mikhails can only remove that one thing. If Blabber can find a multi-man sleep or one of those proper setups for a bullet time, they are still really strong. And late game Corki, this is level 16, 3.5 items, has the QSS. That poke is absolutely powerful.
You do have to respect those snot bubbles. From the
respect the snot.
Yeah, that is.
You don't want that on you.
That
That's
is
gross.
a troublesome one. Yeah, that's real nasty.
Oh, sleep used.
Now let's see if they can get anything back. The bullet time ripping through Whippo, but finally going to be interrupted. Whippo staying alive from Sterix Gage, but C9's front line is way too far forward. Thanatos is already down. Vulcan will burn, and C9 runs for their lives. Quad still just free firing into the lines. A double kill back for the Smolder, and it's time for C9 to reconsider the way they're playing this game. A TP back into the mid lane from Quad as Berserker and JoJo will try to escape. Masu with the flash over the wall. He doesn't want to allow them to recall. Berserker and JoJo still trying to get away. Inspired locks him up. Masu guns him down. It's an ace for FlyQuest. A shutdown on JoJo, a shutdown on Berserker, and the front door's getting kicked in. C9 ran the show for 25 minutes, and then they lost it and never got it back. FlyQuest going straight for the throat. Thanatos is going to respawn in 5. Only Vulcan alive right now as Quad jumped on by Vulcan, trying to flap away from it. Thanatos back alive, trying to defend. Second Nexus turret, still hanging on somewhere, somehow, some way. All out coming out from Thanatos. 2 members of C9 make it 3, holding the line, stopping FlyQuest. The game,
they hold it
on. Go Elder now. Go Elder now. Now Cloud9 have the chance. They can rush to the Elder. They respawn. They defend the Nexus.
This game is getting crazy. It looked like it was going to be a smooth sailing for Cloud9, start to finish. They have a massive throw over by the Baron, and FlyQuest wins the team fight, almost ends the game, but the respawn's coming in the nick of the time, and now Elder is grabbed by Cloud9. FlyQuest are going to be the ones on the back foot because Baron is up. You take Elder, you go to Baron, you grab that. You have both the super buffs here, and maybe Cloud9 can make a push to try to end the game.
For sure, double buffs here for C9. If they're able to collect as well on the Baron, that's going to be the extra advantage in these fights. You've got the execution for everybody. They may have Smolder on FlyQuest, but now all of C9 have Elder and will soon have Baron to boot. FlyQuest has some difficult defense in front of them.
What is a Smolder to 5 Smolders? 4 Smolders too little.
Cloud9 have 4 moms extra.
Cloud9 just an entire team of mom.
All right, I mean, this was really, really tight on the respawns. Honestly, you could tell that Whipple wasn't going to be able to finish it off. It felt like they spent a lot of damage on the players, though, instead of actually hitting Nexus.
It's okay, guys. It's okay.
They it sounded like he said that's why we don't fight. I mean, I think they were just really hitting players too much. Like, Thanatos lost, I want to say, 2/3 of his health when he was respawning. I feel like people were probably spending damage on him instead of just focus firing the Nexus, thinking that the game was done.
Well, we are not done yet, my friends. Game number 1 of C9 versus FlyQuest is delivering. C9 still with that Drake Soul, still up 2,500 gold, still blessed with both super buffs for the next minute and a half. It will be the Elder that wears off first since it was taken first. And FlyQuest just has to dig in and defend those Iron Brush battle lines that you already talked about earlier, Kobe, that they were using offensively. Well, they are digging foxholes right now, just trying to make sure their opponents cannot break in.
Well, and here's the thing, though. Cloud9 isn't pushing multiple waves, so FlyQuest just has to really focus on clearing out this one wave mid.
Here we go. The brushes go up. They're going for the wave clear, using Mom, using everything, because you have to get through 2 more minion waves. Every 30 seconds here is going to tick down on this Elder. It's at 45. They still have a couple to deal with here. Cloud9 will get inside the base. They probably shouldn't be able to end on these double buffs. You know, the Elder will time out. And FlyQuest are thinking, just stay steady, because we do have pretty good team fighting still. You know, very good sustain with the Ivern. You saw it before, Flowers, like you're talking about, with the kiting back, being able to delay. But Cloud9, they know they want to press this to the maximum. 22 seconds left.
C9, this is their only chance to use the Elder to end the game. They recognize it and they want to go for it. Thanatos, 2/3 HP. He's looking to go all in and all out. Whippo jumps in to find a quick burst of damage onto Blabber, but they aren't going to kill nobody off just yet until Berserker claims Masu. C9 still 5 alive as the enemy bot lane is taken out of the picture, and Whippo jumps back in for a nice Ruthless Predator. A double kill back over to Quad. It's 2 dead on C9. Whippo burns away. C9 still scrambling to try to end this game, but Quad does not want to let him get away with it. Thanatos tries to jump back in. The Pathmaker to get himself right back out. Quad is ducking and diving between the brushes, trying to stay alive. Berserker takes him him down. C9 secures game 1.
Banger! That game went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh my God, what a crazy finish to that one. From it looking like Cloud9 gonna take it in a slow macro game to almost throwing it. FlyQuest probably should have had that on the Nexus push. Probably should have been able to focus on the Nexus and kill it off. They aren't able to do so. Cloud9 take both super buffs, push in, Quad barely can't hold because Berserker heals back up with that Bloodthirster, goes in, finishes him off, and claims game number 1.
Damn, that was a close game of League of Legends.
Man, that is one of those games where you feel so frustrated if you lose because both teams, you know, whichever team lost knows that they could have had it, knows that they could have changed one little thing. I think FlyQuest is just going to be thinking about hitting that Nexus.
Reminder to all you LCS fans out there, next week we will be live on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, just like we were this week. That is a bonus day on Friday, then regularly scheduled programming for Saturday and Sunday here with the LCS. But right now, it's time for a regularly scheduled lounge to regularly break that one down. Regularly.
What a standard game 1, right, Core?
Yeah.
Super normal.
So many action is happening in the game, one game.
We have to watch the Nexus attempt again because it looks like, at this point, it looks like there's no way that the series should not be over. All 5 people on C9 are dead, and they have a wave in mid lane. But it's not over. So we needed to figure out how this happened. So 4 people alive, we would think that if they just hit Nexus, it would be over, but not quite. Because Vulcan, what we're paying attention to here is Quad. Is there anything different you think Quad needed to do?
I think one thing Quad can do is like, so far it's good, but when you get the CC'd by Vulcan.
Right here, he gets turret aggro.
Oh, I think he got the turret aggro because of Ivern shield or something.
Oh, maybe he didn't even auto him.
Yeah, so that's why he got the turret aggro. So he loses a little bit of HP.
Yeah.
And then he need to drop the turret shield.
Yeah, so he has to back off, which slows down the damage on the turret.
Slow down a little bit. And then next one is a Thanatos up. I think Bushio probably failed to mark the Thanatos away.
Yeah.
And then Thanatos get closer. And then he tosses to the other side.
Yeah, tosses him here.
And then Thanatos actually using ulti on the Ivern and then tried to kill the Quad.
Yeah, immediately gets on Quad.
Once Quad was dead, they didn't have enough damage to finish the Baron Nexus.
And now it's Blabber, Thanatos, Vulcan alive, which is actually enough since it's an Ivern, Alistair, and they're still kind of trying to peel, even though it's too late.
Yeah. And then why this moment, like Bushio could probably put down ward so that giving them a base.
He's got 2 wards. And then let's see if anyone on C9 actually sweeps on the way out. Vulcan would have swept to make sure.
Yeah.
But you still want to just dump the wards.
A random place.
So it's so random. Essentially, from this moment, the Ivern shield giving turret aggro might have been enough. Because I'm thinking if Quad just hits the whole time, like ignores everything,
he could end.
They probably end.
They could end 100%.
Wow. Okay, that's the game. They didn't win game 1.
Wow.
Wow.
So,
I did not think that would be the case. I was I thought at least Quad would auto somebody to drive, but the Ivern E doing it is kind of nuts.
That's incredible. So the Pagoda moment in this game as well. Let's break this down. Cloud9 closing out the game with Elder. I think you could have picked a number of Pagoda moments, but let's watch this last sequence. We were transfixed by the Nexus kill, so you guys take us through this one.
Yeah, honestly, I think for me, as this screen's kind of far away, it's like, it comes down to them actually going on to Corki. I'm trying to see where he's at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is like, okay, how long can Quad survive in this to potentially be able to pick them off? Because there was a small moment where you think, okay, maybe Quad and Smolder just is actually able to get this.
It was the Berserker Bloodthirster that was the big moment here because he's able to heal back up on minions. If he had no way of healing, I think Quad could have cleared them.
Yeah, that's why I had confidence on the fact that he can end it just based off the BT alone. But it was really damn close. And we got a game basically that you take a step back, Cloud9 had control for the vast majority of the game, and it should have just been a clean finish from their side.
Yeah.
But then there was the Vulcan throw into all the shenanigans you saw, and
Yep.
then Cloud9 saying business as usual.
But in the end, Cloud9 still won the early game, won the game. So there you go. That's just
nothing changed. Nothing happened. Yeah.
Nothing in the middle happened. We're headed for game 2. But first, let's take a look at the next round of our Best Jungler NA tournament.
Hey, I'm Emily, one of the hosts of this podcast. Every episode of Pros releases a few hours after recording, so we need fast and reliable drives in the PCs we use to produce the show. That's why we trust the Samsung 990 Pro NVMe SSD. I love talking about the latest LCS stories with the pros themselves, and sharing those stories with fans right away is super important. Samsung SSDs help us get each Pros episode out as soon as possible.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
In this game, I want to just avoid Ivern and take camps.
Sounds good. That's fine.
Once I get my items, I'm gonna 1v9.
Yeah. Alstar's the only one in this game with arrows that can make plays, so if we can get wards timer butter, even though we don't fight, if you have wards timers to clear vision,
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm paddling down. I can one time, yeah. There could be ward though.
Pretty good.
I don't think there's ward. Yeah, I don't think there's ward. Go.
He has all sums.
Kill.
I can ignite.
Yeah.
We can kill.
I can kill.
I can tank arrow.
I'm sleeping both.
We have MF ult.
Can we kill Alstar?
Yeah, wait for my Q. I'm gonna Q Alstar, okay?
Yeah, we have all the way up.
Nice, good
shit.
I have both sounds better.
I can flash Q. I'm coming from base.
No.
I'm first.
I have shield in too.
MF Leona can be here in 10.
I think I can maybe get...
This TP is not looking bad. Can we...
No, not yet, I think. We can't get on them.
Okay, that's fine.
We have to make them I just try to push us.
I'm just gonna TP top. Just leave. I'm gonna TP top.
Yeah, just TP top. It's fine.
I'm hitting top, guys. Just be a bit careful, guys. There's OP cones in the game.
Yeah, true. I'm just gonna... You take mid? That's good, actually. They can go top
Yeah,
now.
if they go top, rift mid, okay? If they go top, rift mid.
Sounds good. We can keep fighting, brother.
Yo,
we're fighting. What the fuck is this?
Okay. We're fighting.
We're not showing.
Redemption.
We're pushing Herald.
Guys are going, okay?
Yo, Ida. Yeah, just going to Drake.
Take this.
Yeah, I'm gonna try basing and TPing back unless they walk, okay?
Okay, they're gonna walk though, Zero.
Yeah, I'm gonna put them on line push if they stay.
Slowly poke and don't fight here, okay? We can slowly give them the space here.
Sounds good.
I'll Eric Kasante if he walks up again.
Yeah, I think so.
They're starting Dragon. We hit MF.
Hit. Walk a little bit.
Kasante no W.
Kasante. Slowly.
Looks good.
I can't walk.
Corki.
I'm going Corki. Careful.
I'm dead. Look me. I think I'm dead.
I can't really fight like this. I'm sleeping though.
Yo, guys, look.
I'll ult, guys. I wanna go.
It's good fight.
Look out.
Ash is 1 HP. You guys win it. Ash is 1 HP. Just kill her next to him.
I'm killing Ash.
Ash no cunts.
Ash dead.
Okay, we can go both, I think, guys.
Yeah.
Drake first.
Drake fire.
I'm flashed.
Lila, no flash too. Guys, come length of side. Come.
No QSS.
No flash Lila. No
Lilia
flash
is
Lila.
dead. We get Nash here, guys. Nice, well played.
Kasante still has ult.
That was both her sums, okay?
Yeah.
Look smolder.
I'm looking smolder.
Yeah. I'm in 3 seconds, okay? I'm in 2 seconds. Me, 2 seconds. Smolder, no flash.
Looking smolder.
Look here, guys.
Yeah. Next.
We kill Renekton.
Renekton no flash.
Kill Renekton.
Yeah. Elder and Baron is up,
we can go both, by the way.
Guys, can we not
In our second round, we decided to push our jungler's smiting ability to the limit by seeing how good they are at using this core jungle weapon in the physical world. Here, competitors will have to time their smites by hitting the target when they think the Baron is close to going down. Where the target is struck determines how powerful their smite is, with the perfect score being that delicious Baron secure. Competitors are aiming for the lowest score, with their best of 3 throws being taken. Let's see who's got the best real-life Olaf.
Wait, what? I have to watch the skills for my fight. How's it? Okay, first time I got a rat, by the way.
I'm worried I'm just gonna miss completely under the pressure.
Wait, I also have to look at the Baron. This is so hard. No! I knew I would do that.
Bro, 3,000? Like, should I just flip the game?
Just look at the target.
No, way too early. Why did they stop hitting the Baron? Yeah, I swear they stopped DPS. No? Wait, it's us. There's no way we don't play. Oh, what the? Wait. Now, oh, probably. Maybe I'm cheating, but
that felt okay. That felt okay.
Oh, it's a different clip. Because I was like, I'm gonna expect when the HP is gonna go down now. Oh, I missed.
As long as I get this one good, it's fine. Whoa, this one's fast. Holy. No, so early. I got scared after throwing it completely off.
I'm going for 3,000. Okay. It's yellow. It's dead, by the way. There's no way I lost. I'm getting first place in this run, too. It's so easy.
All right, this is the one. It's too hard. There's no way anyone gets this, right? There's a reason I'm not in the Olympics, and I'm here, so.
Oh no, the brand, the hardest. Yes! What? Please count this. It was red, I promise. I can promise, this is red. I actually did this. Okay, most likely I did the best. I win.
Welcome back to Game 2 of Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. I gotta ask you, Core JJ, if you are FlyQuest after the way that game ended, how are you discussing the game in between games 1 and 2?
Well, I think they were kind of happy with how their mid game went, like how strong they were in the mid late game. But I don't think they were happy with how bad the early game went. So I think they want to do something about like early game thing.
Okay, so this also means looking at the side selection.
Oh, they went back to
FlyQuest has decided to play red side, which is going to be the first team in the playoffs, to my knowledge, to actually select red side.
I can't think of another team that's done this.
Yeah.
I think like FlyQuest probably think their draft was good, but their early game was too bad this game.
One thing we didn't get to mention was they basically predicted a lane swap, didn't get a lane swap, and that set them behind. Emily?
No, that's what I was going to say is I think that was what we were going to talk about if C9 had just managed to close out the game, right? As we see Lilia locked in once again for C9, was that it looked like FlyQuest were anticipating that C9 was going to swap. They didn't, and that actually ended up getting C9 ahead.
And do we have any changes in the bans from game 1 to game 2?
Nope. None.
They're
so exact the same bans. I am sad that the Nasus has remained banned. I would love to see it get through. But
Free
C9,
the dog.
C9 know that is going on, and we also have the same exact first 2 picks thus far, with C9 picking up the Lilia, and then FlyQuest going for the Renekton once again.
Earlier Ivern, so they want to change bot lane maybe.
Or they think Ivern can be banned, so they just take it.
Yeah. We're straight back to this, and honestly,
it's kind of can be the same draft.
Yeah, even with the bad early game from FlyQuest in the last one, the Smolder was ahead, and the Smolder was doing quite well. So Quad's gonna be happy with this, and there was a random 2v2 that ended up happening last game in which Ivern and Smolder got ahead with a kill. I think it was just on Blabber. So something like that, you can come out with confidence saying, look, the early game was poor because of the poorly matched swapped and circumstances that we can easily change going into the next game.
Well, and the one thing that they did end up doing was consistently being able to reset the lane for the Smolder, right? That was the only one thing. tiny good thing that came out of that early game. And even then, it didn't look like it was going to pay off because C9 had such a stranglehold on it.
And the only difference in picks in the first 3 here for FlyQuest is instead of having Ashe in their 1-2-3, they have Smolder in their 1-2-3, which is going to change these bans in 4-5, Core JJ. All the AD carries getting just mind game banned here because both teams still need to pick their bot lanes most likely.
Yeah, I think if C9 doesn't ban Ashe, FlyQuest might still pick the Ashe.
Yeah.
FlyQuest think Smolder is a more important pick, so they prioritizing on the Smolder. And then MF was obviously the annoying pick. But this time Jix was up. If FlyQuest picked the Ashe, maybe C9 can go Jix.
I can see it because they banned the Misfortune. FlyQuest actually has the same draft so far.
Yeah, they only changed
Especially
the
if they lock in
Misfortune ban instead of a Jix ban.
And C9 with the Leona ban as well thought maybe they were going to take that away.
Yeah.
Wanted to make a call out to the Kalista ban because Masu has been quite good on the Kalista all split long, something that he's been kind of given a lot of respect for.
Oh.
Going towards the Rel actually instead of the Ashe. What's your thoughts on the Rel pick here?
I think since they banned the Jix last time, and then this time they couldn't ban it, maybe they're respecting C9 could pick Jix. They don't want to give it easy anger.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's going to be a Ziggs game.
Ziggs hover.
Almost certainly.
Blind Ziggs for Berserker. I want to see Berserker on an AD carry personally. Wow.
Nope.
Well,
You
wow.
don't get it.
Your wish is
Have we
our
ever
dash.
seen Berserker Ziggs on stage?
Personally, I don't remember it, but my memory is poop, so I don't know about you, Emily.
Yeah, I can't. I feel like you're going to be excited by memory, but I can't remember seeing Berserker pulled out on stage either.
And then Vulcans is picking his comfortable champion.
Yeah.
And then their damage balance is also really great.
Yeah, from the overall team comp, the Lilia Ziggs with Corki Cassante works incredibly well. I just don't know if I need to see it. I need to see the Berserker Ziggs.
I like the range that C9 has here just based off Corki and Ziggs alone. And the front line off of Alistar and Cassante is going to do a lot of damage. So I'm a big fan of Cloud9's comp so far.
Core JJ, which comp do you like more?
I think if FlyQuest picked anything other than Kai'Sa, I would like the C9 comp. But I think FlyQuest knew was the best pick there. I like the Kai'Sa pick on the last pick. I think FlyQuest draft is better.
We're going to have to see if they're able to even the series. This is also confirmed that it's Berserker's first ever LCS Ziggs. Probably played many Ziggs in American scrims, but not yet on the LCS stage. He breaks it out here in Game 2 of the playoff series for C9. That's it from us at the Lounge. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Lounge and special guest Core JJ. Actually, we were looking up the Ziggs because we had the same thought. Has Berserker even played this before? Berserker has a lifetime professional record of 0-1 on Ziggs. He played it one time back in 2021 LCK Challengers League, Genji versus T1.
Yep, so definitely
Epic matchup.
Not one of his pocket picks by any means. I am pretty surprised to see him bust this out. It will be interesting to see how he performs on it, because if he performs well on it, it really does open up a new kind of dynamic for Cloud9, because Berserker is very much the carry, AD carry guy. That is what he plays. That is what he is known for really excelling at. And we have seen over the years some of the best AD carries really suck at playing mages. It's a very different style. It takes a lot of practice.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And every AD carry I've talked to, though, I don't know if this is ego, but they're like, Ziggs is the easy mage. Like Ziggs, there's some mages that are hard to play bot lane, and Ziggs is like, well, you just throw bombs, they blow everything up. And
Ziggs has been OP for so long, and mid laners don't even play it well. Right? Like this champion, everyone's like, this champion is so OP. Why aren't you playing it?
So easy, so OP. We'll see about that this time around. I do like the combo with Alistar. Of course, I always like Ziggs kill lanes. It has always been most popular in LPL, where I think they are the best at it, with melee supports where they do kill lanes with it.
Well, before we get into the lanes, we got Raz standing by for an interview with Coach Nukeduck.
That's right, I got Nukeduck here. After that last game, what's the conversation like in the back? You had what was a poor early game, but then also just a back and forth and a close Nexus finish.
Yeah, that was a little heartbreaking for us. We thought we actually won the game in the back room, but we were just smiling it off, laughing. We'd made so many mistakes in the early game that, that the game even got to that point gives us a lot of confidence, honestly. So we're feeling good about that.
That sounds good. And taking a look at it, you said you felt good. A lot of the same components of your composition remain the same. With this comp, like, what is your goal going into this game?
I mean, we took a little bit different approach. They just ran it back. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say much. We just made some adjustments, and we're hoping like this time we'll have like an easier early game. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Thanks a lot.
I really like the fact that he mentioned that they were kind of happy with the fact that the game even got to that point, considering how many mistakes that they made earlier. It kind of echoes a statement that we heard earlier from Inspired after the first time these two teams played in the last week of the regular split, talking about how he was a bit scared playing against C9 before we faced them, but after these games, it was like they're not that scary. They didn't play like they do in scrims. So even through their losses against C9, which is now 3 losses in a row, FlyQuest still feels that confidence.
And it'll be interesting because this game, I think, even though the beginning of the draft was exactly the same, it turns so much different with the bottom lanes.
Okay.
With the Ziggs lane, it's like you have really good AoE and you can just clear out these waves and then your support gets to go roam, right? And so you're like, all right, Alistar, Vulcan, go make some plays. He literally has won Player of the Week this split for Cloud9 on his Alistar, making plays around the map. But then FlyQuest's answer to seeing that was like, okay, fine. If you are going to do that, then we will get a Kai'Sa here for some dive angles with our Rel, and we're going to have a much more aggressive look for Masu, who has been such a huge carry for this FlyQuest team, even though he is a rookie, and even though Kai'Sa has a weak lane phase. Since you're doing the Ziggs lane, then we are actually free to go for the Kai'Sa and put Masu way up in priority and actually be a real carry threat this time around rather than more utility Ashe throwing out the arrows.
Exactly. I mean, Ashe is a great champ. Jojo could be in trouble.
Yeah, Inspired's coming in to save Quad, gives him the shield. Jojo flashes out, but he has flashed into the FlyQuest side of the map, and Inspired can easy flash follow. 2 Ivern attacks and a red buff burn crashes that chopper, and it looks like FlyQuest is first on the board.
Nicely done. Inspired grabbing first blood on the wraparound gank there, but yeah, I mean, Ashe is a strong champion, but Masu has just been so good on the carries for FlyQuest, and now it gives you a true second threat here. It's not just about quad and then setup. So I think that could really pay dividends in these fights. I
also love the Inspired early spamming the thumbs up emote. Him and Jojo, former teammates, are obviously very close. Thanatos here is going to have to...
Oh boy, Thanatos already got caught pretty badly. Bwipo only needs a little bit more damage. One more auto attack from Inspired will not kill through the potion.
Use your potions.
Drink your potions at home, people. It's the difference between life and death.
He popped his biscuit and his potion there, barely survives the auto attack. So using both there really critical and using them early.
Nicely survived by Thanatos, but Inspired is affecting lanes and affecting them early. Game number 1, it felt like he was invisible. He's already having a lot more presence in game 2.
And the wave was really bad there for Thanatos. It was actually stacking and pushing away from him, so he would have already lost a number of minions to those getting denied by his own. Bwipo has not yet based, so Bwipo just wants to get a little trade and then spend as much HP as possible, get back, TP back with full health, and try to take an edge from there. But because he waited so long on the base, now it gets a little bit weird where you have to actually stay and collect this wave first. Yeah. I don't think Thanatos can really threaten any sort of a dive, though, so Bwipo should just be fine and have a better base with more gold.
And now you're in a situation for C9 where they have both solo laners without flashes. So Blabber has a bit more of control to do, you know, trying to keep track of an Ivern, who is a jungler that in the early game does have a lot of free time. You just channel your camps, look around, is there an opportunity to go harass the enemy solo laners and try and punish them, at least make them lose more CS or something. But Thanatos goes straight into enemy jungle, into enemy territory to go proxy farm very deep.
Does he execute? That's the question now. I don't think he can. I think Quad's going to get the kill. So Thanatos has kind of messed this one up. Or... Okay.
Oh, no! He doesn't get it! He doesn't get it!
Wow, that is bad from Quad.
That was Mega Mind 600 IQ. You make it look like you're going to feed the kill just to get the flash out of the Smolder.
He even got the TP from Bwipo, which means that he lost more minions because Bwipo TP'd to the tier 1 tower to corral him into Quad, excuse me. Now I did it. You know, so it's
you guys.
It's one of those things where I thought for sure he was going to get him. The W was so close, and then he goes for the flash, but just didn't quite get it.
Well, they also were like you, and they're like, this guy's inting. We're so close to getting him, and they used a teleport and a flash. Thanatos, 5-head, Mega Mind. Look at these. clean dodges with the footwork. And
that is so close.
Just as it was going to hit.
That had to be like single-digit fractions of a second, because you even saw the explosion of the fireball looked like it was right on top of the character model as he died. Wow.
Is that the best death that you have seen?
Good death.
This will redefine good death.
At least all year long for me. I feel like that is the best death that I have seen.
Vulcan now, that wouldn't have been nearly as good of a death.
What about a death where they got like a quadra-kill or something? It's better than that?
No, yeah, dude, this is...
come on, man.
This is
the best
good
death you've seen all year.
For me, that was the best death that I have seen all
Kobe
year.
closes his eyes when other better deaths are happening.
Yeah, this is... That was a good death, though.
It was a good death, though, yeah.
Let's not get it confused. That was really good from Thanatos. Obviously and clearly calculated down to the minute little pieces of a second there.
Had it all figured out.
Okay, so looks like once again Cloud9 wants to be first on the board with Dragons. Going to try to put some early pressure on this first one here, as Quad doesn't really have the health or mana to rotate over to try to help. JoJo's low on mana, has a little bit of health, but C9's control over the bottom lane has also allowed Berserker and Vulcan to really just zone everybody else away. Quad wants to use Mom to try to push out this wave, get rid of this. Inspired will show up to help him just get this wave shoved out and allow him to take a recall.
Yeah, it's always annoying in this situation. You know, for JoJo, he had big one ready. Quad was so low on mana, so low on health. Could have potentially died or had the wave frozen on him, you know, had Inspired not been there, but of course Inspired is there to bail him out. Oh, now Bwipo in trouble.
This is the problem. This Renekton and Cassante matchup gets real dicey when Cassante can knock you back underneath the turret like that. Got the Q3 ready to go. Shoves Bwipo right on back. Jumps back in with a little bit of footwork. And Thanatos, good deaths, good kills, good lane from the C9 top lane.
I'm Team Thanatos. Perfect game so far for him, in my eyes.
I mean, he dodges the early gank. He gets a lot of summoners and pressure out with the proxying, and now gets a solo kill. And this is just the classic oopsie. Got greedy, goes for the last minion there. Thanatos lines it up, Pathmaker in, scoops him back into the tower. And then even how he plays this here, when he backs off, he's making sure that Bwipo can't get a slice and dice through him. So that's why he backs off there. He's saying, okay, the only way he can get out is if he can get a double proc on that, the slice and the dice. So steps back out, jumps back in, finishes off the kill.
And Cassante is afforded that luxury to be able to do that because of the advantage in mobility.
Yep.
Since he's going to be able to go back in, and he has the extra range to do that. So really nicely done from Thanatos. Everyone has always complimented him on his mechanics, and on display so far this game, both in dodging as well as in the one-on-one kill.
I really want to see how much prio is going to be put on getting these next 3 grubs here for Cloud9. If they can get 6 grubs, or at least 4 with Ziggs, it really ramps up that pushing power here against a champion that's already so frustrating to deal with, because the passive auto attack does so much damage. You can execute the towers, of course, as well with that W. So Ziggs becomes very problematic. You stack up the grubs, you grab the Herald, and you can really start to knock a lot of these towers off the map.
Late game, like full build or near full build Ziggs with his passive ready and like 800 AP or whatever, legitimately 2 shots turrets. It's a single auto attack into a satchel, kaboom, the thing's dead.
Yeah.
It's just the guy is actually a demolition man on these structures. Berserker, little bit ahead of Masu in terms of farm, but it's such a small difference, it doesn't really amount to a whole lot of anything. Less than 30 seconds now on that second pot of grubs. C9 did secure the first Drake. The gold dead even between the two teams. This time in game number 1, remember that Cloud9 would just be securing that first pot of grubs right around now. They had already got almost the 2 Drakes for themselves, and they were up 1,500 gold. So FlyQuest keeping things a little more equal here in this second.
Quit trying to make pot of grubs happen.
It's happening.
Quit trying to make that happen, bro. It's not happening.
It will happen. It will happen.
Okay.
This is what you call. It's a school of fish, a herd of cows, and a pot of grubs.
You know what the best one is? A murder of crows.
A murder, yeah, murder of crows.
Murder of crows is up there.
I mean, that's just badass.
Yeah, that one's sick.
Can we just do a murder of grubs? Doesn't have the
Pride
same
of lions.
Well, the grub thrower is the one's getting murdered. Now, hold on. Looks like we might have a little bit more violence up here in the top lane as Berserker has to flash away, but Bwipo's ready to flash follow here with a ruthless Predator. Takes him down, but now Bwipo's in danger. C9 needs to fire back. back a little bit stronger. They will not kill the Croc just yet. Blabber on the run as Mom breathes fire down on Cloud9. Quad has to try to flash back away from the turret as now he's in danger. Thanatos disengaging once more. FlyQuest gets the single kill on Berserker. Both teams come out swinging, but Berserker's the only one to fall.
Such a good call here for FlyQuest, not wanting to give away the second pot of Grubs Flowers.
Excellent terminology, my friend.
I'm just saying it just because I'm going to show, even if I also use it, it's still not going to be a thing.
No, it will. You are being a good friend
I mean, if
right
we all
now.
start using it, then it just becomes a thing. You're just like, well, we got to help out our bro, you know?
Yeah. No, it's important.
Second pot of Grubs.
I don't agree with you, but I got your back.
That's a true friend right there.
Now here it is one more time. Bwipo getting in on a Berserker. The initial kill is pretty straightforward, but I did feel like Blabber could have got the kill on Bwipo guaranteed if he used the ulti. I think he felt like it was a guaranteed kill and he did not need to use it. So he holds on to his ult, doesn't elect to actually pop it here, and as a result, Bwipo is able to just walk on out, does survive, the dot expires, can't use it now. Thanatos trying to pull Quad back in, at least gets the flash, but they can't finish through on any kills, though they do get 6 grubs, which, I don't know, man, 6 grubs feels like really hard to play against. Anytime I'm in a game and they get all 6, you just walk up with a few players and all of a sudden there's so many extra minions, so much extra damage getting thrown down on that tower that it becomes very difficult to defend siege situations.
Yeah, in the end, Cloud9, even after the reset, they just go back and grab them.
2 pots.
So it's great.
2 pots of grubs.
We got them both anyways. That also completes your Leandries for Blabber. Again, as soon as you get this here, really becomes a completely different effect for some of those fights. And we'll see about the next sleep that comes through.
But I will say, compared to last game, Blabber, it felt like he had a lot more impact. Not only was he able to get every objective, he was able to affect some of the lanes. They had that early pressure down on bot side where they got that sleep into MF combo. They got the early kills. Inspired got first blood. He's still up on gold here 13 minutes in, so he's not just getting run over, I felt like, in the same way that he did in game number 1.
To me, Blabber benefited a lot in game number 1 as they go for another kill here.
Yeah, Bwipo could be the one in danger. They commit the sleep. They have enough damage to secure the kill. Yeah, they will. Blabber picks up the credit on that one as Thanatos was there to guarantee that that exit path was not safe. And now with the enemy top laner down for the next 25 seconds, second Drake of the game's looking pretty easy for C9 with total control over the bot lane as well. They've got Berserker working on that one with Thanatos. There's 30 seconds left to try to mine as much plate gold as humanly possible out of this thing. Third plate should go their way right there. Remember that early on when the satchel level is low, the execution threshold on the turrets is also lower. And okay, looks like we won't get a whole lot more progress than that.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that Cloud9 were actually giving up tower plate money in mid lane to Masu as he pushed the wave already in. But that's why they used the teleport here from Berserker to come over to actually finish those out. But let's take another look at it. To me, the biggest highlight of this is just that Thanatos does not use his ult. He has his Q3, so he goes right into Q3, into shove him into the wall, saving his ult cooldown. You don't need to use that. Just nice timings there from him to chain the CC onto Bwipo, so Bwipo cannot escape from that. And then they get the kill plus the actual dragon and keep their dragon stacking on pace. It's a little bit slower than the first game, but not much.
And once again, in the same spot on the map, Bwipo's going to find himself caught out by multiple Cloud9 players. Vulcan stopping that escape route. The Alistar can easily tank the turret. Unbreakable Will's just gonna stop him mid-slice. Bwipo dies back-to-back here in the bottom lane. There's those baby grubs you were talking about, Azael, just immediately ready to continue the play. That's going to be first turret for C9 alongside those first 2 Drakes. Kobe, you said it might have been a slightly slower take on the Drakes here in game number 2, but the Soul is a Hex Soul. Blabber, though, getting caught in the enemy jungle now. No way out on that one. He'll burn down. Masu's going to commit the ulti just to make sure that he gets the money as Quad is caught out. This has been the absolute death zone for FlyQuest. This Tri-Brush has killed so many FlyQuest players.
It's looking like the Bermuda Triangle down there for FlyQuest. You go there, you disappear. Again, another soul laner dying down on that bot side. Bwipo, back-to-back deaths, Quad dying as well, really hurts. And this time, it's a Hextech soul. It's not that Chemdrake, and it's Hextech with a team that has a lot of poke. Such easy ways to apply it. You cannot be giving that over to a Ziggs Corki.
Berserker knew he's got the Hextech Zig skin. he manifested it. He manifested it for C9. What a true genius play from Berserker there. Not only is he playing the mage in the bottom lane, but he's also playing those dragons like a fiddle. Let's see if they can keep it up, because Berserker right now can shove mid wave, but FlyQuest are the ones actually pushing hard through river.
All right, FlyQuest, you're going to have to regain your footing here a little bit. We were praising them for having a closer early game than game number 1, not letting C9 get away with as much. But now C9 is back to a very similar spot to what we saw in that first confrontation. FlyQuest trying to contest here for the Rift Herald, as neither side is going to commit to anything just yet.
And big difference to me here is the Ziggs burst damage. Ziggs can, with the Ludens right now completed, plus your ultimate on top of somebody that gets locked up by Alistar, Ziggs can just have such an immediate impact if C9 get the early engage, and they actually get another one from Thanatos.
Thanatos is finding these angles over and over again to bring people underneath turrets with the all-out, and that's the first kill on Busio. C9 won't get anybody else, but they don't need anybody else. The 5v4 advantage is enough to punch their ticket. Destination Rift Herald.
I swear, this guy is just styling this game. Really, really good gameplay from Thanatos so far in this game number 2, and that opens up so many doors for Cloud9 because he gets that pick at the opportune moment. They get to shove in on top wave and have the Rift Herald already whittled down here. I will say Busio is a support with Hex Gates, so his death timer is so low, Busio is back.
Well, the Herald's immediately smited. Blabber will pick that one up. No chance to contest for Eyeball. Easy.
And Herald plus Ziggs plus 6 Scrubs. I mean, you could actually ride that in.
0 tower.
It is dead tower from
no
full.
Counterplay.
If you ride that in, you're going to get that thing pretty much dead. So C9 poised to extend that gold lead even further here. Again, I think this third dragon will be critical in this game. I said it last time, I feel even more so this game. It's really going to matter.
Yeah.
As it is that Hextech, and we can see one more time, just really nicely set up by Thanatos, scoops him back to the wall, Pathmaker buffered out after it, and then pulls him into the tower. Even though Busio kind of was able to disrupt the combo, because he had a nice timing on the Shattered Strike to actually interrupt the Alistar combo, so he kind of got punted away. Still, that last tower shot went through, and does get finished off.
So do we think that FlyQuest chooses to challenge for this third Drake this time around? Last time, game number 1, they surrendered it, and then we talked about the consequences.
So I actually think they might, because they have 2 items for Kai'Sa right now. Okay. You've got your Rage Blade now competed for Masu. So Masu might be saying, I'm strong now, but we'll see.
I just wonder about the stacks, right? You know, I feel like they might be in this same part where they're like, okay, we're going to wait for the stacks, Bwipo, though, caught out.
Oh, man, Bwipo caught again. Flashes over the wall to escape the Drowsy. That'll be enough to keep him alive, but I just feel like every time we're seeing Bwipo here in the second game, it's him getting caught somewhere by Cloud9. Tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. Now the target. C9, they might have lost their top lane Tier 1. They know Quad is up there, but they'll trade the enemy Tier 2 for it, and now they've got total control and a beeline straight down to the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, that's so beneficial for C9. Getting the Renekton flash. Renekton now, it's already been pretty useless this game, but now without flash for a team fight, you're turbo useless. So they just keep Quad farming up those stacks like you're talking about. And in the best case scenario, he could get a top tower, but I think it might be a little bit low damage at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he can. With just 3 range minions, he's going to have to back off. And Cloud9 got multiple towers during that, didn't even use the Herald yet. So they could drop the Herald mid for a Tier 2 or to try to go for a multi-tower play top. You can see there was actually a ping from Cloud9 on the Tier 2 top, so maybe they're going to move up there, try to knock down the Tier 1, then get a charge on the Tier 2 to really slingshot that gold lead even further forward.
And I feel like for Cloud9, one of the big tools that you've got to kind of force anything you want is a Lilia with flash and an unbroken arm guard. This is a huge engage threat that is very difficult to deal with on FlyQuest. You've got to be so mindful of Blabber's positioning at all times, because a multi-ulti is an instant team fight loss when you're already 3,000 gold and 3 Drakes behind. Cloud9 stepping into the enemy jungle now, just trying to make FlyQuest always have that little itching thought at the back of their mind. Well, what if they're on Baron? What if they're trying to sneak something?
And actually, with this full commitment topside for C9, they are going to let Bwipo fully push on bottom side. So Bwipo down here for FlyQuest will slowly be getting a little bit of advantage as objective bounties do pop up. So
can't race Herald.
That objective bounty timer might time perfectly here for Bwipo to be able to collect it. He should actually wait a little bit on tower. Oh, Ziggs clears.
Okay, there's the
Wait for the
Herald,
objective bounty to pop.
He's waiting.
Nice.
There it is.
Perfect.
Objective bounty claimed. Exactly what Bwipo wanted to do. Shrinks that gold lead back down to 2,500.
And Ziggs, unfortunately for them, wasn't actually up with that tower. They got a little bit nervous about being able to fully commit to it. Blabber did drive it in to get that 12 Void Might spawn. You get 2 for every grub that you claimed earlier on in the game. So Cloud9 still maintaining this gold lead. Again, objective bounties really being a boon to these teams that have been giving up early dragons and have been a way to try to keep themselves close and keep themselves within striking distance. I mean, you can see Bwipo having what feels like a rough game, but he's got a lot more farm because he's playing side lanes, and he has 2 items.
Yeah, critically hitting that Sterax going to make it harder to find a pick on the Renekton in future fights. Smolder is up to 207 stacks, so I feel like it's pretty much guaranteed. Quad will have that 225 mark in time for this Drake fight, but also look at the inventory of JoJo after his core of Trinity Force and Muramana was completed. QSS as the next item wants to make sure that if he gets caught by anything, it's not just an instant win in the fight for FlyQuest. So with him having that, with the arm guard we already talked about on the Lilia, with Alistar just being Alistar, Cloud9 has the tools to try to outplay the engage from FlyQuest. FlyQuest is going to have to get creative.
Exactly, and I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense, you know, from the composition that Cloud9 have. JoJo's going to have to be walking forward, poking and prodding. He's going to have to put himself in a position where he could get engaged on, right, to really be able to get the most damage out possible. So I do think the QSS makes sense from that point of view. We can see Berserker now on 2 items here as well, and the game really becomes all about this soul now. FlyQuest must deny that Hextech soul or face the consequences of it.
All right, they're going to make him think about possibilities here on the top side of the map, see if they can get any more resources invested. Masu's going to ult here if Bwipo is able to force something. Masu kind of trailing, but there's no commitment, and it is a Cassante with flash, so very, very, very difficult to actually commit to that kill.
Yeah, it seemed like they were a little bit nervous about there being a trailing member for Cloud9 as well. You know, if you commit everything to Cassante and someone's behind him, it could get turned around for sure. And maybe just hoping more that it was going to be JoJo. But when you're behind, I like these types of plays. You know, obviously the Killer Instinct gets you into the fight. You sit behind this Renekton who has been getting preyed upon. They come to kill him, throws the stun, Kai'Sa ults in, you turn it around and try to look for one of those plays. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on Masu as that carry to try to get something done. This guy has really stepped up for FlyQuest. His growth has been so impressive. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Team Liquid and APA and Yan. Masu has done incredible things on FlyQuest as well. He was my vote for second team All-Pro. I thought this guy has had a stellar season. And it has been really, really cool to see Busio and Masu come into their own as a 2v2, come into their own in the team fighting. And it's a big part of why I think FlyQuest has had such a successful season.
All right, here we go. It's the teleport mid after pushing top wave for Cloud9. So they want to go on the extra timer here.
Yeah, we've got the 2-item power spikes pretty much universally here for both sides. C9 grouping up, wanting to maintain mid push, mid control, as we have less than 30 seconds till the Drake.
And I like investing resources like that early, because if you teleport early ahead of the dragon, now you get the better positioning. They've got the vision control over this dragon lead up, so if FlyQuest want to do anything about that,
oh, JoJo gonna get jumped on immediately as Bwipo and Masu try to find the enemy mid laner, but they don't have enough damage just yet. Mom barely misses the kill threshold as Thanatos is focused, but he won't be brought down just yet. A multi-sleep comes out, but Quad gets the kill back on Thanatos. FlyQuest with some beautiful team fighting here in the mid lane are gonna pick up Blabber as well. Enemy jungler down, enemy Thanatos, enemy Cassante, enemy raid boss down. Vulcan trying to go back into the fight for some damn reason. Vulcan down, FlyQuest roars to life.
What a sick engage from FlyQuest onto JoJo. Even with the QSS, they go ham onto JoJo, and they get such a lead in the health bars on the team fight that they then collect multiple kills. They deny the soul this time around. Wow, look at the setup once again. That ward here in the brush, and they just send it. JoJo at the edge. Bwipo playing around. As soon as he goes in, Ruthless Predator and Masu immediately following up. That's everything. Cleanse, flash, and your health bar of JoJo. The mom over the top meant this Corki can only now fire rockets.
And not just the health bar of JoJo, it was the health bar of Thanatos too, who went in to try to bail him out. He was positioning very aggressively because he has the QSS, because he has the Valkyrie and the flash, but They full commit in. Masu comes flying over the top there, is able to get that damage down. And I think this is a situation where maybe Vulcan thought, I could combo quad, you can satchel him into the tower, and we can pull off some sort of a play that delays things. But it's a little bit of desperation for sure. And FlyQuest get a big win in this game, pulling it back, getting a dragon, and some critical gold on the carries as well. Masu, definitely a rising star for the team. Now 2 kills, 2 assists, and now he's looking for that side lane play. Does he have the killer instinct? He does.
Okay, Masu and Bwipo should have enough firepower, you would think, to take this guy down. But the problem for FlyQuest is that C9 sees the opportunity. They're going to go for the Baron at the same time. Thanatos is dead for the next 45 seconds. A TP is coming in from Bwipo. Mom does a lot of damage, and Vulcan is about to die, staying alive through Unbreakable Will as the Baron is secured by Blabber. But now Vulcan is down. Now Cloud9's going to try to get away with some of these buffs still intact. But no, only Berserker still stands with the purple. FlyQuest doing a great job responding.
FlyQuest will take that trade every day of the week. Look at that. That's going to get way worse.
They're not done yet. Busio waiting for Berserker to use the satchel to try to get himself away. Berserker burning low, but he ain't going to die just yet. Critically holds onto that single Baron buff. In both games now, FlyQuest have fallen behind early and then come back in the mid-game.
The kings of objective bounties.
Yeah, FlyQuest able to capitalize off a great team fight mid. They get another pick onto Thanatos. Cloud9 tries to make the cross-map play here, and we're pretty good about it, but this damage from Quad to start it out really made such a difference. He gets a W on multiple people. He gets the ulti on 3 people. The Q onto Vulcan gets that first execute as Vulcan has to sacrifice his life to keep Inspired out of the pit. But there's just no way you're ever going to win the fight when you're pumping that much damage into the Baron while they're pumping their damage into you.
Yeah, they used all of their CC on Inspired to keep him out and all of their damage on the Baron to burn it down. So Quad just gets the free fire, and the Dragon is eating good tonight.
FlyQuest coming back into it. Now with a 1,000 gold lead, control over the Rift. They're not really that worried about the one Baron on the enemy team. I mean, it's all Berserker. He can't really push up by himself. C9 would have to move out as a unit, and FlyQuest just seems to be performing better as a unit right now.
And now they get to just have Quad solo push topside. His teleport is up. He can join the rest of the team. They're holding mid with the duo. Masu even gets to farm up some jungle camps at the moment. By the way, during that whole Baron, he got to stay and push bot wave. So they got the kill onto Thanatos, and then they also got to push the map while they collect all the kills. It's just so much of a swing here in the favor of FlyQuest. Cloud9 in the situation where they have to really worry about flanks now too. Busio control wards on the side.
Now I'm so interested to see, is Cloud9 going to still try to fight for this next dragon and still try to attempt that soul, or are they going to try to slow down the game, say, okay, now we need to take a step back? Because now it becomes, what is your read on the game? Do you think you win if this goes late? You know, do you allow the next dragon to go over and say, all right, we're going to contest at 35 minutes, we're going to test at 40 minutes where it's true late game? You know, does Cloud9 have the confidence that they can even win if it gets there?
Well, we've already reached the Smolder horizon. He has the core build of Muramana and Trinity Force, plus the Rapid Fire and the 225 evolution to make this poke absolutely obnoxious. If you are having a stare down with this guy, you are feeling the pressure from minute 1 to finally engage and end that standoff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9 is also invested into double heal cut items. They have Morello plus the Mortal Reminder. Mortal Reminder, I think, is just a good item now because all LDR has is the 10 extra AD. Yeah. Giant Slayer is long gone, even though people seem to forget that a lot. But the Morello feels like a bit of an overinvestment. There's not that much healing.
Well, immediate combo there onto Bwipo from Vulcan. Bwipo's down to 1/3 HP. Sterix procs to make sure that they can't really get the kill on him.
Sleep.
Still walking away from this one.
Nope.
No sleep used.
Masu has his cleanse. Masu has cleanse here, so they don't want to invest their CDs just yet, but this is 20 seconds on Dragon. If Bwipo can't get a reset, Bwipo gets it. Oh yeah, he gets canceled. There's no Sterix and half HP on the Renekton makes the fight really, really hard.
And he has no TP yet. It's actually up pretty soon, but it's not yet available. There's a small bit of cooldown on it.
He got interrupted again. Thanatos with a nice Q3, stopping Bwipo from recovering. Now Thanatos is going to lose half HP to this. The mom damage isn't really extreme on the front line. Cassante.
Thanatos does have TP, though. If he can actually get out of here, we'll see.
Okay, Bwipo forced to use the Dominus. Flashes over the wall for the slice and dive. That ain't going to work out. They interrupt the FlyQuest dive. C9 getting their carries away for now, but the unstoppable Quad takes down Thanatos. FlyQuest still pushing. Bwipo's gonna die here with the front line. Low health bars on both sides. Masu and Quad, 25% HP each, but C9 has more health. They have control over the Dragon Pit. Busio and Inspired are gonna be the first to check. Masu coming around from the side, but JoJo's also got eyes on him. A TP for re-entry for Quad, as FlyQuest do not want to give over the Dragon Soul. Quad will fly back into the pit and secure the kill on the enemy jungler. Now C9 knows they don't have a smite for it. JoJo's gonna try to steal it away if he can, but it ain't gonna matter. The Hex Soul denied once more by FlyQuest.
Quad is the dragon that they needed, and Busio went into the pit. He forces the flash from Inspired there so they can just focus him down. FlyQuest, they keep their eyes on the dragon. Even after that crazy initial fight, they still get their objective. They deny again the Dragon Soul from Cloud9, and here is the moment where they do get the interrupt onto Bwipo, but the follow-up CC allows them to chunk down Thanatos to then the same HP, so that Bwipo makes the call. Once they get Redemption Heal, he flashes on JoJo again, and it's only because Vulcan goes for the peel that it's not a repeat of the last time.
Yeah, that combo from Vulcan was sick, but they just didn't really have the damage to finish it out. The ulti from Berserker was pretty nicely timed, but Masa was able to flash out of that. He survives, and then all of a sudden, the TP from Quad is really what makes the big difference here.
And then you saw the backline from FlyQuest actually still made so much work. After he comes back in, though, with the full HP, Busio forces the flash from Inspired, and Quad
back to live.
flies in.
Vulcan jumping in as Quad continues to lead the charge towards the backline of Cloud9. Vulcan escaping with the Unbreakable Will as Daisy is eliminated. Thanatos here in the front yet again, goes for a double knockback on the Q3, but now the engage with the Magnet Storm from Busio locks up everybody on C9. Quad's going godlike, and C9's going home in a body bag. Berserker absolutely smashed by Bwipo's Renekton. A clean ace for nothing for FlyQuest. They are marching into the base. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 ain't gonna beat them in this one. We got ourselves a series.
FlyQuest are gonna make no mistake about it this time. Quad and Masu crushing through Cloud9 there.
Those Nexus turrets ain't much, man. FlyQuest team fighting FlyQuest mid-game. FlyQuest come back in game 2 and tie up the series.
These are the kind of fights I want to see from our second and third place teams. That was so fun to watch here. C9 and FlyQuest in these mid and late game fights are really throwing haymakers.
I love it, man. Beautiful, beautiful performances here. I'm starting to feel like this Smolder might be a problem for C9 to address.
Smolder, Ivern, also in this one, Busio had a lot of really good engages for FlyQuest too.
Good stuff from the FlyQuest boys all around. Reminder, single-day tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. You can head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship right now to claim your spot. But we are heading back over to the LCS Lounge to break Game 2 down.
I really wonder
Welcome
how
back.
much damage...
We're here in our nice theater look. I feel like this series could be 2-0 in either direction, so 1-1 feels right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're
Fair
at a
for
1-1.
both teams.
Yeah. This is a fair result. Let's get into the highlights of this one. Right off the bat, it was a better start, being able to kill JoJo here. JoJo a little bit too aggressive early on, and Inspired does take him down.
And he gives us the Rammus thumbs up. A solid, a little bit of disrespect just to make it very clear to him.
I really appreciated how early Inspired got involved with his lanes on the map. As we see, I thought this was a kill, actually. I was really surprised. Thanatos lives.
The healing?
The slither.
Thorn
of
shield.
Health.
Thanatos this early game was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
This one.
Yes, sir.
This one. This is the just use flash, man. He tried to land the W.
Then flashes, though.
Wow,
and then
that was very close.
I saw the tilt on his face a little bit, Quad, after that play, because he realized now you're going back in the lane without flash. The wave just got crashed into you, too, so you missed a little bit of XP.
This was nice, though, from Thanatos, for sure.
Yeah, dragging him in. Under turret. And even when Bwipo is able to pop ult and try to get out, there's no chance.
Solo kill for Thanatos. Woo!
Whoa.
That was maybe the last great thing we saw Thanatos do this game. His team fighting wasn't that good.
Yeah, that's where he needs to improve
Wait,
on a bit.
Bwipo started popping off after like pretty bad early game.
Yeah, I mean, this fight, we did wonder, like, could they have just killed Whippo? Like, just letting him walk out. Let's back this up one more time.
Yeah, one more time.
Because, so Blabber had ult, and then was there any other tools they had to actually kill? Let's run it through, because it is, I'm seeing it again, it is just Thanatos and Vulcan here that could potentially go for Whippo, but they decided not to ult with Blabber, and then the rest of the reinforcements are on the way. So I think that might have been the right play.
Yeah, the rel engage was also just too much, too.
I think what I'm seeing is like, I think they were calling Masu is coming, Masu is coming. So some of player were backing up, and then some of player was like, should we still kill? Or something. I think they were like separate the communication.
Yeah, this was the FlyQuest triangle.
This is the new Whippo triangle.
It's just death 24/7 here. What was happening here? Oh, this was a nice kill actually when Masu picks up the double buffs.
But then
Blabber really wanted that one.
They get onto quad.
Oh, and then quad again. He dies in the triangle. The tri-bush triangle.
Are you trying to say
here.
it's cursed out there?
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if Masu could kill Blabber without using ulti, they could actually fight.
Yeah.
Masu had to use the ulti to finish. That kind of sucks.
Look at this highlight shot.
Oh my God!
Wow,
Boom. Although, I will say, questionable angle there from Busio. He definitely could have just moved out this way instead of going that way, and he might have been able to live.
Yeah, they would have been able to support him a little bit.
That was sick, though. This was a big point here. So they'd killed Thanatos on the other side of the map, and C9 just decided to flip it. But we were saying, like, even if they get this Baron, which they do, there's no world where they win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna get a Baron and then they're gonna all die. And for FlyQuest, it doesn't matter. If they can kill, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, and then now we're just in raw team fight phase.
This area is actually, this part of the map is actually what's causing a lot of harm for C9. Now, we didn't get to show it, but earlier on, Jojo Pyong gets caught out by a Renekton W into Kai'Sa ulti and then like completely lost the fight. That was such a good ulti from Busio.
Anything you want to see again in that fight, Core?
I mean, I think Thanatos went
Back it
in
up.
without thinking Smolder has a flash or not.
Keep backing it up to kind of the start of the fight. Yeah, so let's watch Thanatos in this fight because he's way up in the front.
Yeah, I mean, against Smolder, if you cannot kill, just don't go.
Because you're kind of like almost an assassin there with the front. So unless you have kill threat, you don't want to go in because then you're just taking free damage.
Yep.
This was it, I think. This was the final fight.
Yeah. The series is going exciting.
It's so tough. It's being decided by these fights. I think FlyQuest, especially, look, game one, completely off early game. This one, still bad early game. but still being able to find fights through mid, and I think a lot of the times being able to pick off JoJo has been what's been making the games easier for FlyQuest.
I mean, I think they are having a pretty big headache from the both team. I think C9 is winning early game a lot.
Yes.
But somehow at first Dragon timing, C9 drew or FlyQuest win the fight by a huge amount.
Yeah.
And then I think they're losing more than they expected, and then they're losing more in early game, winning more in the late game. So I think both teams like need to balancing out. They need to think about like what's going on in these games.
Yeah, they're both talking about what they're doing wrong and maybe taking for granted what they're doing so well. So another surprise thing there is red side's been selected by C9. We'll be breaking that down and covering the draft for Game 3 after the break.
In our last round, our two finalists, Team Liquid's Umpty and Cloud9's Blabber, are going head-to-head in the ultimate battle for jungle supremacy. 3 rounds of jungle clears to see who can outrace the other on the Rift. For rounds 1 and 2, the champions were chosen based on their most played champions from Summer so far, while the last round is their shared most played champion of all time. Each round is timed, and the lowest combined time wins. Gentlemen, start your jungle pads.
Will come out. By the way, what is the difference about the Maokai? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we'll get 1 second difference. Yeah, maybe. Oh my god, I hit my wolf the wrong way. I'm not. Oh, it's GG, brother. I can't. Really? I can't see you, so I don't know.
Out of the small chicken.
So you're at the raptor, okay?
Open,
I got it.
open,
It's okay.
open,
all
open.
good, all good. Yeah. Still eating the red. Actually, double AP is strong.
Yeah, it's OP for clear.
More faster.
It's way faster.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Same. I think we are similar.
Yeah, I think he was 1 second ahead of me because I was not 313.
Well, I think you're better than me at this.
I don't know. I saw your Nidalee. I watched some of your LCK Nidalee games. Oh! Oh my god. It almost reset.
Oh, that could be danger, man.
It's kind of crazy that we're in the final 2 and we play today. I'm done.
It was 3 minutes 13 again,
Yeah,
like a map.
same. Yeah, same. Man, I thought you guys could win T1. It looked so close.
Don't worry, I saved it. I saved my country.
You did it for the boys.
I'm done.
I'm done.
314.
315, I guess, for me.
It was actually the 1 second
The
gap
1 second gap,
times.
both times, 1 second.
Is it actually goal? Can I take it?
The dust has settled and the king has been crowned. Let us know in the comments what you think the next battleground for LCS royalty should be. And don't forget to tune into the LCS. Hell yeah.
I'm going. Careful, careful. I will just kill him. Lila is bot side.
No
probably.
flash.
I
I'll
have
freeze
my
Masu.
Yep.
I'm listed and TP.
Nice guys.
I'm fighting. No, I mean answer.
Iron will come top.
Coming
Thanatos.
Yeah. It's already good. No, there's a fight top. Yeah, I'm good.
Iron top.
I'm slowly coming top, Thanatos.
Nice.
Yo, this guy's Miller.
Coming. Look top small, there might be TP. The fight might be good.
Not now.
I'll wasted W on me.
They're TP. They're TP now.
All 5 are there.
Oh, it's fine. Let me die then.
Lilia,
It's okay, it's okay. Let me die, guys.
We can fight, I think. If they go more. I'm going Lilia. Looks good.
I
can shield you, Pupa.
I'm done. You just fight for the others. Help the others. Cassante has flash, okay? Careful.
Go, guys. No flash. Coming. No flash.
High bird.
Yeah, Kai'Sa coming now.
I'm ulting here.
Okay, wait. No, it's free, I think.
No flash.
Yeah, nice. Get the whole bot out.
This is good. This is a good fight. Good
20
fight.
seconds on my TP.
Just slow down. Look at Lila. This is good. Looks good. Looks good. Very
No
good.
flash, Alistar. No flash,
Chase
Corki.
Please. Yes.
Six is gonna walk. Maybe I'm there.
Look here.
I'm watching.
Don't care.
No flash, Corki. No flash.
Yeah, just front to back, guys. Front to back.
Cassante.
You see Corki in the back? He's 1 HP.
Lila flashed. I can combo when they go deep.
Sleeping.
Lilia.
That's Nash, guys. That's Nash.
Slow down.
Corki no TP. That's Nash, guys.
Yeah,
Or Soul. Maybe
Soul. We can't give Soul.
Guys, come. Oh, he heals.
No flash.
He's inting. Holy fuck.
I think don't do Nash.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. Both games going strangely the same. C9 wins early game, loses late game, but we're at 1-1. And Cloud9 picked red side. Emily, what are you hoping to see in this draft?
Well, I'm really curious to see if they stick with the same bans, right? Because for C9, it's been Ezreal, Nasus, Senna, even on blue. For FlyQuest, it's been Yone, Rumble, Azir. And we already see the change in that C9 do not want to give that Lilia first pick over to Inspired.
Drum roll.
I think C9 probably doesn't want to give a outscared comp. I think C9 is showing up. They are doing a better early game team, but they're somehow losing late game. So
what do you think is going to change more? C9 pick more scaling or Fly pick more early game?
I think they want to look C9. C9 want to pick more late game.
Okay.
Especially not giving a good smolder angle.
Well, that's how you not. That's how you prevent the
Smolder
smolder.
gun.
Rip Smolder.
Reason why I said drum roll is first time in the draft that we see Nasus is open and available.
And Azir is also up because of that.
Azir's up, Nasus is up, Senna is up.
So this could be, just completely changing how drafting works here. I mean, FlyQuest is going blue side for the first time here, so I'm interested in what the first angle is going to be. It's going to be Azir. And now, look, we've always heard the rumors about like, oh, JoJo plays what Chovy plays, and there's like now talk about Nasus being played by Chovy and solo queue. I'm just putting that out there into the ether. You can take it away
I was
from
going to say, he has not
forward.
yet played in LCK Res.
Yeah, but he has played in
I don't know
solo
if
queue, and
that
that's all that
counts.
matters.
Yeah.
Also, this case, Senna is also up for the first time in the series.
True.
And the Misfortune gets picked early, so this was what they won with in game 1. It got banned in the 4-5 in game 2, but now they pick it extremely early.
What's some of the concern around Senna? Because Senna is the pick that's either getting completely banned away or like teams are not touching it. So what's the concern about running Senna if you were to play it?
I mean, with the Senna, like sometimes it's hard to make a good comp, but like against Senna, this champion is just bullshit. So it's like a small door, right? Like you don't know when you lose. So it's headache champion.
This is actually really interesting that Bwipo can just get a free Renekton once again. I actually would have kind of expected that C9 would prioritize this over the Corki. What do you think?
Especially, I was going to say, especially since it's such a big Thanatos champ, right? It's something that we know he can get like really early laning leads off of.
I think even though like Bwipo's Renekton was behind in the early game, I think he was still useful. So like in case like if he's ahead, he's gonna do more useful. So I think it was not a good choice to give up Bwipo or Renekton. And then I think FlyQuest's scaling is still better than now, even though there's no smolder.
Yeah, I agree. And if C9, they'll probably just pick the Cassante again here on 3.
Oh.
Unleash him!
Dog cover.
Unleash him! JoJo's such a pro.
Yeah, now C9 need some AP source in the jungle. So let's see like what FlyQuest is gonna ban it.
What do you think Blabber would go for, actually?
Lilia's already banned, too.
Because Lilia's down. I mean, Zyra and Brand exist, but they've been taken down a notch.
I think FlyQuest is gonna ban like Brand and Zyra probably. I don't know what C9 is looking for. I think he should find out the first AP jungler.
And then FlyQuest is holding their entire bottom lane. C9 do the early ban of Kalista because that's what Masu is so good at. What type of bot lane do you think completes the FlyQuest composition the most, Core?
I think FlyQuest's 1-3 has a decent balance, so whatever FlyQuest bot lane can choose, like, makes sense.
They're kind of free to pick whatever they want.
Man, one pick that I'm looking at is Ashe here, just for FlyQuest. I mean, they already have decent amount of setup if you have an Azir, ulti, and all that, but I think Ashe would make it much more clearer. That being said, even if you were to ban Brand and Zyra, the Nidalee is still available. That's probably why they're dropping into 4-5 jungle, just because they do have options. That being said, goodbye.
There goes that.
Yeah, never mind.
So like typically Masu really like the Varus and Kalista. So in this case, like they could pick Varus and then tank support. And then at that point, like Nidalee's damage is probably not enough.
I think C9 probably goes support first, I would imagine, with Leona still being open and unlikely to get banned. They banned Alistar instead, so they're kind of saying Blabber can have Zyra if he wants it. Really interesting.
Yeah, especially since Zyra does give a lot of setup. Oh,
Senna.
No, Senna comes down.
Wow.
Support Senna for MF.
That changes everything now.
Yeah, I think C9 filled up their scaling value from the support. I think this Senna champion is like really huge Joker pick.
And now how does FlyQuest go against it? Because is Senna MF enough lane dominance, or can FlyQuest get a comp that can actually punish it early game?
So I think FlyQuest can, when they have Ivern, like it's good to pick melee support anyway. And then they just pick melee support and then try to find the 2v2 kills.
A question that I'd have for you, Core, because we're getting to a point where, yes, MF and Senna are strong in lane. But whenever I've seen a range support in a lane swap like a Senna and a Cassante that can obviously do well on his own, like the top laner cannot approach a Senna MF at all and gets completely zoned out of the wave.
Yeah.
Would you prefer to have them in a standard lane or in a lane swap?
About that one, I will show you.
Oh, that's a lock-in!
Amumu.
Oh my god!
So we saw this in the LEC.
So Blabber found a champion like AP source plus tank.
He did. The magical Amumu.
It worked.
Yeah.
It worked out.
Yeah.
So it's a prepare the draft, I guess.
I'm really
Lock in
curious to see
Amumu?
if he goes the Conqueror or Amumu, or if he goes
Thank
Aftershock
you.
like we saw in the LEC. I'm preferential to Conqueror, especially with the Senna for the sustained fights. Core, I have to ask you once again, which draft do you favor?
Oh, I think once they have a Amumu and Senna, it's very hard to predict. But I think I like FlyQuest's topside 3 champion, so I would choose the FlyQuest.
Okay, Core says FlyQuest. I'm going C9. I like the Amumu Senna. Let's send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, everybody. Welcome to game number 3. We've had a couple of exciting ones here for the first couple of games, and now we've got the Amumu pick locked in. Last pick of the draft for Cloud9. Kobe, historically in North America, we have complained about a lack of spice, a lack of seasoning in our red side 5th picks. Well, C9's bringing us Amumu in this one.
Yeah, I love it because Amumu has really just been dominating solo queue recently. We also saw it a little bit in Europe. You know, they mentioned he went Aftershock in Europe. Solo queue is the Conqueror, more carry style. Yeah. But really, at the root of it, it all stems from Faded Ashes and Leandries being so good again right now. And everyone talks about, oh yeah, the AP junglers, but you know these items are very strong. And Amumu has been rushing the Leandries, and that really puts it over the edge. If you're thinking about this comp and you're like, oh well, it was so heavy AD.
Yeah.
If he does go with first item Leandries like you do in solo queue, then that will be plenty of AP. And we talked about the sleepy time combo before with the Lilia
First of
put
the
in
sad
between.
bullet time.
This is the original. This is the original MF combo here. So I want to see it from Blabber. Let's get those big flash. Ooh. We get the invade here, possibly pushing them out. Fake ward.
No combat, no combat. Let's go ahead and toss things over to Emily. She's standing by with Reaper.
Hello, I'm here with Reaper. Reaper, I am going to start off with that R5 Amumu pick. We were wondering what the AP jungle pick was going to be for C9. Just talk me through this draft.
Okay, so basically with a 3 range champion on the mid and bot, so that we need a tanky and engage jungler, right? And also right now, like Amumu is good spot as a jungler right now. So yeah, why not?
And then just going into this game, it's 1-1. I think both teams have shown really great things. Both teams have also made a lot of mistakes. So going in, how did you talk to your guys through that loss and prepare for game 3?
Yeah, basically we were had a control game 1 and 2, and we made a big mistake so that FlyQuest, specifically like Smolder, can come back to the game. So this game around, we are banning Smolder so that we have a even though we made a mistakes, we cannot easily giving up entire game. So yeah, that was a game plan.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to watching as we see Vulcan and Berserker going up against Whippo in the top lane. It is a lane swap. Take away, casters.
And I want to hit on the Amumu though, because Blabber is going the Chad version, not the Aftershock. Yeah. He has gone for the Conqueror, and there are some tips and tricks for Amumu. It is typically seen as a low elo stomper because of the AoE, and it's so focused on team fighting. But you can do things, and surprising how even pro junglers, some of them don't know you can R flash with this champ to really get the quick engages and get the very best ones to set up with Misfortune. So those are the types of things where you can do R flashes, you can walk at them to close distance first as they dodge for your Qs to be able to easily land those afterwards as well. And now we get to see the Ivern joining for the bottom side lane swap here. Full pressure onto Thanatos.
Okay. 4-man dive. You would have to think they can get this. Pathmaker to immediately cause him a couple of problems. Masu eats the 2 turret shots. Inspired has to flash away. The kill has still not been secured. Finally, the root. Last little hit from the grenade won't do it, but the crocodile will. First blood FlyQuest.
Yeah, Thanatos handled that about as well as he could have. Does get the flash out, but at the end of the day, they do pull off the dive here. And the question is he going to TP back? He will not. So he will walk back. Isn't confident that he could actually defend the dive. Now he's going to do it as he actually saw the Ivern finally leave. And I think he should be fine to actually collect a lot of this.
Yeah, that's the correct play right here. He waits till he knows if Inspired actually came all the way back.
He's coming back.
Then it would be a wait. I don't think so. I think he's just going for Scuttle Crab here.
Yeah.
Then it would be a bit of an inefficiency, you know, a little bit of extra time. So nice little hesitancy there, waiting for the correct opportunity, goes back in, gets a bunch of experience here. So he is going to have the experience advantage over Whipple, as Whipple then teleports to the top side to collect less of that wave that was pushed in onto the top side.
But of course he got first blood, so he's gonna be fine as far as the gold does go. The Amumu though is just so cool because we were talking, you know, during the draft, obviously we were recovering, and so we're talking, okay, well, how are they gonna actually fix this comp? They need AP, they need Engage. You're like, well, maybe they could go Maokai. But I always feel like Maokai is such a fake AP champ, right? It's like, it's not actually gonna force any MR. It's not actually putting a real threat on the back line. It's just kind of poke. So Amumu is so good because you needed Engage and AP. You really needed both in this comp. They had no real Engage, no AP threat. So I just think it really did make sense. It's not just like, hey, this is a pretty good pick in solo queue. Let's shove it in there.
And the full solo queue Amumu build does involve Sork shoes too. So, you know, you want to get magic penetration. I don't know if he's going to go that deep into it. He's at least committing to the Leandries and the Conqueror though, which I very much do like. You know, they have the Corki, MF, and Senna. So plenty of attack damage that will come through.
Yeah.
And if the enemy team are sporting, you know, 0 magic resistance, then it can be a good punish that way. Plus, it also means that you're kind of pressed on tenacity here. So really, really good like late balancing from C9.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's any defensive boots, it's going to be Tabby's on the FlyQuest side, 100%, right? There's 3 ADCs, it has to be, so you can definitely get a lot of value out of that. Of course, Senna doesn't really do a lot of damage, you know, with this kind of new age build. I'm just expecting it to be Echo's Rush. I don't think we're going to see the Black Cleaver stuff unless they feel like, hey, this is going to be problematic. They're going to stack too much armor. You know, that's got to be the sacrifice that you make. You need to rush this for utility, but definitely expecting it to be just Echoes of Helia.
Took us 3 games to get a little bit of yapping here in the all chat. Useful freeze. Bandage toss, going after Boosie up there in the top lane, but doesn't really get a whole lot of anything.
And you can see what he was talking about is I think he actually didn't have the wave set up properly, so it's pushing away from him. So it's actually denying minions from him on the attempted freeze, unfortunately. So JoJo has that bigger wave coming in.
And he got level 6 first just as Quad went in for the trade. So JoJo stands and fights it.
And you could see Quad jumps in on that trade because he knows JoJo wanted to have to go for the cannon minion there. Whenever the enemy cannon minion is low, that's a good chance to jump on the guy because you get to start it off with the first hit. But speaking of starting things up, we got the Grubs, the target here for C9. Game number 1, the first pot of Grubs didn't go till after 10 minutes. Game number 2, it was 7 minutes. Game number 3, just very shortly after spawn. And you mentioned it back in the first game, Azael. This is the much more common occurrence.
Absolutely. And this is one of the little things. Whenever you're playing Senna, if you can get over to the Grubs and they're being taken, Vulcan just got 5 souls from those Grubs being taken. It's actually ridiculous how many can sometimes pop out of those waves.
And Amumu is a Grub blender. With E max as you go for Amumu now, he is truly a Grub blender. Very good at taking those. Takes very little.
Not the kind of smoothie that I think I want to drink.
Man, you don't want a pot of Grubs?
No,
I used to watch Fear Factor when I was a kid. Where you had to eat grubs and slugs and stuff.
I see some content around this. This sounds like a good idea.
I'll be the host. You can eat the Grub blended pot shake.
We're gonna do Survivor.
Yeah, they'll be the audience.
Summoner's Rift Survivor here, LCS version. And Blabber, since he's the Grub blender, he's going to be our first contestant.
Okay. Chickens would be the tastiest for sure.
Yeah, this is...
If I had to eat a jungle camp, it would be the chickens.
I would be down for the chickens.
Yeah.
That looks all right.
You're not going to eat this rock.
Yeah, that's...
So what about the Gromp, though? Do you have refined taste to eat a Gromp?
Man,
No.
half of all of my meals are an unnamed taco fast food establishment. I don't think my palate could be defined as refined.
The Gromp used to have a poison buff when you took it.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know?
he's like a tree frog.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they took that away, right? It's fine, right? They balanced the taste. They balanced the taste. All right, so level 6 now here for the Amumu. The key, always the ultimate with this champion. Flash at the ready means that you are a giga playmaker. And this is going to be the classic combination with the Misfortune. So hopefully we do get to see that one this time around too. They already had the synergy last time with the Lilia. So Cloud9 once again investing in these big AoE combinations for themselves. And this time around, it is actually even more powerful for a full commitment, right? You always want the all-in, and you don't want to let your opponents leave the fight once you start it. You've got the Senna shield over the top. This whole series has been FlyQuest laughing at them. Ha, we've got an Ivern. The heals and shields are so annoying, right? Well, now Cloud9 are going to be like, well, we've got the Senna heals and shields. So the playing field has been equalized for later. We will get to see that.
9 minutes into the game, still just the single kill on the board. 90 seconds remaining until our second grubs show their faces here on the Rift. I'm curious how much of a fight we're going to get for those. We know you don't want to surrender the 6 grubs, even if there's not something like a Ziggs in the game. Still, when you have the Corki and the Misfortune working together, you can tear down some turrets pretty quickly. Berserker versus Masu both just farming here in mid lane, as the top side Renekton versus Thanatos matchup is much more like game number 1, where it's just strictly uneventful unless Renekton accidentally gets a little too close and gives the Cassante that angle.
Yep, Whippo maintaining that gold lead he got from that first blood. They grabbed off that dive, but really that's been the only action so far in the lane swap. So mostly just both sides kind of farming it up. One thing I will say is in these types of games, Senna can really get soul starved. You're not getting nearly as many as you want. You know, support Senna, you don't have to actually focus on farming at all. You're just harassing, farming those souls, which can be impactful. Getting that additional extra range is really, really nice. You do obviously get some AD from that as well. You're not going to be building AD, but still, it is helpful to get, even with this new style build. And in this type of lane swap, low action game, his souls are going to be really set behind.
And he's actually staying bottom right now with the teleport coming through, so they are actually committing away from the respawn of the grubs. Since they invested JoJo's teleport to get down here, this will be interesting because they're the ones with the Amumu, and Ivern actually was showing down here too, so they know they're not under any immediate threat.
Little funny thing is that Vulcan had been hiding and playing on vision, not wanting to show the whole time, but he got too close to the mini wave, so it actually spawned souls. So that gives away that the Senna is in the brush. So you do have to be careful about that. Your proximity to the wave can actually give you up your location in a situation like that.
It reminds me of the old Aurelian Soul when he had those silly stars orbiting in him, and you could just see him in the bush because of the stars floating around in circles.
It's like when a little kid thinks they're playing hide or seek and they're just standing behind a tiny tree. You can see them on both sides.
Right, it's just like, all right, well, everybody knows you're here.
Or the cute magic trick where they've got the cover up and then they just duck right behind it, but you can still see.
Like, all right, we got you figured out here as Busio trying to stop the invade here. Blabber just continues walking away from that one. A single dredge line is no real threat on this Amumu. He's still working towards that first completed item. Honestly, everybody is still waiting to hit those first power spikes.
All right, that should for sure be commitment to Grubs then, because Inspire just autoed that ward. So Cloud9 know Grubs are open. Blender activate.
Let's
plug in the blender. Let's go.
Get on over there, Blabber. Waddle, waddle, waddle.
I mean, this is also, you know, kind of pretty atypical. Again, just back-to-back games, 6 grubs. Last game, they beat them with it. We'll see if they can overcome it again this time. Obviously, the Ivern has not really been helping them take very many objectives.
Well,
is poking into the area. 4 already down, though.
Yeah, Whippo and Inspired want to stop Blabber from securing all of these grubs. They will stop him from getting the 6th one, so it at least limits the Void Might spawns a little bit here. But still, 5 of them going the way of Cloud9. Pretty happy about that.
And Amumu's flash is to me, is so big because this champion has very little mobility of its own. When you don't have your flash, you are drastically less threat, and it really relies now on him actually hitting some good Qs. So we'll see. Maybe some teammates can set you up for Qs. Helps out a lot. But we'll see about those next kind of 5 minutes into the game where FlyQuest, not only do they deny the double Void might spawn, but that might relieve some pressure there.
I mean, it's a good point because there's also really not much setup at all on their team. Like you can maybe Pathmaker him into a Q, maybe get a Senaru or an MF slow, but there's not much CC.
Fun fact, Amumu was released June 26th of 2009. So over 15 years ago was when Amumu joined the League of Legends. Back then, there wasn't as much mobility. Back then, having bandage toss was mobility. All right?
The funny thing is, it's actually not that much after Viper was, or Sniper, General Sniper was born.
Amumu is almost as old as General Sniper.
Almost as old, yeah.
Well, Sniper has more friends, okay?
Yeah,
Sniper's got more friends than Amumu, unfortunately for Amumu. And we will see, actually, he's going to reset once again. I wonder if he's got like a fully Andrew.
Ooh, nice engage from Busio and Quad working together here for the kill on JoJo, who flashes away, survives with 81 HP. The last charge of the soldiers can't catch him, and Vulcan protects his mid laner.
Jin's gonna look.
Are we? No. Oh, I thought for sure we might have got the sniper moment, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to look with the W, see if he could actually find it, but that is the Senna coming in clutch. The Q heal, the Summoner heal, the ulti shield, all used to barely keep JoJo alive.
Top lane tier 1 turret will eat some of that minion wave up. We do only have 10 seconds left before the turret plates are completely gone, so they'll just get those 3 plates from the one up top. You can see 2 plates taken down from the turret for C9 in the bottom lane as well. Meanwhile, C9 themselves have only managed to take a single plate from every single FlyQuest tier 1 turret, so FlyQuest going to come out on top there.
And you mentioned last game, you know, some of these like pressure plays from Ivern. While Ivern does drop a lot of camps, those are the types of things you get to do. You know, show up on one of these objective swaps, get some pressure out, you know, hopefully for your team, get some extra kills, but they still are looking around at this Rift Herald. Let's see, evaluate this. Let's see, the Ivern actually just lost Daisy.
Thanatos is moving as well. And
it puts you one down. When you don't have Daisy in the early game, it's a completely different champion. You really do feel like you're just half of your old self. And so Cloud9 just are able to burn down and finish out the objective.
Yeah, I like that little move from Thanatos as well. He goes off vision just to make them a little bit nervous that Thanatos could be making the roam, you know, less likely to commit to it. He sees that it's secured, just walks back. So Cloud9 continuing to run the objective game as they have so far in this series, but hasn't really resulted in the advantages that you would sometimes expect. We'll see if they do want to make a move towards this second dragon here.
Farming up top for now. Inspired's going to go back, continue clearing through these camps. Second Drake not approached yet by either side. No vision from either side here in the bottom side. River even setting up for it. Masu is just this wave stay right where it is.
Meanwhile, since, those 80 carries have been pretty safe in mid lane, we constantly see Vulcan just hovering behind JoJo. Definitely paid off last time. You know, keep JoJo up, keep him farming. He's got to his Trinity Force there for C9. And again, this time around, they're going to have quite a lot more sustain for some of these fights with the Senna if Vulcan is able to keep safe himself, because this build, it got so popular, and then you mentioned off the changes with AP ratios with the Echoes of Helio Rush. Sometimes the Sennas do get picked and are a little squishy, but as long as you have pretty good positioning here, then you should be able to stay safe. Their front line is pretty beefy.
Yeah. Definitely have to position well, especially you have very little XP. He's been running around in this lane swap, right? He is a lot of levels behind. What item would you expect next from the Amumu here if he's going to go, you know, kind of this AP route?
I would go full tank. Solo queue, it is usually a Sunfire. And since, of course, he's gone with the Merc Treads here to deal with the CC, I do expect armor tank item. It is up to you which armor tank item you do prefer, but Sunfire is the general solo queue one.
Well, Sunfire also gives the ramping damage on the Immolate as you're in combat, so you are going to get more player damage out of that, whereas Hollow Radiance is more about pushing the waves with the on-kill minion explosion. So I generally feel like, you know, if you're trying to scrap, if you're trying to carry, Sunfire feels better to build. But the Herald's going to be summoned up in mid lane here by C9, used to take out the tier 1.
But they lost the race. Quad actually got the tier 1 top first, so they're a little bit slow to summon that, and as a result, that additional gold is going to go into the pockets of the Azir. Here, Cloud9, though, will be able to take the Dragon off the back of this. And so let's find out, again, what soul it will be.
So I could also throw out there a Zeke's Convergence, because that is more pro-skewed as a tank item. And it's not full armor, but it does give you more cooldown reduction and is very cheap as well. So you kind of get to go with Ivern on support item, cheaper builds for you as jungle. So there are a couple options for him there.
I kind of like that too, because there's also an Azir you have to deal with, right? So, you know, having a little bit of MR in there is going to be pretty nice too.
Plus, I like stuff that already does what you do, but does more of it, and it creates a circle of damage around you.
On your circle.
And you are already creating a big circle, and then your W is a little circle. As Quad has to try to get the hell out of town before he's the victim of those circles, but no, sir. This dude is in some serious danger as he tries to escape, summoning up the Sun Disc, using the soldiers. JoJo in hot pursuit, but Busio has arrived for the clutch save. And now with no mana left on JoJo, the copter crashes, and Quad fired the missile.
Oh man, they're able to take him out. The over chase there. Blabber committed the flash even to get that. They get no summoners except that one TP. End up dying.
Quad putting up that Azir turret just made Blabber turn around and the rest of the team turn around, but JoJo wanted to finish, and guess what? It's Redemption. The cheap support item from Ivern. They came in to heal him as well to buy the extra time. So here is the turnaround point. Tower's up. They don't have the damage with the Senna ult, and then the Azir ult goes through. But Blabber's like, all right, we're kind of out here with the chase, and JoJo wants to continue. Really good dodge on the big one by Quad, but also with the Redemption healing, he had plenty of HP there.
Yeah, exactly. I think his thought process was, I have the big one, I hit that one more auto, he's dead. You know, maybe worthwhile, but definitely an overchase. Ran out of mana, gets punished for it. FlyQuest definitely happy about that one.
Yeah.
As that Azir is getting really strong now. Azir is now up 1K and was actually pretty behind before he started going side lanes. You know, was down a couple hundred gold, so in a really good spot now. 2 items done, took that first tower, got solo gold on it, gets a kill now on JoJo.
Especially important when you consider the fact that the other big damage threats on the team are both physical damage. He's really the only AP. I don't count Ivern. I'm sorry, Ivern players. You can see Cassante is going to be very tanky against that physical damage. So I like that for FlyQuest. 1,000 gold ahead, but C9 still up both of those first couple of Drakes. It is a Hex Soul yet again. Very, very valuable Drake Soul, no matter what kind of a comp you're playing, no matter what champion you are. Even the individual dragons offering attack speed and ability haste is super useful on any champion in League. So FlyQuest does not want to allow C9 to continue stacking those here in about 2 minutes time.
And we'll just have to see, you know, how FlyQuest approaches this time, because both of the last 2 games, they just gave up the 3rd dragon and didn't fight, but largely it was because they were waiting for smolder stacks. This time around, I don't really think you have to wait at all, right? You already have the early 2 items here for Quad. He's pretty much ready to go. Masu very likely will have his 2nd item by the time that next dragon spawns also, so I feel like FlyQuest should be down to fight. I don't think that they need to just sit back.
I like this slight adaptation too, where Inspired has actually gone 2nd item Mikhails instead of waiting for 3rd, because they're playing against a Mumu.
Yeah.
and that needs no explanation. Very, very critical item here to be able to save someone.
Berserker back on the misfortune. I'm also going to be looking to him to have a better performance here in this 3rd game versus game number 2. I felt like the Ziggs, I mean, we mentioned how he only had played it 1 time before in his career, 3 years ago in LCK Challengers. It didn't really feel like a Berserker champion, right?
Yeah.
We feel like we want to see these guys on big carries. We feel like we want to see these guys on, see this guy on marksman.
I feel like he played fine. You know, it wasn't like he was the reason they lost the game, but it was also like he wasn't having that big impact that you expect from Berserker, right? You know, there would be this explosive moment where they have a great engage, where they have something coming in, and you expect it to be Cloud9 running over the fight, but it just wasn't really there. And it did feel like FlyQuest kind of played around the fact that he was the Ziggs, mostly just full sent everything on JoJo, and then Cloud9 was lacking in consistent damage, right? Because the Ziggs really wasn't able to kind of get it over the top and finish off those fights. So I think FlyQuest played that out really, really well. But this time you do really have to worry about Berserker, especially because he has some of the best setup ever with a Mumu for that bullet time.
Well, he also has Lord Dominic's regards. I'm going to be a hater on this. When you're up against Ivern and Renekton, there's a lot of healing. I feel like the Mortal Reminder would have a lot more value in that situation, but who knows? Maybe the extra 10 AD ends up being the difference between life and death in one of these close moments.
It's so interesting because both the last games he went Mortal Reminder, and the previous game they actually had Mortal Reminder and Morelos, right? So they actually were really worried about the heal cut, and this time, you know, no one going it just yet.
Yeah, Thanatos stepping out of the consequences of the dredge line there with the Pathmaker. As JoJo's ready to fire back here a little bit, they lock up Daisy.
Want to try to remove this Ivern threat if they can, but the shields are just going to keep her functioning nice and easy. Bwipo using the Dominus on that fight, expecting a bigger engage. That is a huge tool for the Renekton to not have for a team fight coming up here for this next Drake.
Yeah, he wanted to punish Blabber for going in on Daisy. He was just out of range of getting the stun.
Okay, the Ruthless Predator, a lot of damage on Blabber here immediately, and Masu puts a bullet in him. C9 having to fall back behind the tier 1 turret now. FlyQuest don't need Dominus. They just need Bwipo to walk up and stun the Amumu.
Yep, there's a croc in that brush. Bwipo was lying in wait, and that's the punish he wanted on Blabber. And this time around, it was perfect. Right out of the brush, he just walks up to him, and Amumu instantly going down there. Huge for FlyQuest to then be able to get this dragon, and they're not even then worried about a Baron counter because you just killed the jungle. So that is a giant play. I would still credit the brush. Ivern brushes, maybe.
Yeah, trying to give credit to the jungler. The top laner can't have anything.
The classic Kobe angle, but this is also the consequence of what we've been talking about, the difference between tanky Amumu builds versus the more like solo fighter, solo queue type of build from Blabber here with the Conqueror and Leandries. Yeah, your front line is not looking great. He even threw the bandage toss in there that Bwipo didn't get hit by, so the brush seemed safe. The brush was not safe.
So it's always a tip, too, to like when you're in some situation like that, it works with all the terrain. If you go back from it, people can see a little bit to the sides, but not directly back from it. So really good dodge from Bwipo there. And thank you to the observers for giving that little check that they showed why Blabber walked up to that brush.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he thought it was safe, ends up getting picked off, and that was pretty much the end of the fight. And that was even Vulcan, used the Summoner heal, used the Q, Thanatos E'd to him to shield him up there. The Senna ult came out too late, but we'll see if they can get a better setup on the next one.
I mean, Jhin had Collector plus Mortal Reminder. Renekton has Sterix plus Black Cleaver. Amumu's only armor is a single chain vest. The reason that they blew him up so badly is just he does not have any itemization to deal with the threat that both these two have.
And Quad is already working towards his magic pen, right? So, there's going to be not really anything that he can do to stand up to it. That's why the initial punch is so important for Cloud9's comp, right? You have to nail that bandage toss. You have to be able to flash reposition often. You hit bandage toss, you flash the middle of everyone, you hit the ulti on everyone, both times come over the top. If that doesn't happen, Amumu's not going to be very useful in a lot of these fights.
And you have to be in sync with your Senna, because your Senna is what's going to keep you up after that initial engage. Vulcan's got to be like in sync. Yes, we're going for the engage. Channel the ultimate, your big shield, get your heals out over the top two. They will rely on that to keep the front line alive. And here comes the Moonstone. Like, that is really going to help. This is your big 2-item power spike for the Senna support when you have your Echoes plus your Moonstone power.
Yeah, it's just a really interesting series because I think it's different than a lot of people have the expectations of, right? People think of FlyQuest as, okay, if they're going to be Cloud9, it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be crazy, they're going to bring out these wild picks. Hasn't really been that. It's been Cloud9 that have been getting the early game leads, but just been getting out-team fought and kind of out-drafted by FlyQuest, who has been going for these strong late game comps, has been scaling it up and been able to execute in these 5v5 so well.
Busio engaging with the dredge line, but he engaged with the wrong target. Berserker picks him up easy and Blabber stays alive. Bullet time to try to provide some covering fire, but Bwipo's into the back line looking to finish the kill on Blabber, and he ain't gonna find him here just yet. Vulcan takes Bwipo down and Blabber lives to see another day. C9, 5 alive, running the show here in mid lane.
Now you see Busio, now you don't. Instantly deleted, and Blabber was able to hit Chain plus the Flash ultimate into the back line.
Quad is back, though. He's going to TP in, and they're going to look for a contest here. Inspired does have Flash available, but can he get in range?
3.5 v5. Daisy summoned up here to be the front line. Blabber is down to about 300 HP. Masu, Inspired, and Quad trying to step up, force Thanatos into the picture. Thanatos is still burning away to the entries. It is stolen by Inspired. FlyQuest at their darkest hour rise to the occasion and stop Cloud9. A triple kill for the Jhin, for Masu. Another one about to come through as the dredge line connects and FlyQuest are buried in a shallow grave.
FlyQuest wins.
Cloud9 are.
FlyQuest wins the one that matters. Clean! Honestly, we got there. Just as clean as Cloud9's Baron take.
Yeah, I mean, they were really wanted to keep Inspired out. I want to watch this one more time. Did he actually hit the Q and use that to get in to get the smite? How did he walk all the way in? This got awkward because no one was tanking for Blabber. He's like, I'm going to die, guys. Vulcan does get a heal on him. Thanatos was trying to body block, but Quad and Masu are just taking him out. They push him down. You can see Corki then gets hit by the Q, and that's what let him in. The Q hit on Corki, rides it in, steals that, and it's a disaster for Cloud9. Baron, massive gold lead as well. Go the way of FlyQuest. They are close to taking this second game.
They had no smite.
Bwipo is actually experiencing comedy on the Rift after that one. He is having the time of his life. Not only do you stop them after the fight, you steal the Baron away. What a massive swing for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's what I said. He had no smite.
Oh, no.
They were already up in this game, and now they are at 6,000 gold ahead. Cloud9 is hemorrhaging after that sequence.
Yeah, that's why Blabber was walking off it, and it was sitting around 1,000 HP for a while.
Yeah, I guess it was really close.
Good
to
eye,
up.
chat.
I didn't notice
Good
it
eye.
in the actual replay. Wow, that's tragic. That's one of those situations where the jungler's probably like, guys, I have no smite, guys, I have no smite. I really wonder what their comms were there, if a lot of other people were talking all at once and not hearing, or what went on.
You have to keep burning the Baron there. You could tell they were all really trying to keep the Ivern out, but then they didn't have the full burn.
It's like, it's one or the other, right? You full stop and you wait for smite, or you full send it and you kill it before he can get in range to smite.
Yeah. Well, FlyQuest now, they have got to be feeling confident after that one. Very, very impressive lead. They're going to secure themselves their second Drake of the game. C9 is not even on soul point yet. FlyQuest has full momentum here in the game. They will push up 5 men strong here in the bottom lane. Thanatos eating a lot of damage over the front line. That fourth shot would have killed him, but it does not hit the mark. FlyQuest using the Baron empowered minions to keep the push going. C9 just trying to stay alive. Those Senna heals reinforcing the health bars for as long as possible. Busio just removing some vision off to the side. C9, they know that the next minion wave is about to crash. They know that trying to defend this tier 2 turret is so very dangerous, so they're all backing away. It looks like this one's done for. They'll choose to defend at the base instead.
How crazy. This game determined by Cloud9 winning the fight, but then losing the one that matters at the Baron, losing the Baron itself, and FlyQuest taking so much on the map afterwards.
Yeah, and remember, the winner today is going to be at LCS Finals Weekend. TL, regardless of what happens next week, will be at LCS Finals Weekend. And the winner will also play against Team Liquid and get a spot at Worlds. So really important to be able to win this series here today. Also, kind of crazy to think, you know, FlyQuest obviously in control of this game. If this one goes the way that you're expecting, FlyQuest is up 2-1. If they had just all hit the Nexus in game 1, that would be a sweep.
A 3-0 would have been absolute madness. That's not the world that we're in. FlyQuest still got to close out this one here in game number 3, but I think that this is a really good look from him. Even the one big mistake we saw him make in mid lane with Busio's engage that got punished. The follow-up fight after from Quad and Masu and Inspired was just beautiful, and I've really been impressed with the way FlyQuest has been team fighting here today.
And the only thing they have to wait for now is the completion for Death Cap here for Quad. As soon as they get that, FlyQuest here should be able to finish the job. We still have a while to wait for the next Baron to come up, so while you collect your money for your Death Cap, prepare for this. The other thing to do, lay wards all around that Baron in preparation so that you get the initiation in the team fight this time around. You get the extra advantage, and there's the Death Cap for the level 18 Azir. Quad is fully ready to carry.
I mean, it's so hard because you have Cleanse on Masu, you have the Mikhails for Quad as well on the Azir, right? So you have kind of all your bases covered there. As far as that Amumu ult, you know, Blabber got a pretty good engage in the last one, but it's going to have to be something miraculous, I think, for Cloud9 to be able to come back from here and for them to have enough damage to actually kill before the Redemption lands, before the Ivern shields come out multiple times, and things start to become just too much to deal with.
You guys ever seen any of those pictures that people take near spots where you can go skiing? The sign with a skull on it that says you will die? That's what Cloud9's jungle feels like right now. Thanatos trying to lead the charge in. Busio's getting killed first. C9 with a nice pick on that one. Thanks to the top laner. Thanatos trying to step up here as Blabber goes over the wall. A big flash for the ulti. It's one kill onto Quad alongside the earlier one on Busio, but FlyQuest is still trying to stand and fight back. C9 taking control. It's a 4v3. A beautiful play from Blabber to reposition for the Curse of the Sad Mummy and set up for the kill on that fed enemy mid laner. C9 now with a man advantage. Now keeping the health bars filled up thanks to the Senna healing. Has control over the Rift once more.
Another R flash from Blabber. As you say, beautiful. It was that ultimate, plus he earlier blew the cleanse from Masu with his chain, then backed off a little bit to then go for the moment to set it up for Berserker's ulti here. This game is delivering still, even with the huge gold swing that we just saw. Look at the pick that they get onto Busio.
But you can see, you know, this is all set up here by Thanatos. So well done. Pathmaker, the root, flips them back, ultimate of the team, out of the hook. They get that initial kill.
And it's kind of set up by Busio hooking in also. It's kind of a similar situation to last time. Busio goes in and then they get the kill, but that was the key play right there from Blabber. As they're able to get a huge, huge lead in the team fight with the extra kill and then chasing out Whipple as the front line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations that, you know, that is the kind of play you need to be able to have a close fight. Even with that, Cloud9 did not run over the fight. They didn't quite have enough damage. That cleanse, obviously, you know, getting him out from that bandage toss, and he was in a very short duration ulti, so Masu was able to get back, and we'll see.
Your front line just has to be so careful. I mean, even Busio on the Nautilus here with an Aftershock, you know, trying to proc his Aftershock to go in, just gets punished so quickly.
Now the problem was there wasn't a whole lot to win from that. Whippo's going in, but he's losing a lot of health very quickly. FlyQuest top laner dies at the start of the fight. The rest of the team can't follow up. Busio getting a surge of healing through the redemption of the Ivern, but C9 has now killed one of the main frontline threats of FlyQuest right as the Baron spawns, right as the Dragon spawns. If the previous fight did not have enough rewards, now they've got a second chance. Blabber used the Curse of the Sad Mummy there on Whippo, so they gotta watch out for taking any crazy fights just yet. Masu uses fourth shot. Quad still has the Emperor's Divide ready to go. FlyQuest falling back into their own jungle now as C9 will regain control over the bot side river. But critically, FlyQuest had not allowed C9 the same amount of dragon control in game 3 that they did in the first couple of games. So it's still not a soul for C9, but they will move to soul point.
Are they going to try Baron? He TP'd top.
Yeah, I think they are.
They have to be, otherwise that was a completely wasted TP.
There are Hex Gates, so Hex Gates means that C9 will respond even quicker. But Azir really burns this thing.
This is Azir with a death cap with 4 items. I like that because even though Inspired and Masu walked over the Cloud9 ward to get up towards the Baron, they didn't see the Azir. Jhin and Ivern are not a fast Baron take, but you throw Azir into the mix and FlyQuest just sneaks that Baron away from him.
It's a really good save and answer here from FlyQuest, but I still think they need to review the last couple of team fights and look at the frontline difference. Amumu is king of frontline for a reason, like the CC that he brings with multiple Qs plus the ultimate has been locking up whichever FlyQuest frontline tries to engage. Whether it's Busio or whether it's Bwipo on the second time, gets locked up and immediately taken down. So they really have to have a better angle to go for with the DPS right there, or be able to start it out with your stun, with your big follow-up here, because Cloud9, it really just matters much more to get the CC.
I mean, it just felt like Bwipo was playing way too overconfident in that last team fight. I mean, he TP'd and kind of just walked straight up, and I don't think he considered that they would use the ulti on him. I think, you know, he was thinking, okay, if they use the ulti on me, it's probably going to be a lost team fight for them, but they just killed him so fast.
And you have the coverage, like with the Misfortune ultimate, that's why this combo is so goated.
Can't defend them, yeah.
You can't get like your counter engage because the Misfortune ult is coming over the top. So even though you've invested in Mumu ult just on frontline, the backline couldn't follow up.
So one thing I'm noticing that's very interesting as we're hitting very high item power spikes for a lot of champions in the game. Whippo, again, almost in danger of getting caught out there. Both carries on C9 still only have level 1 boots, which is something I feel like you don't see a lot of the time in a 36-minute game. But Masu's opening up the curtain call. Jojo's going to eat the first 2 shots. They are just going straight for the tier 3 turret. FlyQuest again just take objectives so quickly.
Look at Thanatos.
C9 cannot respond in time. Thanatos coming around from the side, but critically gets slowed down by the Jhin trap, but immediately responds with an all-out on Bwipo, trying to bring him into the rest of the C9 squad. It's not going to be enough. Both top laners forced to use their ultis there. And that's it. FlyQuest got the tier 3, and now they're getting away.
Yeah, nice attempt at an angle there from Thanatos. Pulls him into the team, but the redemption plus the ult gets Bwipo out to safety, so good response from them. and they just kind of outpositioned Cloud9 in this case. Cloud9, I think, thought they were going to slow play it, try to get some sort of a wraparound, try to be a little bit clever, maybe look for an engage from the jungle. FlyQuest just barreled down mid lane, took the tower.
Yeah, FlyQuest were basically a couple seconds ahead. Thanatos, maybe if he had been able to go quicker for that flank and actually catch them at the front gates there, but they invested the Vulcan ultimate, and then it was like a second delay before the K'Sante even came in, and FlyQuest saw him. So we'll take another look at another setup as they actually send JoJo topside here. Corki with no teleport is going to clear the wave, so Cloud9, they cannot get engaged on.
Yeah, they have to be really careful. He's now going to be basing. And while we just have the brown bags on the feet of both the C9 carries, you know, they're obviously behind. They don't have that extra gold. We're seeing some luxury items coming in over on the other side. Masu now, who is deathless, has the GA completed and is a full build at this point. So you're going to have to take him down twice. He has the cleanse. He has the Ivern. They have a Mikhails. There's so many things to get through. So it might just be one of these situations where, like you were talking about in those last fights, Kobe, where Blabber's just having to use ult on frontline and try to focus down the frontline first, not try to go for this full send dive, because if you flash into the backline, throw down the ult, and they just cleanse and get out of there, well, you're isolated and you're going to die.
And the best thing for Mumu is if you get the Q frontline that's charging at you and using their mobility towards you, and then you flash over their heads, basically.
Hit everybody.
Yeah, so you still clip their frontline with the backside of your ultimate, but you flash the rest of it into their carries. Of course, that is on FlyQuest to not group up. It is multiple times we've seen these AoE wombo combos, so it should be drilled into their heads right now, not to group.
So, 45 seconds, my friends, until what would be Dragon Soul for C9 spawns. However, if they don't secure it, that would then put both teams at Soul Point, guaranteeing a bloodbath for the 7th Dragon of the game.
And I'm just going to say, it's kind of crazy how gold has just not really felt like it meant much in this series. Like, gold leads have not really meant a lot. Cloud9, you know, lost with multiple gold leads, lots of fights. Now, FlyQuest in this third game, they've had a big gold lead for quite a while. They are still going neck and neck in these fights. It's really all coming down to the execution. The TPs are coming in. Bwipo has a good angle here. He's not spotted.
He's already used the dominance. He's tried to find his way onto Berserker, but so much damage going right back into the Croc at the same time. Flashing away to barely survive. C9 with a nice response in what looked like a very scary situation. Jojo eats a little bit more damage from the soldiers on the back end of the fight. Busio wanted to flash in for the dredge line, but he ain't going to find it. Thanatos stopping everybody else from getting into the fight, but now he's about to die here to the Ignite. It takes him down. Quad with the first kill.
The TP's behind him.
Secured the Hex Soul, but at what cost? Bwipo's ready for re-entry, and Jojo cannot get away. Blabber and Vulcan now caught in the Emperor's Divide. They fall before Quad. A double kill for the FlyQuest mid laner. Hex Soul be damned. Emotes be spammed. FlyQuest is on the victory march.
Oh, it's only Berserker here. He's got no chance at defending.
The dredge line sets it up for the deadly flourish, but he cleanses to get away. That bullet time hits a whole lot of air as the inhibitor bot lane falls. The minion wave will be escorted in. 40 minutes into the game, 6 dragons taken, so many team fights, a dredge line onto Berserker to end the whole thing. FlyQuest moves to match point.
Wow, so many fun team fights to re-examine. You know they're also going back to that one to see about finishing off their first kill. But what a series! This one is so fun. Another one going really late and relying on these team fights. I think we're going to get more of that trend in drafts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think C9 has been consistently, well, in the first 2 games, definitely been able to get big early advantages. They have had the objective leads in all 3 games, but FlyQuest have been out team fighting them. They banned the Smolder after the last game. Ivern is becoming a problem as well, has been a problem. I feel like they might need to pick that away or ban that away too, but you're running out of bans.
This is turning into the series that I was hoping for. In case you guys missed it, you can also now subscribe to the LCS Twitch channel. Paid and gifted subs will unlock an in-game emote, and all subs unlock your typical Twitch features like badges, emotes, and exclusive Discord features. Riot will also match the proceeds from the subscriptions to the LCS Championship prize pool. That same championship that today's winner is gonna be headed towards. But right now, we're headed towards the LCS Lounge to break down game number 3.
Thank you. 2-1, FlyQuest. Core, you did say you liked the FlyQuest comp more.
FlyQuest comp looked stronger.
There we go.
I mean, by my experience of professional League of Legends.
Let's check out the highlights from this game. It did start.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me was that the Quad escapes here, which is really unfortunate since it was C9 that initiated that play. But the big thing that happened before that is that Quad actually was able to get that turret, and he also got bot tier 1 as well. So he was significantly accelerated in this game before these happened.
Because this is the moment where C9 finally won their first fight, then they don't actually secure the Baron. Nobody tanked it for Blabber, so he was super low, didn't have smite.
Yes, so it was a really tough situation. And like honestly, I felt like this game was a good example of the series. I felt like Quad had great command of the game in his ear. And that last fight, even though it looked good for C9 initially, Renekton was extremely chunked and sent back home. Just a few Azir auto attacks on a JoJo actually just made it completely unplayable for them.
Let's zoom out a little bit though, because we've seen a lot of League of Legends. Game 1 and 2 were very close, even though Cloud9 won the early game and then FlyQuest won the late game. So let's take a look back at this series and just kind of discuss generally how we feel like this has been going, Core.
I think overall, C9 is doing better in the early game, but like somehow middle late game, I think team fight wise, like FlyQuest team fight is better. But I think like C9 thing, it was a Smolder problem, but now Quad is playing Azir and then doing the exactly same job as Smolder. I think C9 need to think about they need to make sure that their comp is better at late game.
Yeah, I think the big thing coming out of a lot of these drafts is Ivern with two things that they know Quad and Masu can carry on, and then set up from the Renekton actually. So even if it hasn't looked good in lane, the way that Bwipo has been able to get in, yes, I know it hasn't always looked pretty, but I think that has kind of been their MO throughout this game. So even if they do fall behind, they can come back in these team fights that they already know how to execute.
And traditionally with the Renekton, you would imagine as the game goes on, it gets popped pretty easily, especially with double AD carry, Lilia, Cassante, like a stronger front line. But the important thing you already mentioned, Ivern just makes it incredibly difficult to pop him. Just not only just the shield that he gets, the redemption proc on top of that. Like that last fight, Renekton by all means should have died. So you get to a lot of those moments where it's like Renekton's doing well in lane, obviously, and then going into these team fights, and you expect it to have a much weaker front line, but it's just it's not true.
It's so interesting watching these highlights from Game 3, then 1 and 2. I'm getting a little discombobulated because it's been 3 Renektons, it's been 3 Iverns, the Smolder twice and the Azir once. So that like top lane core, to your point, Core JJ, has been mostly the same because the Smolder and the Azir filled the same slot, and that's been just this massive late game insurance, partially because Bwipo is just, to Raz's point, creating so much space in the late game in these team fights. And even in games where he's fallen a little bit behind early, you'll look up and you'll have 60 more CS than Thanatos and an extra item.
I also think even when C9 have been getting ahead in the early game, what FlyQuest have done really well is if Bwipo is behind, if Quad is behind, if Moss is behind, they've been able to funnel some gold onto them through lane assignments or turret takes to try to mitigate some of C9's early game. So then when they do get good setup on these fights, their carries are ready to go.
And a lot of those if statements were true. The one that isn't is Quad being behind. He's been ahead every time. He's been the guy for his team. And it's a reminder for people out there, I don't know if we mentioned it, it is his birthday. So I feel like if you're playing, he's feeling it.
Happy birthday, Quad.
Happy birthday to Quad. And he's spreading the love to his team with his general performance. So like you mentioned it, he was playing really well on Smolder. You put him on Azir, there's not much of a difference. It feels like he's just having a good game anyways. And if you take him off Azir, he's going to be something, it's going to be good on any other champion. What do you think should change from Cloud9, at least in the draft, to make it a better circumstance for them?
So like for C9 right now, they're taking every single object in the early game. Like they're not taking just object, they're using their lead to get an object. So they're not doing like super explosive early game situation. But to play object game, late game, they need to play better in the middle late game team fight. Yeah,
they've used their early game lead, and instead of using that lead to extend their lead, they're using that lead to secure objectives, and the game stays relatively stable. It's an interesting series to me, Core, just because you've mentioned that FlyQuest has kept the same top lane core alive this entire time with Renekton and Ivern in every game. Now with C9 going blue, if you're Coach Core JJ for a second, How are you planning to bring this series back and win the next 2 games?
I think C9 kind of want to pick the Azir again, but banning the Smolder on the blue side. But now I don't know if they want to ban Nasus again. So maybe Nasus is going to be open. FlyQuest pick Nasus for the counter pick. And then if there's any game Azir Nasus is coming, this game.
I like the sound of that. I like that sound.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being true. I would love it if it is. We're going to cover Game 4 draft on the other side of the break.
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
One more. Yeah, I'm done.
Done? We do redive, okay?
Yeah. Okay, I will tank now. You Yeah, guys ready? yeah, Okay, let's go.
I'm
dropping. You guys can, yeah, I have a freeze.
I'm showing. Yeah, we are freezing bot for free. Just defend top side. But wait, they're also freezing.
He's picking on pink, by the way. He's picking on pink. Okay.
You want to flash, or?
Yeah, I will. Okay. I'm going. No, I can reach. I can reach.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
it's fine. His flash is down. He doesn't have Cosmic, I guess. Just kill him.
I'm going.
Okay, I'm taking Jojo.
Cassandra is stopping my TP right now. Looking for a TP myself.
She zoomed.
Yeah, I'm TPing. He's dead.
I will catch him here.
It's chill. Okay.
I will not get kill.
Yeah,
if
you
I
can.
Can't we walk up, guys?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Can we take space, guys? Yeah, I'm walking up.
Don't stack though.
I've in 20 seconds, okay? Look at me. I might need help. One thing. Wow, one shot.
TP in 20. Yeah, you guys can fight.
No, Cassandra.
They're just finishing it, okay? It's 2K.
Just focus on the fight.
I'm gonna take the portal behind.
I have it.
I'm taking the portal.
They're all dead.
Yeah, there's an Angolo here.
Go mid, Jin.
Nice.
Look
here. Look now, guys. He's gonna be rooted. Yeah, Renekton can ult it. Try to come back, right? We kill the flash. Nice. Slowly. I can keep healing, guys. If you don't die.
Keep healing, guys, okay? Kill Daisy.
Look at the wing. Guys, look. Renekton wants slash in.
Look.
Nice. Kill Renekton, guys. You guys can end, okay? Yes, sir.
Elimination game for the series, actually. They just dropped on a loser bracket if they lose. But series deciding game potentially for Cloud9 here. Down 1-2. And Emily, they chose blue side this game, so it will be their third blue side game of the series. What type of trends do we have from them so far this series on blue?
So for first 2 games, they pretty much stuck with Ezreal, Nasus, Senna. It was only in this game that they decided to remove the Lilia, presumably because she is one of, if not the strongest jungle on this patch, especially if you're going 80 mid. And yeah, they also removed the Smolder, which we've talked about. Core, you mentioned, that is not the problem. It's definitely more the Renekton. And also, in my opinion, the Ivern. I think Ivern is just an incredibly strong jungler, especially if you're running any sort of double AD comp, just because of the healing shield he can give you.
I think the thing that I want to see more generally from C9 in this draft is just more of a disruption of what FlyQuest has been doing all series, and that does mean the Renekton-Ivern combo.
Yeah.
Because weirdly enough, that has been giving FlyQuest such better front-to-back team fighting. If I just think about what's happened in these late-game team fights, the Renekton has been such a bigger impact than the Cassante. So rather than ban the Renekton, I can see a world where they just first pick the Renekton for Thanatos. It's his best champion, and it would also deny it from FlyQuest to make him play something different.
And the Ivern in particular is the most annoying part of the composition. Like, every mistake that FlyQuest had made had been immediately rectified by a redemption, a shield, something. So nice to see that being taken out. And also really easy to face check bushes with Daisy. So now that that's gone, completely changes this. Azir is the one that gets banned. I thought that would be open a little bit. Senna is now available, but it has been kind of dropping a little bit in priority. So I'm interested to see when it's going to get picked.
Yeah, since Azir and Smolder and Ivern is all banned, this can be the new game. I feel like this is actually the second game of the series.
Interesting. So it is a first pick Lilia. Renekton is still open, but it will not be able to be paired with Ivern. No shock there that Bwipo picks Renekton. Core, do you think they're just going to match with Cassante for a 4th time in a row, or are we going to see something different?
Yeah, I think C9 think Renekton was not the problem, since Renekton actually lost the lane a lot.
Yeah.
Renekton Ivern was the problem, so they banned Ivern. So I think they will probably do the same thing. I think Thanatos played the lane well.
Yeah, I mean, if we see the Corki Cassante come through here, it's literally their first rotation.
Run it back!
This just
every
feels like a
single
replay.
time. As we hover the Corki, they did remove the Smolder, which was previously FlyQuest's answer into the Corki. So we'll see what they want to pick up for quad on that side. But yep, this is the C9 blue side first rotation that they have decided on.
That's incredible.
I feel like Inspired was waiting for this moment. Ivern is gone. Finally, I can play AP jungle now.
Watch it just be a Sejuani. Yeah, straight into it. Oh! Orianna. That's an interesting one.
Quad Orianna. So he was a control mage player before this season, where he played almost nothing but marksman. And with Azir gone as a mid lane mage, Orianna would be next up. But I agree, that is a different type of scaling than a Smolder or an Azir.
Exactly. Yeah. When I thought about, of course, quad, I would go towards Cassiopeia, Orianna, these type of picks. So it's nice to see him on something that he's been really comfortable and probably playing quite a bit in scrims.
And then again, C9 doesn't have many AP source damage, especially when FlyQuest banned the Jinx. This Renekton can be another problem.
Yeah, he will likely be a problem again. He can get the additional shields from the Orianna. Curious to see if we see Senna getting banned at all, or if Senna fits at all with the current C9 comp. I'd almost say FlyQuest won't do it, because it did lose last game, and even though it had ridiculous healing moments, I think C9 needs Engage from their support role anyway.
Yeah, I really like the Jhin and Jinx ban. I think C9 could do, knowing how Vulcan play. I think he could go Bard and then try to make some playmaking. But especially when Jhin is gone, I don't know what ADC he can pair with.
Okay, so Vi, Braum as the bans for FlyQuest. They banned the Braum the last time FlyQuest had Ashe. And they were thinking Leona. Inspired was getting more aggressive, because Vi can definitely shut down the Lilia.
I would love Leona here. Ooh. I love that combo so much.
The Jarvan Orianna combo.
Yeah.
That's old school if they finish this.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest has a lot of options to play. I think since they picked the Jarvan, I think FlyQuest's 5 pick can be Senna or Seraphine. I think they have an option to pick Enchanter.
Oh, yeah.
So C9 also need to consider they can do that.
I kind of feel like if they're hovering Zeri, though, they might just go Zeri Alistair. That's the play they do, or Zeri Leona.
Yeah, because now that they see the Jarvan and they still get to pick their AD carry, now 2 of their carries do have dashes, so they can get out of the flag and or the Cataclysm if they want to. So at least there's counterplay from C9's side. Want to see what the last pick is going to be for FlyQuest, though.
I think FlyQuest can even pick Alistar here. Like C9's comp have a really short range. So if they pick like strong front lane and then big front, I don't know how C9 can go through.
Okay, what do you think about the Rakan then? It's more engaged, but not necessarily a front line.
I think Rakan is like, maybe there is a better pick, but Rakan is also fine.
Right.
Pretty comfortable to play. And then this is more aggressive way to use the Orianna. Like Rakan with the Orianna is always my favorite.
Okay, you called the last one after draft. Who do you call after this draft?
FlyQuest.
Okay, Core FlyQuest 3-1. He also only won on the desk to pick FlyQuest to win the series. Let's see if that's true. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lounge. It's good to be back. Time for game number 4, FlyQuest at match point. You mentioned it in game number 3, Azael, how if game number 1 just would have went slightly different at that Nexus push, we could have already had the series done by now. Cloud9 has to kick it into gear. No more chances. And with their backs against the wall, it's that old Berserker Zeri.
I feel like there are so many moments in this series, though, that could change any of the games that we have already seen.
If Kobe had wheels, he'd be a bike.
If only! I would love to be a transformer. Let's get into the next game, though. Will Core JJ be correct? Will FlyQuest be qualifying for Worlds right now?
Are we giving them the prediction?
If they win, I mean, I trust Core JJ.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's get into it, though. C9 fighting here. These games have been really, really close at many different moments and have required like some crazy plays, some crazy Baron steals, some Baron started without smites, some situations where one team wins the team fight and then the other team grabs the extra objective. Back onto the Rift, though. Orianna has made her way here. Quad, this is one of those staple champions that everyone hyped up when he was first coming into the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting because now Ivern's gone, Smolder's gone. You know, they don't have that same style of draft. I think Berserker's also had a pretty quiet one, and he's now on his Zeri. This is one of the champions that he's made his name for himself with.
And I feel like the change away from the Ivern is probably the biggest change here in game number 4 for me because it's such a different jungler compared to everything else. It's less like having a jungler, more like having a second roaming support all of the time.
Well, especially when there's so much talk about Inspired, CEO, Full Clear. You're playing Jarvan. That is not the style on this champion.
No.
This is the get early aggressive plays going. Constantly look for those aggressive moves if you can. And it is going to be Cloud9 initiating a lane swap, but it's spotted out.
Lucio immediately with a grand entrance there on Thanatos, who is going to start his lane swap experience with even less fun than a top laner normally gets to have.
Top lane.
And part of it is because FlyQuest have some really fearsome lanes with a Jarvan that adds more gank potential to an Ashe plus Rakan lane, to a Renekton lane on the top side. So Cloud9 want to swap away from that, and they have Blabber clearing up there on their strong side where they swapped up to. Meanwhile, FlyQuest here, they're going to be happy to take their plates on bottom as payment for C9 doing this.
And I remember when we had Treats on the desk earlier on this weekend, one thing that he mentioned when he was observing, you know, like talking about Team Liquid and their ability to do lane swaps and how everybody looks at them as the best lane swap team. He talked about, you know, in a lane swap, there's 50 things that could go right. They're doing 45 of them right, and other teams are doing 20 or 30 things right. So there's always so many moving parts to these. There's only different times you could swap back or so many different lane assignments you could make. I'm curious how they're going to play this one out.
Yeah, it can often even be like on the reswap, right? That they get those big advantages. We saw some in their previous series that they just won where it's like, okay, the initial swap didn't actually get a big gold lead, but then on the reswap back, they create a big advantage. They pull off a dive, their opponents fail to do so, and they're able to really turn that into something massive. as FlyQuest already grabbing that first plate here. Thanatos soaking XP. So this has kind of become a little bit of the new meta where the support just stands off to the side and the top laner gets some of the experience alongside that AD. We've seen 2 teams do this now.
EXP for top laners, a huge factor in these lane swap situations, just trying to not fall egregiously far behind in a game state that sets you up for a really rough early game. As the bottom lane turret has already lost 2 plates, Masu is fine to keep farming up.
So it's interesting there. They had him cancel recall, and they saw Renekton probably coming back here. Renekton went for the full recall. We haven't seen him in a long time. It's only Ashe showing bottom side. So he's probably going to try and slip in here. And I want to see if Cloud9 again cancel and again look to deny. You want to deny even entry into experience range here.
Exactly.
Now they go for the actual recall, and Busio heads over to make sure Flippo will get into experience range. Renekton in, and we are back to standard now. You pay your early price, your 2 turret plates, and you get your avoidance of the first 4 minutes.
And you can see now Inspired didn't base, so the Faded Ashes is completed for Blabber, but as a result, Inspired is there at the Raptors on spawn, so he should be able to steal this away before the Lilia gets out on the map, and he could even cross back to his own Raptors and potentially deny that, get a little bit of an edge here over what Blabber has done.
And just going back in for the crab. With Busio next to him, it's pretty hard for Blabber to come up and try to contest this, but Inspired does not have a smite, so Busio's presence is going to help protect that Scuttle Crab for the jungler of FlyQuest. Been having a great series so far. I think him and Quad have been standout performers for the FlyQuest team on this one, so I really want to see him get to work on this Jarvan, kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier. You brought it up, Azael. This is not a full clear champion. This is not a support champion that's just going to buy cheap junk and use redemptions. He's got to get involved.
Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but this game he's going to be a full clear champ because it's too predictable, your jungle paths, when you have lane swaps like this where both of them agree to just go to the other side and just take their PvE money, because you know exactly what his path was, and that means you know what his path will be for the next clear as well, and you have the wards left behind on their Raptor as well.
Here's the thing, I'm not going to be too picky. I'm going to take a fight before the 3rd dragon at this point.
Okay. Please. Don't be greedy with it.
Yeah. If he engages at like 14 minutes, I'm like, okay.
Nice early gank.
Yeah, nice early gank.
This series has had less interactive early games, but once we get to the mid game, usually that's when the fights just start exploding, and we have so much scrapping back and forth. Very, very even first 5.5 minutes in this one, though.
Yeah, I already foresee like the best part of this game is going to be the Orianna Shockwave deliveries.
Okay.
Jarvan and Rakan, the analysts that we're talking about, but these are literally 2 of the best delivery systems. And so I kind of like this, where it's a shadow gank here coming through lane for Inspired, and they get a flash just like that. Really nice. And it's afforded because Inspired was coming through the lane. Obviously, you saw, then Berserker has to go through the wall, and nicely done from Busio, forcing his flash there.
Oh, Inspired might actually cancel the recall. No, not quite able to do so. They don't have the info that Vulcan is back in base, so we'll see if they're going to try to go for any sort of aggressive play. It looks like they're not going to. Knowing what we know, they could have actually looked for a dive, but of course, they don't have the luxury of all that information.
Well, Busio did want to jump in there, goes for a grand entrance on Berserker, but does not find it. Taking plates instead as Blabber takes the grubs up here in the top river.
And should just be the exchange, as Mountain Drake does take a long time, the tankiest of drinks, of course, but still should be able to go the way of FlyQuest, and they finish out their reset here. So Berserker had to go pretty far back, and Berserker missing out on some at that tower. He only slips back in now. So nice little move there from FlyQuest, as even though Vulcan comes up and messes around with mid lane, they did push Berserker back a little bit more. And you mentioned it in Champ Select. This is the iconic champion that fans know and love for Cloud9, of Berserker really carrying them when he has the freedom of the Zeri movement later on and has the multiple items coming in. That's when you are really scared.
I mean, I think really when people think of this Cloud9 roster, they think of JoJo and Berserker popping off in a 5v5, taking over in a team fight. That has not been this series. It has been more about Quad, more about Masu, more about the drafts and the team play from FlyQuest that have really been getting them the advantages, getting them the wins in a lot of these late game situations. Even the game which Cloud9 won in that first one, became this kind of insane situation where they throw, then their opponents try to finish the Nexus, they can't do it, then they run down, they get both buffs, and then they end the game. It wasn't really any sort of team fight domination.
C9 will have to figure out how to flip that switch here in this one. They don't want to have to go down to the lower bracket. Reminder, you're not out just because you lose here. You still got a shot to make Worlds. You've still got a shot to make Finals. It just means you're going to have to play a few more series to do it if you want to get there.
And then you're on your last life. One mistake, one bad day from a player, a bad read, whatever it is, could be the end of your year, right? Could be you not making it to Worlds. So it means a lot to these players. They work all year for a chance at Finals, for a chance to play, in these big venues, and to play at Worlds, show their stuff internationally. So it is so important to be able to win this series here and just avoid the stress of going to the lower bracket.
Exactly. Guaranteeing that spot at Finals, guaranteeing the spot at Worlds. So much relief just from that one. Then helps you even just focus more on what's directly in front of you. As Bwipo and Thanatos, the Renekton versus K'Sante matchup is Renekton versus K'Sante. Pretty close. Renekton with some control over the lane early on, but not much more than that.
Yeah, Bwipo doing quite nice for himself in the matchup yet again. Did pretty well the first time around also, but this time too, keeps his pressure up. There's a little bit of a CS lead. Constant pressure towards bottom side from Inspired, though, now that he is level 6. Also joining on the big crash.
Flash on Berserker.
Wants to go in. Berserker popping the lightning crash. Nice and early. Wants to kite these guys out. Tries to get away from the Cataclysm, but remember, there's no flash left for the Cloud9 AD carry. Vulcan has to try to get back underneath the tier 1 turret. Boostio will not die to the Ignite, and now the quads come down. It's an easy 2 for nothing for FlyQuest on the dive.
Really good timing on it. Also good execution. They patiently know all they have to get out from Berserker is his jump. As soon as you get the jump out,
they're gonna go again.
And beautiful shot from Masu's Ashe to find the Lilia. FlyQuest set it up with the arrow, follow it up with the rest of the team. 3-0 Fly.
Cloud9 are getting way behind off this. FlyQuest are crushing them in this game 4 early game. 3 kills all in a row, back to back on that bot side. That last one set up so nicely by Masu. Blabber buffered the W, but it didn't really do anything for him. And even this play, I felt like Berserker was kiting out pretty well, but without that flash, he couldn't do much.
Yeah, all they had to do, force his dash away. Boostio does that, then you can jump in with your Cataclysm, and there's no escape for the Zeri afterwards. Then they can go right back in. It's maybe 1 extra tower shot there, but that's about it. Then you can just easily re-dive. They have Maso do it from range, and he's fine to back off. This was the key part that was even more than expectations, where then he's able to, from Fog of War, directly hit Inspired here and line up the follow.
Yeah, able to nail him there. A nice Ashe ulti, but man, I have to wonder, would it have been better for Berserker to try to stay under the tower and fight it out there? Because as soon as he kited away from the tower, they just didn't have enough damage to really get anything done. Tough situation.
Cloud9 going to be reeling for a little bit after that one. Nearly 2,000 gold behind, trying to pick up the second set of grubs here. Just get something back. If you can get 6 grubs, you'll still feel all right about that, but that bottom lane sequence, just massive for FlyQuest. We said we wanted to see some early stuff from the Jarvan. Azale, you said you'd even take the 14-minute play. He's given us a 9-minute one instead.
That's a dub.
For FlyQuest, it's feeling great. Bwipo pops a nice early dominance here, recognizing C9 wanting to overload this top side, go for the tier 1 dive. A nice arrow from Masu again, stuns up Vulcan, prevents any further dive attempts. And now with Inspired and Boostio coming up, all they want is for Bwipo to get engaged on so they can come and back him up. Punish C9. Nice Cataclysm from Inspired. Quads grab the kill on Vulcan as Bwipo goes after Thanatos. A double kill back over to Orianna. FlyQuest set the trap and C9 walked right in.
You said it, Flowers. All FlyQuest want is for them to engage on Bwipo. The reinforcements are already here, and FlyQuest win both sides of the map. They successfully dive bottom, they successfully defend top.
I mean, this is just huge, and this was honestly never really going to work, it felt like, from Cloud9. It was so telegraphed. They poked and prodded the way at him, the wave got cleared out, then they try to redive again. You're giving so much time for FlyQuest to get there, to be able to respond to the play. Quad TP's in from bot to respond. Inspired is there, Boostio is there. They are pumped up in the FlyQuest coaching room. They know that could be the difference in this game that lets them close out the series.
Beautiful coordination there from FlyQuest. I don't know if you guys ever watched it. Braveheart's one of my favorite movies ever. You know that scene where the cavalry charges the guys and then they pull up all the spears, convince them into a bad engage? FlyQuest just Bravehearted Cloud9 underneath that tier 1 turret.
They couldn't see Inspired and Bucio, the spears there waiting to be pulled up, and the teleport usage as well. I mean, after a play like that, it is really hard to focus in this game, you know, because Cloud9 are feeling really demoralized. They just invested all their resources. They lost on the play bottom. Then you use everything top and you lose there as well. You can, I guess, look to the point where you were talking earlier, we've got 6 grubs, you know, maybe we can find a pick. And if you find a pick, that gives you time to actually hit towers and make use of those grubs. But FlyQuest, the path is just so clear for them because they have the early dragon stacking and they are the ones with the galactic engage of Jarvan and Rakan, Orianna deliveries. All you have to do is keep putting pressure on the dragons. That will draw Cloud9 to you, or you just get the soul, and you are the ones that are constantly going to be able to force these plays. So Cloud9, they have really got to refocus here, get some money onto Berserker and JoJo, and hope for the double carry later.
Whippo popping Dominus immediately to come up here and defend the tier 1 turret in the bot lane. The plating has just fallen, so he knows that they can do a lot of damage to this thing, especially with all those grubs just going to clear the wave out.
And they're just losing on top side. You know, FlyQuest are pushing top side here with quad, so all of those minions dying to tower right now. That was more experience, more gold, more resources into the dirt, Flowers.
I mean, Quad has just been getting so much done in the side lanes, it feels like, across the series. You know, I think back to last game in the Azir game, where it was JoJo with the early laning lead, and it was him getting so much more done, taking down those towers in those side lanes, creating a gold lead for himself. Quad individually, 1.4k gold up here already on the Orianna. And he has that verdant barrier, so that's going to make it harder to get any sort of Leona engage on him, right? You know, you're trying to look for that long-range ulti on him. That's not going to work. It has to be poked off first.
And you can see they committed the shockwave there on Blabber to just chunk him down a little bit, try to force C9 back far enough to finish the kill here on the tier 1. It's not quite there, but this turret is at the bait threshold of health. I think that's what C9 is looking at with Thanatos off to the side there. Maybe they get a little bit too greedy to knock those last couple hundred HP off of the thing. But FlyQuest will commit no such errors. They're just going to back off recall instead.
Next on the schedule, little update here as well. Fun stuff to look forward to. Honestly, for this one, I mean, it's not an elimination match here that we have, of course. This is, you know, still going to have a chance by going down to the lower bracket, but you guys both touched on it multiple times where you don't want to have to go down there and then have a chance at getting knocked out. And so Cloud9, again, just have to refocus here, get some more money onto their carries. They have to deal with FlyQuest putting pressure on next Dragon. I would say very probable Cloud9 do not fight Dragon number 3. They then kind of turn the tables and they take the FlyQuest side of it, as we've seen in this series, and say, fine, you're going to get your third Dragon. You know, you have a very good mid-game gold lead here. Your composition is also well suited to punishing us if we come to Dragon number 3. So you try and wait that out, get more money onto your double carries, and then try and win the fight later.
And Cloud9 has 6 scrubs again, so I mean, if they can get some alone time in those side lanes,
maybe a top tower,
exactly.
try and rush it.
Try to rush down some towers, try to get some gold back in that way, prepare for the final dragon. But it is, of course, very scary. It's Hextech again, and now Whippo.
Whippo has already used the Dominus as Cloud9 face check into their own jungle. They're firing back, though, and Whippo has to slice his way back to his own team as Thanatos makes his entry, but the teleport arrives just a little bit too late to get any sort of a punish angle there on FlyQuest. Whippo without the ult, but that was the only big cooldown expended by FlyQuest there that is traded for Vulcan's Solar Flare.
Pretty nice for FlyQuest to be able to get the global out from Cloud9 here. They got the Ignite out as well. Not going to be such a big difference there, but using their extra pressure here, lying in the jungle, lying in wait, and then drawing away some of the tools that Cloud9 want to use to ensure that they can remain efficient. That's the hard part right now for C9, is trying to remain efficient in this game, not dropping any more side waves. And with one less teleport, does make that more difficult, but they're going to try and rush down the Rift Herald.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting. The Red has been really effective in this series, I gotta say. You know, Cloud9 chose that engage. Vulcan Zenith bladed in onto him. He was on a ward. They're saying, okay, we're going to pick this guy off. We're going to get something advantageous from it. But it ends up costing them more as you're losing that TP, you're losing the Summoner spell, which isn't going to be available for that next fight around the Dragon. But Cloud9's bot lane already up towards top, so it looks like they are not interested in fighting it. Okay. And look at this vision that's just littered everywhere around this here for FlyQuest. This is all FlyQuest vision down on that bot side. You can see that C9's wards are more positioned up towards the top side and also aren't positioned as aggressively because they are really on the back foot.
Not just third Drake of the game, not just Soul Point, but for the third game in a row now, Hex Soul Point. It just puts so much more importance on stacking up these objectives. If FlyQuest can just secure this one immediately, as you can see, Quad is already doing just that. It means that the fourth Drake will spawn just around 24 minutes into the game. That's a pretty early Soul, and if FlyQuest can get it, that's a massive amount of power that early for a series that's been threatening to have lots and lots of late games.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a very similar one. Only difference is this time around, it is FlyQuest with the Dragons. We have seen so many games of Cloud9 having the other hand where they're the ones with the early game gold lead and the Dragons, and then FlyQuest are the ones waiting around, stacking, trying to get your trade plays, trying to remain efficient in still building up golden experience for your carries for your later fight, and relying on objective bounties. The objective bounties are on the other foot now. Let's see if those things pop up.
Hate when I step in one of those, man.
Or sometimes you need them, you know?
Fair.
And then you're pretty happy. So we'll see if those end up popping up. Right now, the gold lead is only 2K and the 3 Dragon advantage. So not quite yet here for C9.
C9's got to be feeling pretty nervous, though. I mean, they lost back-to-back games. Even with that massive lead in the first one, they almost lost that. So it's tough, right? You know, when they come to expect that they can win 5v5s against almost every team in the league. You know, they were so consistent in the regular season, only dropped those 3 individual games, only lost the 1 series to Team Liquid. That has been such a point of power for them that we were all really expecting to see, and it just has kind of been absent for them throughout this entire series. You know, it has been FlyQuest really taking control in the 5v5s, and makes you worried for Cloud9 if you're a C9 fan.
And C9 taking down the tier 1 down here. Remember, they 2-0'd FlyQuest during the regular season as well. One of those 3 losses was not to FlyQuest. Then winning the first game in this series, they were on a 3-0 winning streak. They were on a killing spree against FlyQuest, IRL, and then things have just turned chaotic in the last 2 games.
In-game.
IRL, in-game. In real life, in-game.
Yep.
Understood. Please no fine arena. It's all in-game here.
Meanwhile, the trade of turrets occurs, even though Cloud9 also invested their Rift Herald on bottom side. You saw in the picture-in-picture there, Quad picked up solo turret gold for the opposite one on the top side. So Quad has just retained his really, really nice mid-game lead, and that's going to be the Crypt Bloom completed. I love the efficiency of Verdant Barrier. It's like you just get this spell shield so early on the baby item. And yeah, the cooldown is a little bit longer, but it's so effective. As long as you stay out range of the Corki rockets, all you're really avoiding is the Leona ultimate engage. And so if you avoid that with it, like even the baby version accomplishes the goal. So now he can kind of slingshot ahead into Crypt Bloom also, have the big AoE heals on top of his magic penetration, and the Orianna just provides so much value to these fights.
And you were talking earlier about it, Kobe. FlyQuest has so many rockets they can fire to start these fights off with the Rakan, with the Jarvan, the Orianna, the Ashe. But on C9, it's either a Lilia bowling ball for a sleep or a Leona solar flare. And there's your arrow fired out. Hits Blabber, but nobody else from FlyQuest wants to follow that one up. Not in a tight corridor like that, not with Quad, not quite there.
I mean, in these lanes up games, the experience on the supports is so low. They're both level 7. We got level 14 for Quad. We have 13 for JoJo. Even Masu is 13. So you are really 1 round of spells, and then you're dead as a support. So you've got to make sure that that initial engage really counts. You're not going to get another chance.
Really, it is kind of funny to see the level comparisons be that drastic. It looks like a guy that was disconnected for 5 minutes, made his way back into the game and is trying to catch up. Still 5 kills to nothing for FlyQuest. We actually haven't had any more kills for quite a while in this one. Cloud9 has not been wanting a whole lot of PvP.
And we just saw so much vision for FlyQuest around this Baron and leading up to it. There are a lot of wards for Bwipo to teleport on. There are a lot of opportunities for FlyQuest to find a snap engage. They're the ones with the Rakan, Jarvan, Orianna here, so they're constantly looking for angles to blow the game open. It's like the lead they have right now is good. The lead they have if they win a new team fight will be game-breaking.
Absolutely, but I really want to see them get more vision towards the bottom side, right? Unless they're going to try to do a Baron for Dragon-type trade. I'd rather see them play towards Hextech Soul, get the deep vision down there, because Cloud9 has shown, like Flowers was saying, they don't want a PvP. They're going to wait until this next Dragon. They're trying to get as strong as they possibly can for this Dragon that's in 45 seconds. So you want to start moving your vision down there and getting those wards for that side of the map where they can really decide not only this game, but potentially the entire series.
Cloud9 is hitting 2-item power spikes on core members right now. They've got the Muramana plus Trinity Force for the Corki. Zeri's got Static Shiv and Runons. Even the Lilia. Blabber is the one player on C9 ahead of his counterpart on FlyQuest. With the Riftmaker now completed, C9 stepping up to contest wave priority here in the mid lane with 15 seconds left until the Drake spawns. They're going to commit the TP from JoJo to rejoin with the rest of the team, but it's just to group up. There's no flank or anything happening here. Keep your eyes
the verdant barrier
on FlyQuest. Still just tempting these trades back and forth. Masu takes a quick burst of damage there from Joju. Steps back in time to escape the Zenith Blade of Vulcan. C9 still looking for a chance, but now the TP from FlyQuest ready to start the fight. Solar Flare finds a mark, but where's the follow-up? Arrow flies in and so does Bwipo. Thanatos is taken down first. Bwipo flashing back away to survive as C9 crumbles and Masu takes another. Berserker tries to cut it away to sidestep the Dragoon Strike as FlyQuest just found 3 for free.
The wards they invested behind C9, drawing them into the open, teleporting behind, and now they can get both objectives. Dragon Soul will get picked up by C9, and the death timers are very long for Cloud9, but they will get back up before Baron, so maybe we'll see a full reset before a Baron force.
Yeah, they see the TP coming in, and Cloud9 makes the call. We're going to try to turn on this. They all try to turn in, but look at this arrow, connects in onto Blabber, and then Bwipo has had eyes on JoJo the entire series long. Berserker here, flash available, doesn't see the shockwave. It was actually hidden, it looked like, on top of the Jarvan wall, so maybe lost track of the ball there, but gets snapped in with that shockwave, pulled in, he's got no health. JoJo's got no health, and Bwipo knows how big that is for them. That could be the series.
Vulcan on the front line as the fight continues here with the top side river. Vulcan's gonna die through the flash. Bwipo into the back once more, looking for Berserker. Blabber dies, trying to hold the rest of FlyQuest at bay as Thanatos is not tanky enough. A double kill for the Jarvan. Another team fight for FlyQuest, and they are crushing 12-0.
They're going to try to push for the end right here, right now. They don't need the Baron. They're tanking the towers. They're looking to punch their ticket to finals.
Vulcan's going to be alive in 5 seconds. Berserker has to have the Zeri moment of his career to try to keep the game going right now. He's back into the base. He wants to try to defend, but the Nexus turrets are already falling. Berserker is jumped on and absolutely destroyed. Quad is unstoppable. FlyQuest will not be denied. They're going to finals, and they're going to Worlds!
What a series from FlyQuest. Completely different look than we saw from them in the regular season. Their team fighting, their coordination, really looking on point. What a performance from the team here today. Inspired was great across multiple different styles. Quad and Masu incredible throughout the series for these young carries, really showing up big time. And Bwipo on the Renekton was just making JoJo's life a nightmare.
Awesome game from FlyQuest, incredible series. Let's join Jad on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Inspired and Quad after that victory. Congratulations on qualifying for World Championship. Quad, how do you feel? You played great.
I can't believe I go World. Because last year, I'm HK in 9th place, but this year I go World. I can't believe. Yeah.
I also heard it's your birthday as well.
Yes.
Happy birthday. What a birthday present. Inspired, I also heard you shared a quick word with JoJo afterwards in terms of the ego battle. How do you feel like this one went?
I mean, I knew that before in the interview. I said if nothing is gonna happen in the game, we are just gonna have better macro. And Jojo said that for sure not. So I don't know. I guess I proved him wrong. I mean, I knew we are gonna win if we play like we are doing in practice, because I think right now we kind of got on the same page, and the team is finally doing like just coordinated plays, as you could see in this pretty much whole series. I think we never took a fight when we didn't need to. We always played with waves and just played to our win conditions, and that's what we were working on in practice, just to avoid any random fights, pick draft well, and then use the win conditions we have in the draft. And I think today we just did very, very, very great.
Absolutely. Quad, I also just received word that you've won Player of the Series as well. Speaking of win conditions, congratulations. Nice. Couple Smolder games, Azir and Orianna. How much do you feel like you've improved since your first LCS game at the start of the split? Because you were rock solid this series.
I feel like, honestly, today my plays I don't really like, but a little bit well, but I have to more practice more.
Quad was always insane. Like week 1, when we lost to TL, I think we were trolling him. So it wasn't his fault. We ever like lost any game on stage. Like honestly, like looking for any game we played this split, I don't think it was ever mid fault that we lost. So I really like playing with Quad. I think he always knows his job and plays very well. So good job.
That's great to hear. Inspired and Quad. Final question. It's a bit of a rematch in the winners bracket final. You're going to be playing Team Liquid in the best of 5. How are you going to prepare for that one? What's going to happen?
And as you could see today, there was not much fighting going on. The games were pretty controlled, and I think TL is like a really good team at it as well. So it's not going to be as easy, but I think we can win, I think, if we play really well. But for sure it's going to be a harder game because their macro is better and their team fighting is better. So I think if the game is going to be even, they might do something we will not expect and get the lead off of that. But maybe we'll have a bit different approach going into their series because they're a different team than C9. I already have something in mind what we could be doing, so we'll see.
One more time, congratulations for Quad. Happy birthday. Wins series, player of the series, and goes to Worlds for the first time. We're done from here. Let's send it to the lounge.
And thank you for presenting my team. And let's go next step. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Quad.
Thank you, Jet. Thank you, Quad and Inspired.
That was beautiful.
Core, Inspired says he might have something cooked up. How are you feeling about facing off against FlyQuest?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually a fun series, and then they play like differently than normal FlyQuest. So I'm excited to play versus them.
All right.
And on top of that, just being able to see, this is the first time we've had an interview with Quad on stage. Mm-hmm. And he was feeling it. Immediately the first answer of saying, hey, back when I was in LCK, I was 9th place, and now I can't believe I'm going to Worlds. That has to mean a lot for him to be able to qualify on his birthday, hear the crowd like really back him. That's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, and they already spoiled it, but player of the series is Quad.
Vulcan.
I was like trying to find myself in what this replay is going to end up being.
Let's just talk about it.
This should be Quad highlights. But
anyways, let's just go into it.
Quad was amazing this entire series. The Smolder counter pick was huge for them. His Azir was absolutely massive. And yeah, I mean, I just thought he played great every single game.
Absolutely, 100%. The laning phase, even in the loss, he had performed well. They took away the Smolder. His Azir was incredible on side lanes. I think what was great was exactly what Inspired said. They didn't take any unnecessary fights. A lot of the times you just see them accruing leads on side lanes. He would just be getting full bot lane turret. And I was like, okay, Quad is rich. This was nice too.
Yeah, and then I think FlyQuest played really slowed and then playing for late game. I think you can only play for late game when your carry lane is like reliable. Yeah. And then I think Quad was very reliable in this series.
And even hearing the kind of him being self-critical of himself on stage and Inspired picking him up saying, no, even in the bad series, like it was in the beginning of the split, that was on us. That's not on you. That's a lot of confidence. And in the beginning of the day, Core, you talked about, we looked at the leads that Quad has had throughout the split, and he's just been consistently having great games where he's had the gold leads.
Yeah, so like we said like earlier, he was like ahead in the gold a lot of times. I think when mid is winning a lot, game is easy.
Yeah, and it looked pretty easy for them. They ended up going 3-1. You predicted on the flip-flop 3-0.
Raz and I have flip-flopped before. We have not been rewarded for it.
They could win 3-0. I could be 100% right.
Actually, that's true. That's true. For right now, let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week to see who's on it.
Not me.
Whippo, top fastest 100 CS.
Yeah, big Whippo up there. Fastest one. Blabber 6, of course, because he was just power farming on the Lilia as well. There's a few of that. But it's nice to see like a lot of the diversity up here. Fastest legendary APA.
Yeah, I was gonna say APA by almost an entire minute.
What the hell's happening here, Core? You said you were not on there. What's going on?
I mean, it was not the fastest level 6, I guess.
You would have been the fastest item, but I guess it is what it is.
Well, maybe we'll see you on it next time. Thank you to our friends at Samsung for powering our stage PCs all split long with the speed and reliability of the Samsung 990 Pro SSD. And we will take a look at the bracket now. As we already mentioned, Core and TL going to be facing off against FlyQuest in that upper bracket matchup. Meanwhile, C9, as a reminder, they actually get seeded ahead and they will face the winner of 100 Thieves versus Dignitas, which is going to be a very interesting series. You guys absolutely slapped down 100 Thieves yesterday, and Dig had a very bloody battle against NRG. Take a look at the NACL bracket. Unfortunately, Team Liquid Challengers got eliminated yesterday. Disguised is going to be facing off against Blue Otter, which should be really interesting. Blue Otter has been my favorite story of the NACL split.
Yeah, same for me. But even just seeing DSG fight back in a reverse sweep, that was sick. I actually wanted to ask you a question, just your immediate assessment, knowing that you're going to be going against FlyQuest. Like, what's your thought on that series?
This series?
Yeah, versus FlyQuest.
Versus FlyQuest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not too worried about the FlyQuest, but I think they're going to be improving.
Yeah.
And we will do as well. So I'm excited.
Nice.
Nice. Well, that is it for us. Thank you so much for coming on the desk. You were great, or the lounge. I screwed up. Yeah, you were great. That is it for us. We will be back next Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for 100 Thieves versus Dignitas, and we are going to send it over to that LCS Challengers match right now. See you guys.
Take it easy, guys.
Thank you.
Kasante no W.
Kasante no W. Kasante.
Slowly.
Looks good.
I can't block.
Corki.
I'm going Corki.
I'm dead. Look me. I think I'm dead.
I can't really fight like this. I'm sleeping though.
Yo, guys, look.
Astro no ult, guys. I want to go.
It's good fight.
Look out.
Ash is 1 HP. You guys win it. Ash is 1 HP. Just kill her Nectar.
I'm killing Ash. Ash no cleanse. Ash dead. Okay, we can go both, I think, guys. Yeah. Drink first.
Flap away from it. Thanatos back alive, trying to defend. Second Nexus turret, still hanging on somewhere, somehow, some way. All out coming out from Thanatos. 2 members of C9 make it 3, holding the line, stopping FlyQuest. The game. They hold it on.
Yo, this guy's Miller.
Coming. Look top small, there might be TP. The fight might be good.
Not now.
Alistair wasted W on me.
They're TP. They're TP now. All 5 are there.
No, it's fine. Let me die then.
Lilia,
Can you Let me die, guys.
We can fight.
Guys are coming now.
I'm ulting here. Okay, wait. No. It's free, I think.
No flash.
Yeah, nice. Get the whole bot tower. We have to.
Lilia flashed.
I can combo and they go deep.
Sleeping.
Lilia.
That's Nash, guys.
Corki on a TP. Slow down.
Corki no TP. That's Nash, guys. Or Soul. Maybe
Soul. We can't give Soul.
Game FlyQuest come back in game 2.
You want to flash her?
Yeah, well. Good. I'm going. No, I can reach.
He has her.
Yeah, it's fine. His flash is down. He doesn't have Cosmic, I guess. Just kill.
I'm going.
Okay, I'm taking Jojo.
Kasante's stopping my TP right now. Looking for a TP myself.
He's zoom.
Yeah, I'm TPing. He's dead.
I will catch him here.
It's chill.
I want to get kill.
Yeah, you can. Look here.
Look now, guys. He's gonna be rooted. Yeah, Renekton ulted. Trying to catch back.
Look.
Kill the flash. Nice. Slowly. I can keep healing, guys. If you don't die.
Keep healing, guys, okay?
Kill Daisy. Look at the wing. Look. Renekton wants Sashin.
Look.
Nice.
down. Quad with the first kill.
The TP's behind him.
Secured the Hex Soul, but at what cost? Whipple's ready for re-entry, and JoJo cannot get away. Blabber and Vulcan now caught in the Emperor's Divide. They fall before Quad. A double kill for the FlyQuest mid laner.
Yeah. They don't know we are here. They think we are bot side. Okay, we are walking up. I will give you EQ. Are we TP now?
Looks good, guys. I'm a
Lily flashed. I'm
done.
That could be the series.
Vulcan on the front line as the fight continues here on the top side. River, Vulcan's gonna die through the flash. Whippo into the back once more, looking for Berserker. Blabber dies, trying to hold the rest of FlyQuest at bay as Thanatos is not tanky enough. A double kill for the Jarvan. Another team fight for FlyQuest, and they are crushing 12-0.
Then. Yeah, it's fucking Google!